Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku was kidnapped by aliens in a distant space prison story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. There is something extraordinary about space, something Midoriya Izuku has never truly been able to put into words. He's loved the stars since before he knew what they were called, and more often than not he could be found gazing at the night sky in wonder and awe. He gets it from his father. He's heard it 1,000 times. He doesn't remember much about his father, but what he can recall is always depicted in vivid detail when he closes his eyes. In one such memory, he and his father were sitting on the roof, having climbed out through a window in the middle of the night. It was dark, and they leaned back on their palms to stare at the night sky, only a few stars visible past the city lights. It was a little chilly, and Izuku remembers curling underneath his father's heavy arm. "There's a reason we love the stars so much, you know," his father had said, leaning down to whisper in Izuku's ear. Izuku had looked up curiously, a tilt of his head urging his father to continue. His father turned to face Izuku, now inspecting his face intently, one large palm cupping Izuku's cheek. "There's stardust in our skin, Nan, that's why we have these freckles. The stars call to us because they want us to come home." Izuku's father talked about home a lot. Either in relation to Izuku's mother, or to the mysteries of the universe, he was always talking about home. In the end, he had to pick one. His mother has told Izuku the story 1,000,000 times, savoring each word of her own tale. When Izuku was born, his father gave up the stars to be with his family. He gave up the dangers of an exploration for the dangers of a blazing fire. Sometimes, at night, when he's alone with his thoughts in the darkness of his room, Izuku would wonder why he couldn't have just settled down. Why he didn't try harder to fight the addiction of an adrenaline rush. Maybe, if he had, they would have at least had a body to bury. Izuku was never sure if he believed that, at least not wholeheartedly. His mother certainly did. He could see it in her eyes when she caught him looking at the sky. When he stared at a ship model for a moment too long. She always looked at him with those sad, sad eyes, and he would wonder. He wondered if it was because of his father's memory or Izuku's future. Fear is powerful. Dangerous. She allowed it to consume them both. Despite always encouraging Izuku to follow his dreams, her unease became a crushing vice, never releasing its hold, casting upon him like an ever-reaching shadow. But Izuku had never been good at playing it safe, and even a mother's wise words of warning could not stop him from chasing the stars. And without any real support, he was left to carve his own path. Instead of playing with friends, he was in his room studying, scouring the internet and poring over textbooks. 4 years, he spent his time locked indoors, hoping for just the chance to make it into Kaipa High, one of the top space cadet preparatory academies in Japan. Then, from there, it was on to Rosette University, which is named after a famous nebula and has one of the best space cadet programs in the entire world. It would have set him up for a life of exploring past the boundaries of the solar system. It would have guaranteed a straight shot at following in his father's footsteps. But he never made it to Rosette University. In fact, he never even finished his first year at Kaipa High. So, as his brain begins to register his surroundings, he wonders how he got himself into this mess in the first place. The first thing he registers as he wakes up is his throbbing head. It beats harshly, a drum behind his eyes. The second thing he registers is the ground below him. It is hard and rough, scratching at his skin as he shifts. A moment after the realization that he is very clearly not in his bed is when the panic begins to set in. Despite the pounding in his head that attempts to lull him back to sleep, he shoots upright into a sitting position, snapping his eyes open. He immediately regrets it, though, squeezing his eyes shut again and bringing his hands up to rub at his face in an attempt to block out the harsh lights assaulting his vision. Slowly this time, Izuku opens his eyes, desperate for a glimpse of his surroundings. The sight that greets him is not a comforting one, and the unfamiliar environment does nothing to quell the panic rising in his chest. He is in a cell, that much is obvious. Thick bars made of some kind of metal stretch from the ceiling to the floor on all sides, and nothing decorates the barren space but a strange-looking container full of what he assumes is water. The door to the cage, because that is where he's been caged up like an animal, is directly in front of him, towering over him and reaching all the way to the ceiling. A rim of the same type of metal surrounds the door and covers the hinges, protecting them from tampering. 𝐷𝐴𝐻𝐿. Izuku climbs to his feet, taking it slow as his vision blurs from the movement. He looks around, trying to get a sense of what is beyond the bars. There are adjacent cages to the left and right, though the one to the right draws his attention. He is not alone. He backs up toward the left side of his cage, as the only occupied cell is now in front of him. He narrows his eyes, trying to see the inhabitants despite the blurriness that he has not yet managed to escape. There are 7 creatures in the cell, though their races vary greatly. Izuku knows aliens are real, Earth has encountered them before. It's what prompted the second Great Space Race, so he knows that these creatures, whoever and whatever they are, aren't just strange animals. Even so, seeing an alien in person for the first time is terrifying. Terrifying, yet somehow simultaneously fascinating. Alien races no longer venture past the Kuiper Belt unless it's to meet with the ambassadors, the people chosen to establish and maintain contact. The one standing closest to him is akin to a panther, though they are larger and have 3 tails. Another long appendage wraps around their neck. It is pale gray and pointed on one end, probably some kind of weapon. Something he'll need to keep an eye on. This creature seems to be some kind of protector. They stand in front of the others, using their tails to obscure his view of the majority of their bodies. They watch him warily with eyes that hold a promise of violence. Izuku tenses his muscles, but with the bars of the cage separating them, he knows that the feline can't reach him. He forces his gaze away from the panther-like alien, inspecting the other creatures in the cell. To the left of the panther, a large bird-like creature stands in a tensed position, wings spread wide and the hand-like appendages on the ends spread out into a claw. Instead of a beak, like Izuku would expect from an avian race, they have a cat-like muzzle and vertical split eyes. Wrapped over their hips and hanging between their legs are layers upon layers of what look like lightweight golden chains, probably the race's equivalent of clothing. Unlike the panther, who stands in a defensive pose, this creature looks ready to attack at any moment. He isn't sure how they would get to him through the bars, but the clear confidence in their own abilities does nothing to help his anxiety. Standing directly behind the panther are 5 other creatures, huddled into the corner with the biggest 3 standing in front of the smaller ones. 2 of them are lizard-like, but are clearly different species. One looks humanoid, with small red and orange scales instead of skin. Larger, sharper scales run from their forehead down to their shoulders, almost mocking human hair. They wear a dark red, nearly black, fitted garment with a turtleneck and some material of flexible armor over their shoulders, strapped across their body. Their breaths are a little baggy and made out of thick bands woven through each other. The other is split down the middle, so cleanly that 2 races could have been cut in half and sewn back together. One side is a deep, dark red, while the other side is snow white, scales on both sides that look to be barely as long as Izuku's thumb. This one wears a garment on their lower body, the color resembling a tawny orange, that is, again, akin to breathes. The legs of the garment are very loose and baggy at the top, but, at what must be the knees, they become tight and fitted. A clicking noise draws his attention to the right of the half-and-half creature. His breath catches in his throat for a moment when his eyes land on the bug-like alien. Izuku cringes at the sight of them. They stand taller than Izuku, probably over 6 feet, yet their height is in between the 2 lizard-like ones. They are humanoid, with 2 arms and 2 legs, but their knees are backwards, like a praying mantis, with protrusions on the back of their legs. 2 big, black eyes glare at him from either side of their head and short pincers, the cause of the clicking noise, twitch around their mouth. Izuku nearly shivers at the sight of them, but logic prevents himself from showing any weakness. He tears his eyes away to look at the 2 small creatures he can see behind the bug alien's legs. The creature to the left draws his attention first. They, strangely enough, closely resemble the visuals of the 𝐒𝐻𝐫 from First Contact, the first alien race to venture past the Kuiper Belt and make contact with humans. They didn't look like anything I've ever seen, Nan, he remembers his father telling him. I couldn't get a good look, but the drawings have never captured their beauty. Having finally seen one in person, he couldn't agree more. He takes a moment to scan them, noting that while, yes, the drawings were close, there was something off about them. The 𝐂𝐫𝐲 has 4 arms, unlike the 2 arms from the drawings, with 2 torsos to match, though the upper set of arms is much shorter than the first, with the arms stacked close together. Along the top of their arms and down their sides is a peach color, which fades into a pale blue towards their abdomen. On the lower half of their body they wear dark blue, wide-legged, loose-fitting breaths, which have a cutout for their long, thin, sleek tail. He can't see their legs below the garment, but the appendages look like they bend forwards, then backwards, similar to the structure of deer legs. The final alien, he notes with amusement, reminds him of a jackrabbit. Instead of ears, they have 2 long antennas on their heads, and a steady stream of electricity flows between them, occasionally crackling as a spark comes loose from the stream. They have thick gold and black fur covering their whole body, and claws on the end of their paws that look sharp enough to cut the air itself. They, too, are bipedal, with 2 short, stubby legs supporting them and 2 appendages resembling arms twitching at their sides. While the other aliens stand still, seemingly in apprehension, this one jumps from paw to paw. With every time they make contact with the ground, the electricity above their head brightens and dims respectively. He studies the group nervously, straightening his posture. He can feel their eyes on him. Searching. Scanning. Trying to find weaknesses. He feels like prey, like he's been put under a magnifying glass, but he knows that isn't true. He doesn't know much about space, but he does know that humans are new. Though he doesn't know what, he has advantages that these creatures do not have, and they are scared of him for it. Their body language, protective, defensive, or fearful, is proof enough. However, any kind of scared, cornered creature can be dangerous. Very dangerous. His best and safest way out of this will be to make himself less of a threat. Show them that he means no harm, so they don't have to attack. Then, and only then, will they back down. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. Izuku takes a slow, deep breath and steps backwards, forcing his body to relax against the bars of the empty cell behind him. He doesn't know what actions will set them off, so he treats them like wild animals and slowly eases himself to the floor, attempting to make himself seem smaller. He wants to take his eyes off them, show that his attention is not solely on them, but he can't. As much as he knows it will help, he can't willingly look away, knowing they could attack the second his back is turned. While he would normally try to downplay his anxiety, knowing that it is not as bad or scary as his brain makes it seem, he can't do that this time. In front of him stand 7 very real aliens, only one of which is vaguely familiar to him. He has no idea what their behaviors are and if they really do see him as a threat. The drawings of the 𝐂𝐫𝐲 were off, so who's to say that everything else he learned is correct? He's not willing to take that risk. So, while he relaxes his body and steadies his breathing, making himself smaller, he refuses to look away from the group. His eyes dart between the creatures, snagging on the smallest of movements. Every time his eyes linger for more than a moment on any of the creatures crowded in the corner, the bird and cat aliens become more and more irritated. He tries to keep from staring, but when a small spark jumps from the rabbit's antenna, he can't help but look. A loud squawk from the bird draws his attention. They step forward, further in front of the others, their wings flaring out even more. His breath catches in his throat, and, panicked, Izuku tries to recall every little bit of common he can remember from online searches, which, admittedly, isn't a lot. No fight. No fight. The words feel awkward to say, the sounds unlike Japanese or English, the only 2 languages he's fluent in. They come out sounding thicker, deeper, and too elongated compared to the few available recordings of common accessible to the public. Nonetheless, they seem to do the job. The bird stops, staring at him in what could be shock, their wings lowering slightly from their threatening pose. The bird opens their cat-like muzzle, letting out a series of noises. They are clearly trying to speak to Izuku, but all he can catch are the words fight, and what he now remembers to be want. Wait, no. I don't want dash. He cuts himself off mid-sentence, switching from Japanese to common. As he realizes that the aliens all simultaneously took a step back at his volume, he lowers his voice to a near whisper. No want fight. The words Izuku speaks compared to how they sounded when the bird spoke almost sound like 2 entirely different languages. He repeats himself one more time, desperately trying to make sure his message gets across. No won't fight. There is a stillness in the cells as no one speaks or moves, and all Izuku can hear is the pounding of his heartbeat in his ears. He's tense in his mock relaxed position, waiting for the aliens to make a move. Finally, the bird speaks again. No fight, they say, before slowly lowering their wings, relaxing out of their attack pose. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief, but he doesn't release the tension in his muscles until the bird backs away, using one of their wings to pull the cat back with them. It's a slow process, but eventually all of the aliens are huddled into the corner, and the bird is the first one to settle into a seated position. When none of the others show any intentions of moving, the bird whispers something, tone coming off harsh and clipped. After another moment, the others begin to shuffle, sitting down one by one. The cat is the last one to sit down, reluctantly, when the bird mutters something short and sharp to them. The cat's tails are still twisting angrily in the air as they lay down, head cushioned on their crossed paws. And, as much as Izuku wants the group to ignore him, it's his turn now. Taking a deep, relaxing breath, Izuku closes his eyes and slowly lays down, only opening his eyes again to stare up at the metal ceiling of the cell. He tries to shut off the urge to spin back around every time he hears the smallest of noises. After several nerve-wracking seconds, Izuku is rewarded with the sound of quiet whispering from behind him. He can't understand a word they are saying, but even if they are talking about him, they are calmer now. For a moment, Izuku just listens to the conversation, the sounds of common flowing so melodically when spoken fluently, the words flowing together, each sound complementing the rest. On Earth, people often say that Italian is the most appealing language, but Izuku would have to disagree. Common sounds so appealing to him, lulling him into a half-asleep state. Izuku is still listening to the others when, abruptly, the lights shut off, plunging the cells into darkness. Izuku bolts upright, blinking quickly in an attempt to make his pupils dilate faster. When the room finally comes into focus, he scans the area. Nothing has changed. No one new is here and he can't find any immediate threats, though when he turns to the occupants of the cell on the other side of the bars, he finds them all staring at him again. Nothing happens for a long moment, letting Izuku focus on his breathing, slowing it down from the sudden fast pace it elevated to. He furrowed his eyebrows, pondering the possible reasons for the shut-off. Maybe this was how they simulated day and night on ships. On the ADSA, the anchor of Deep Space Affairs space station, they simulated Earth hours by slowly dimming and brightening the lights, not shutting them off abruptly. Yet, he can't think of anything else it could be, as, still, no one has entered and the aliens do not seem to be concerned or even surprised. Izuku settles down, placing his back to the bars. Izuku curls himself into a tight ball, bringing his knees to his chest, fighting the urge to cry. Who knows how far away from home, alone, with creatures he can't communicate with, locked in some cage. He squeezes his eyes closed, remembering something his father told him once. Something that has never felt more true than in this moment, as he tries to fall asleep on the cold metal floor. In a universe this big, it's only natural to feel small. 𝐒𝐻𝐈, of course, loves his bonded. Since the day he first set eyes on the 𝐒𝐻𝐈, he knew he stood no chance. Though gruff in nature, he was and still is one of the most loving, thoughtful, and caring people 𝐒𝐻𝐈 knows. So, when Shoei asked 𝐒𝐻𝐈 if he wanted to accompany him on a short demonstration patrol with his class, with the students separated into groups of 5, of course he said yes. The first 3 groups were easy, the short patrols coming and going with no issues or accidents. Which, quite frankly, should have been the first sign that something would go wrong eventually. 5 students of varying species, trapped in a single ship for a quarter CYCL. That always leads to some kind of disaster. It doesn't seem like a long time for seasoned agents, like 𝐒𝐻𝐈 and Shoei, but, with a group of younglings, even a half-quarter CYCL can be an eternity. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 exhales heavily, pushing himself up from his haunches. He glances around the cell that has become their home for at least a half-moon revolution, the melancholy that has been haunting him ever since they were captured descending upon him as he looks at his bonded once more. When the pirates finally managed to board, Shoei was both the first and most aggressive attacker. He did his best to defend the students, but, In the end, he paid for it. The patrol demo was going smoothly at first, no different from any of the other groups. There was a little tension between 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 and 𝐿, but that was all. Then, in the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by a small fleet of pirates. 4 ships normally wouldn't cause much of an issue for 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 and 𝐿, but, with a group of younglings, their first priority was to get the students to safety. Fighting was not an ideal solution when something could go wrong, however small the likelihood. But the pirate ships were small and fast, and, in their large, clunky, basic demo ship, they stood no chance. When one of the pirate ships managed to land a hit on one of their thrusters, they couldn't even move, let alone escape or fight. Left with few options, when their ship was drawn in and connected to the docking bay, he and his bonded pushed the students back and prepared for a fight. A fight that, though unfortunate, was fairly quick. One of the pirates struck 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 with their electrified WHP after barely a click, taking 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 out of the fight, and 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 was no match all alone. Not without risking deafening his bonded and his students with his species scream. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 walks forward, his talons click-clacking on the floor as he steps closer to his bonded. The injury finally scabbed over a few rotations ago, but it certainly isn't healed yet. A long gash runs down 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻's side, created by the sharp, arrow-like barb at the end of the WHP. It wasn't deep enough to be fatal, but paired with the electricity, it's no surprise that 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 went down quickly. An annoyed voice breaks 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 out of his thoughts, drawing his attention to his left, toward the corner of the cell. So, how the F are we going to get out of here? 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻 asks from where he leans against the bars in the corner. 𝐿, blandly, replies before 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 can. You've already asked that, about 15 times by my count, and the answer has yet to change. I strongly suggest we do not aggravate our teammates. Please refrain from antagonizing him, 𝐿. And 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻, please refrain from foul language. 𝐸𝐷 pushes his way into the conversation, standing up from where he was sitting on the floor, his pincers clicking a few times in annoyance. Who's antagonizing? I'm simply stating a fact. I'm gonna state my claws through your face, icy hot. That doesn't make any sense. Settle down. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 snaps, barely raising his head to fix the 3 students with a glare. A quiet mumble broke the silence. Made total sense to me. 𝐭𝐚𝐲. 𝐻𝐻's head twisted, his glare finding its way to 𝐭𝐚𝐲, who squeaks and hides behind 𝐸𝐷's legs. Can we not do this right now? We've gone almost the whole rotation without any fights, and I'm tired of hearing you 3 bicker. Just wait a few more clicks for lights out and go to sleep, 𝐿 says, her head dropping to lay on her raised knees. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 watches, amused, before finally taking a breath to express his agreement. 𝐿's right, guys. A sudden shush cuts him off, his eyes flicking down to offer his bonded a questioning tilt of his head. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 meets his eyes, disguised concern barely visible on his face. I hear people coming this way. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 turns to the hallway, peering through the bars to try to get a glimpse of who, or what, is approaching. He takes a step back when he finally picks up on the noise that first alerted 𝐻𝐻𝐻 to the newcomers. A dragging sound gets louder as they get closer, with several pairs of footsteps thumping against the metal floor, confirming the presence of many guards. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 shares an uneasy look with 𝐻𝐻𝐻, then they turn to look at the students. Gather in the corner, all of you, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 commands, his stern voice leaving no room for objections. The students, without hesitation, for the most part, 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 does not acknowledge 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻's frustrated grumbling, do as 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 asks. It isn't long before the group comes into view, causing 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻's eyes to widen at the sheer amount of guards that travel with what seems to be a single prisoner. Leading the group is an 𝐿𝐻𝐷, the same species as your aka and the most common of the sentient races. Behind her are the 2 dragging the prisoner, one of them a large, stocky 𝐵𝐻𝐷, the other a 𝐿𝐷. More than the others, the 2 heavy lifters drew his attention. It wasn't uncommon to see a 𝐿𝐷 on a crew, but due to their inability to make the sounds needed to speak common, they tended to keep to themselves. Most didn't like to lug around translators on their necks, and their long, bulky bodies, paired with stumpy legs, didn't make them ideal for maneuvering the usually tight quarters of a ship. However, 𝐿𝐷 was strong and fierce, ideal for a crew dealing with potentially dangerous captives. The 𝐵𝐻𝐷 was nothing out of the ordinary, but his presence set 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 on edge. 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷's hard plates were nearly impervious to most weapons. If they felt the need to send a 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷 with whatever they were bringing, it had to be something that could deal some serious damage. 𝐼𝐴𝐷 tried to stand taller, wanting to see what species their new company would be, but his view was still blocked. He huffed, pulling his eyes from them and eyeing the second 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷 at the back of the group, walking next to an 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐷, the same species as 𝐾𝐚𝐲. Common on pirate ships like this one, with their electricity output acting as an easy shutdown of any attempts to escape or fight back. Without acknowledging 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐷, 𝐂𝐴, or the students, the front 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷 opens the cell next to theirs, stepping back to allow the 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷 to toss the newcomer in. The 𝐵𝐺𝐿 quickly slams the door shut once the 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷 steps back, the auto-locking mechanism clicking into place immediately. The two 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷 rush out as soon as the door is locked, a communication pad in the first one's hand. A series of hissing and clicking suddenly sound out, followed by a robotic voice translating into common. "I can't believe they brought that thing here," the 𝐵𝐺𝐿, or well, technically their translator, says as the three remaining pirates turn to the door, slowly following after the 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐷. "Tell me about it," the 𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 grumbles. "I've been hired for many crews and I've been all over, but never has one of those crews tried something so bold. Personally, I thought they would be bigger and not so." The 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 pauses as if looking for the words. "Fleshy. It looks so docile, I would have thought it was a prey species if not for the front set eyes. Maybe their reputation has been blown out of proportion after all." The robotic voice of the translator fades as the door to the cell block closes behind the group. No one moves for several seconds, uncertainty rippling through the group. Finally, 𝐵𝐻𝐻 breaks the silence. "The F did they just bring in here?" 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 half expects 𝐼𝐷 to reprimand him for his language, but only silence meets his ears. "Whatever it is, it doesn't seem like that big of a threat." 𝐾𝐚𝐲 responds after a moment. "It doesn't even have claws or anything, from what I can see. They mentioned front set eyes, but that's the only thing pointing toward the idea that it's not a prey species. Don't make hasty judgments. We went over this in class, 𝐾𝐚𝐲. We never rule out a threat for looks alone," 𝐂𝐴 says, narrowing his eyes, having never taken them off of the creature. 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 nods, agreeing, then takes a breath and steps forward. "I'll get closer to check it out, everyone stay back just in case." 𝐂𝐴 finally tears his eyes away to make eye contact with 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴, inclining his head and taking a few steps back. 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴 steels himself, facing toward the bars separating them from the newly occupied cell. The figure is laying on its back from where it was thrown into the cell, its face turned away so 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴 can't see what it looks like. It has some type of thick green fur growing from the top of its head, but no visible fur anywhere else. Its lower body is covered in a thick, tough-looking cloth, similar to the breeds that 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴, 𝐵𝐻𝐻, and 𝐻𝐿𝐴𝐴𝐴 wear. Its upper body is covered in a softer black garment with another pale purple cloth underneath. 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴 creeps closer to the bars, trying to get a better look at the finer details. 𝐾𝐚𝐲 is right, it doesn't have any claws beyond what look like short, thin, clear shells on the tips of its fingers. Some of the clear shells are jagged and red, though they don't look sharp, and much too short to do any damage. He tries to see if its back legs have any claws, but they are covered in another thick, sturdy garment that reaches up about halfway to the backwards knee joint. He frowns. Why would this creature want to cover its feet? Wouldn't that make it hard to run or even walk? He stands up taller, trying to see the creature's face. Maybe it has fangs of some kind. His eyes land on the creature's features, inspecting them. Something about it is familiar, but he can't place exactly where he has seen its species before. Its mouth is open slightly, revealing, for the majority, flat teeth. He tilts his head, confused by the combination of teeth types. A grinder and a meat eater, likely, but it doesn't look like it could do much damage with a bite. Not many species are omnivores, with 𝐼𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐴𝐴 being one of the few. Another detail that is rather confusing are the front set eyes. They aren't a combination or some kind of in-between, they are fully front-facing. Not designed for watching for threats, and what could it use to fight off the threats on its planet? He can't think of any planets that have entirely docile species, there is always an apex predator of some kind. Maybe it's a new planet. Which would mean this is a species on the more newly discovered side. The pirates were so nervous, possibly because of a lack of information. Or maybe 𝐻𝐻𝐸 stumbles back, a gasp falling from his lips. This is very bad. 𝐻𝐻𝐸, what's wrong? 𝐂𝐲 called out from behind him, disguised worry drifting in his voice. What is it? 𝐻𝐻𝐸 backs up another step, not wanting to turn away from the dekuwhatif in front of him. It's a Terran dekuwhatif. His voice leaves him quieter than he expected, and he swallows, unused to speaking at such a low volume. But it doesn't matter how quiet he is, his ears are amazing, and he's sure to hear anyways. It can't be all the way out here. What's a Terran doing so far from its homeworld? Maybe it's not far from its homeworld. Or, perhaps it wasn't far when it was picked up. We don't know where the pirates have been, maybe we went to them. Ha! What the F is a Terran? 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸 demands, drawing the attention of the two teachers. It's, 𝐂𝐲 paused, allowing himself to collect his thoughts. They were invited to the PAC Corps just a few decades ago, when they started improving their space travel technology. They were making giant leaps so fast, they caught the attention of the Council. They were worried that if they didn't make contact first, the Terrans would become violent. Violent? What made them think that would be their first reaction? 𝐂𝐻𝐸 cut in, worry evident in her features. Well, they didn't attack any sentient species, if that's what you are worried about. It's more about their history and their world, 𝐻𝐻𝐸 starts to explain. They are dekuwhatifs. For the typical reasons: war, a deadly environment, unusual planet conditions. So, like my home planet. Don't see what's so effing special about that. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸 grumbles. Except, 𝐂𝐲 shoots 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸 an unimpressed look. On their planet, it's all scaled up to the point that the Council voted it a 9 on the Death World scale. 𝐂𝐲 growls back, clearly annoyed at 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸's dismissal of such a dangerous species. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸's reaction is as explosive as his species tend to be. They're a thing what? I don't understand, is that a bad thing? 𝐾𝐚𝐲 says, their electric streams sparking brightly for a moment. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸's a dekuwhatif too, so what's the difference? Bool SHT. My planet has the highest score on the scale, there's no way that Fleshbag scored higher. That is not a good thing, 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸. Ida calls loudly, almost completely drowning out 𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿 when he responds bluntly with, it isn't the highest possible score, it's just the highest existing score. Shut the F up, 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸 growls angrily. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 watches 𝐾𝐚𝐲 look between himself and 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸 in confusion, accepting that he's going to have to explain it a little bit more, preferably before 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐸 tries to start a fist fight. The scale technically goes up to 10, but there's only ever been one documented sentient species that reached further than a 6 on the scale. They're extremely endangered now because the wars between their species ended up destroying both their homeworld and, subsequently, a large chunk of the race at once. The fact that Terrans have been classified as a 9 and the planet is still thriving, or at the very least habitable, is, frankly, a miracle. Terrans have evolved and developed inventions to combat their environment and the non-sentient species that live on their planet. 𝐂𝐸 opens his muzzle to continue with the impromptu, and probably illegal, if the Council has anything to say about it, species lesson, but sudden movement from the Terran stops him from getting another word out. Without warning, the Terran sits up, its eyes opening sharply, pointed towards the back bars. The group freezes, everyone turning to watch as 𝐂𝐸 and 𝐻𝐻𝐸 shift back to their defensive positions guarding the students. The Terran shuts its eyes, lifting its hands to rub at its eyes. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 and 𝐂𝐸 are tense as they watch the Terran open its eyes again, slowly standing up on its hind legs. Right, bipedal. He remembers that from the report. 𝐻𝐻𝐸's feathers fluff up as the Terran looks around and spots them before quickly retreating to the other side of the cell. Its eyes squint until they are narrow slits, skipping around the group, looking at each of them one by one, and 𝐻𝐻𝐸 tenses under its gaze. He feels scrutinized, stripped bare, as if the Terran is peeling them apart with its eyes alone. It sinks back down to the floor, remaining focused on the group, never breaking its gaze. It seems to be making itself smaller. It was almost laughable, so unbelievable that 𝐻𝐻𝐸 wondered if it was some kind of bait it used to lull prey into a false sense of safety on its home planet. It keeps looking behind 𝐻𝐻𝐸, at the students, and 𝐻𝐻𝐸 lets out a loud and threatening squawk, not loud enough to hurt his bonded or his students' ears, but enough to draw the Terran's attention to himself instead. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 steps forward, putting himself in front of the students and flaring his wings out as far as he can. He meets the Terran's eyes, making sure to show no fear. He can't show any kind of weakness that the dekuwhatif might be able to latch onto, to exploit. He tenses, preparing for the worst, when the Terran opens its mouth. It speaks, and not only does it demonstrate the ability to use a complex language structure, it speaks in common. No fight. No fight. The Terran says, its accent so thick that the words are nearly indecipherable. It's like a slower and thicker version of the way 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 speaks, but the basic sounds are, shockingly, nearly identical. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵's wings lower in astonishment at the words, and after a moment of hesitation, he responds. You don't want to fight us? 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 asks, unsure of himself. Could this be a fluke? It seems strange that a dekuwhatif is asking for peace. His response only seems to worry the dekuwhatif further, and sounds shoot from its mouth, rapid fire, and most certainly not any of the known languages, loud enough that it makes 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 cringe in sympathy for his bonded. Again, strangely, its language reminds him of 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵's, but there are no words or phrases that are actually recognizable, at least not to 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵. Just as suddenly as it started, the dekuwhatif cuts itself off, switching to common. No want fight, it says, quieter than when it spoke its own language, and now 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 can't deny the fact that a dekuwhatif is asking for a truce. No want fight. The repeated phrase breaks his train of thought, and he inspects the Terran. No fight, he echoes, returning the sentiment in words he now knows the Terran understands. Its knowledge of common is limited, but the message comes across clearly. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 lowers his wings and steps back, causing the Terran to let out a huge breath of air, similar to the huffing sounds that 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵's own species makes. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 extends his wing to 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵, urging him to back away towards the kids. They were being offered an easy, peaceful resolution to the almost altercation, and 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 was not going to let anyone lose them the opportunity. 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 goes reluctantly, his paws padding softly on the floor in complement to the clicking of 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵's claws. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 settles into a seated position, but none of the kids or his bonded do the same. He waits a few moments, and, when everyone still refuses to move, he hisses, "This isn't a contest, everyone sit down right now. We are being offered an easy way out of this, so take it." 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵's eyes glide over the group, making sure to make eye contact with each of them for a moment. He intends to leave no room for argument or resistance. They can't afford to pick a fight right now, not without more information. The students slowly take a seat, all still. Huddled into the corner, until the only one left standing is 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 watches his bonded for a few seconds, but his impatience and anxiety win out. "Sit your butt on the floor, 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵, or so help me." He makes sure to keep his voice calm, not wanting to alarm the Terran, but he knows he has gotten his point across when 𝐒𝐻𝐸𝐵 begrudgingly bends his legs, resting his head on his crossed paws. If it weren't for his thrashing tails, 𝐻𝐸𝐵 might look relaxed and comfortable. He glances at the dekuwhatif nervously, unsure what its reaction would be to 𝐻𝐸𝐵's constant subconscious display of aggression. Luckily, their group effort seems to pay off, and it lays down with closed eyes, not asleep, if 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 is not imagining the slight twitching every time any one of them moves. For a few ticks, the room is tense, the silence roaring in his ears. Finally, someone speaks up. "I told you so, it's no big deal," Kamnari says, sounding smug. It didn't even show one sign of aggression. "Are you a Fing Morin?" Bakgo snaps, an aggressive smirk spreading across his face. They don't call it a dekuwhatif for SHTS and giggles. "Well," 𝐒𝐿𝐿 says blandly. "You would certainly be the expert among us." "The F did you just say to me?" Bakgo rounds on 𝐒𝐿𝐿, his voice raised. "It's not like it's meant to be a secret." 𝐒𝐿𝐿 crosses his arms, his eyes rolling. "You're the one always bragging about being some kind of big shot warrior." Bakgo growls, and 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝐵 shoots 𝐒𝐸𝐵 a sympathetic look when he hears the long, suffering sigh. "That's because Chian dekuwhatifs are settle down, both of you. I'm not going to tell you again," 𝐻𝐸𝐵 demands, his tails flicking sharply in the air. Though it pains me to admit, Bakgo is right. Not just anything gets the title of a dekuwhatif, and I'm not keen on finding out how this species survives on one. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 shoots Todoroki a smug look, who only tilts his head, his face blank. 𝐼𝐲 will never be able to read that kid. His worse than Shoei was when they were in UA together. See? I told you dash, can we not argue right now? Yoei cuts off 𝐵𝐻𝐽's remark, exasperated. I'm tired and we don't know what situation we're in right now. So can we just go to sleep now? She sounds, well, done. It's a feeling 𝐼𝐲 is more than familiar with. Yoei makes a good point, the lights should go out soon. Why don't we all call it early and just wait for the night CYCL? 𝐼𝐲 adds, his feathers rustling. He settles in close to his bonded, tucking his legs under himself and pressing the wing closest to Shoei gently against his fur. They aren't supposed to let the students know they're bonded, let alone the pirates. No telling how they could use their connection as a weapon against them for whatever they have planned. But these students have known for several rotations now, and they aren't quite obvious enough for the pirates to pick up on anything. Thankfully, the students go quiet without much pushback. They must have been more tired than they let on. Surprisingly, 𝐵𝐻𝐽 is the first one to lay down on the metal, crossing his arms over his chest and staring up at the ceiling. One by one, the others follow, until they have all made themselves comfortable, or as comfortable as they can be. A few clicks later, the lights shut off for the star CYCL, but it isn't as relaxing as 𝐼𝐲 was hoping it would be. As soon as the room plunges into darkness, sudden movement from the Terran's cell has all of them tensing. It sits up sharply, its head twisting from side to side swiftly. 𝐼𝐲 is surprised it hasn't gotten whiplash with its rapid scanning. Finally, after a few more ticks, it stops, turning towards them. 𝐼𝐲 freezes, and he can feel his bonded's muscles flexing beside him. The two strips of green fur on its face shift lower before the Terran lays back down, this time facing the opposite way, and makes itself smaller, bringing its legs up to what 𝐼𝐲 assumes is its torso. It takes a few ticks for his bonded to relax again, but when he does, 𝐼𝐲 releases a quiet huff of air as he prepares for another night behind bars. Izuku wakes up sweating, turning to his back to pull at his jacket before he's even fully aware. He wrestles with the fabric for a moment, opening his eyes as he finally manages to yank it out from underneath him. The cell block is quiet. Dark. Small, dim lights are spaced out along the floor of the corridor between the cages, illuminating the cell block just enough to grant Izuku the ability to see. He sits up, popping his neck to ease the strain of sleeping on solid metal, and looks over at the aliens in the next cell. He can't see all that well, but it looks like the majority of the aliens are grouped together. He supposes, then, that must mean he's the first to wake up. Izuku lays back down, trying to get a few more minutes of sleep, but is not even a minute into his attempt before he starts getting antsy. He turns onto his side, squeezing his eyes shut. How did his wonderful dream school experience turn into this? It was supposed to be safe. He remembers, very distinctly, how sincerely and earnestly his professor promised them that there were no risks. That nothing could possibly go wrong. That, even if something could somehow go wrong, she had the ability to take remote control of his pod. What a fin joke. Even if they did have full control of his pod, what could they have done? He should never have been put in any kind of spacecraft alone in the first place. Doesn't matter how prestigious the school is, they are liable for his safety, and having no adult supervision compromises that safety. Clearly. Given where he is right now. Izuku huffs, clenching his jaw. Maybe if stupid thing Professor Jara just listened to him when he expressed his concerns, he wouldn't be in this situation. He wouldn't have to figure out how to escape from an alien spaceship. How is he even supposed to escape in the first place? Izuku barely knows how to fly a simplified version of a human ship, and that's with assistance, too. He can't fly an alien spaceship, he can't even speak the language, let alone read it. On top of that, the aliens are leaps and bounds ahead of humans in terms of technological advancements. In short, he is utterly doomed. He holds back a groan and presses the heels of his hands into his eyes. Not only can he not fly the ship, he can't even get to the bridge to try to figure it out. At least, not stuck in a cage. If he can just find a way out. He opens his eyes, sitting up slowly. The lighting is terrible, so he can't make out many details, but there's no time like the present, right? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 pushes himself to his feet and slowly walks to the cell door, making sure to stay as quiet as possible. He'd rather not accidentally wake up his neighbors, after all. At first glance, the door seems pretty flawless in its design. The hinges are seemingly unreachable, surrounded by metal, and he doesn't see an easy way to actually unlock or access the cell. Yet, he knows there has to be some kind of mechanism controlling the door. They obviously couldn't have just phased through the bars. He smiles to himself at the thought, then begins feeling around the metal for some kind of latch. After a few moments, he pauses, his fingers curling around a small, circular device pressed into the metal. He frowns, uncertain. There must be some kind of access to it. The device has a different feel compared to the cold metal, but that's all his fingers can find. No handle, no keyhole, just a small circular device. Letting out a frustrated huff, 𝐒𝐿 moves away from the door. It must be some kind of technologically activated system, something he won't be able to figure out without seeing it in action. He walks around the rest of the cell, but with his limited vision, he can't find any checks in the armor, so to speak. 𝐒𝐿 clenches his jaw, turning to go back to his spot on the floor, but he stops. His eyes snag on the group in the cell adjacent to his own. None of them are awake right now, he notes silently. This is probably the best chance he'll have to get a closer look at them without the bird and cat aliens jumping down his throat. 𝐒𝐿 quietly steps closer to the bars separating him from the aliens, his fingers curling around the cold metal. He leans forwards, squinting through the darkness. The aliens are mostly grouped up in the same corner they were in when 𝐒𝐿 first woke up. They sleep in some kind of a pile, some stacked on top of others. There are only 3 outliers: the bird, the cat, and the red and orange-scaled humanoid lizard. The 2 former aliens are resting in front of the group, acting as another barrier between 𝐒𝐿 and the others. The humanoid one, on the other hand, rests a few feet away from everyone else. Perhaps they're some kind of outcast. Outcast, he decides, is a fitting name. Speaking of which, he should really think of simple names for the other aliens. Describing them in his mind every time he thinks of them is starting to get quite annoying. 𝐒𝐿 inspects the aliens for a few seconds, looking for standout features. The small, jackrabbit-like one, he decides, can be what's because of their little electricity stream. He'll just call the bird and cat aliens bird and cat, respectively. Simplicity is best, right? The bug-like one can be clicks, he notes, as their pinchers click in their sleep. He doesn't need to give the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 a name, he already knows their species name. As for the second lizard alien, the only defining thing 𝐒𝐿 has noticed is the clean split between red and white scales. It reminds him of a candy cane. As he thinks, he notices their stiff, almost anxious posture. MX, candy cane it is, then, do they have genders, is that a thing among aliens? 𝐒𝐿 is startled out of his thoughts when the lights suddenly flick on, blinding him and causing him to stumble back with a shout. His hands fly up to his face, trying to block out the light and ease some of the spots that appeared with the abrupt brightness. He freezes when the sound of movement in the other cell reaches his ears, followed by a cacophony of alarmed voices. 𝐒𝐿 presses the heels of his palms into his eyes, clenching his teeth. It is too loud, too bright, too much all at once. 𝐒𝐿 tries to take another step back, but he loses his balance, going down hard. He pushes his arms behind him on instinct. He lands 2 HUD on his left wrist and he yelps, yanking his hand back to his chest and letting himself fall the rest of the way to the floor. He looks around wildly before finally focusing back on the aliens across from him. If they didn't wake up when the lights came on, they're certainly wide awake now. Wide awake and staring right at him. There is a moment of tense silence. They stare at each other, gazes unmoving. 𝐒𝐿 holds his wrist close, trying to ease the throbbing. He doesn't move a muscle. Idly, he wonders how many times they'll end up in this same exact position. He knows the answer is entirely dependent on how long he's stuck here. He doesn't want to think about how long that might actually be. The stillness is broken when Outcast growls, stepping forward, but they don't make it more than a few feet before Cat moves to stand in their way. Red eyes, were they always that color? Pierce into his own. Cat's tails swish back and forth aggressively, and 𝐒𝐿 resists the urge to back away. He weighs his options quickly. His actions should be based on their motives. On one hand, if he backs down first, maybe they'll calm down. He doesn't know if they see him as a threat, but if they do, submitting might demonstrate his lack of harmful intentions. On the other hand, they could be looking for a fight. Any sign of weakness would only prove to portray him as an easier target. He SCKS in a shaky, shallow breath. He doesn't know what to do, how to present himself. He doesn't know how to get out of this mess. Fortunately, he isn't forced to make a decision. A rattling sound reaches his ears, and, on instinct, his head pivots to the door of the cell block. He watches it for a few moments, anxiety rising as the clanking approaches. Soon, a long beep echoes through the room, followed by a rapid succession of clicks. Izuku stands up, backing away to the far corner of his cell as he eyes the door warily. It opens smoothly, silently, and two aliens walk in, one of which is pushing a cart that is, in an almost comedic way, nearly too tall for them. The guard with the cart is an 𝐼𝐻𝐽𝐽, though their color scheme is different from the one in the other cage. Their skin is a light green down their sides and arms, fading into a deep purple around their abdomen. Avery, they look like they'd be an aviary. The other must be the same species as whatever that might be, with little trails of electricity jumping between their antennae. He's gonna call them Volts. From the moment the two enter, Volts doesn't take their eyes off of the cages. They scan the occupants slowly, until they finally descend upon Izuku. Do something, Izuku tells himself. Volts must be here to act as protection for Avery, but they don't have a weapon on them, at least, not one that Izuku can see. The electricity suddenly feels a lot more dangerous. He likes his lips anxiously, trying to think of a way to make sure Volts doesn't try anything. The reaction is instantaneous. The electricity stream between Volts' antenna sparks wildly, and suddenly Volts is snarling at him even as they back away a step. They straighten, pushing themselves up as if trying to appear bigger. Strangely enough, the action reminds Izuku of something his dad told him when he was young. Make yourself bigger, Nan, and make a lot of noise. You want to scare it off. At the time, he was talking about a black bear, and the thought is almost enough to make Izuku laugh. Instead, he stares, dumbfounded by the suggestion that he's the black bear in this scenario. He can work with that. If he assumes that he is the black bear to everyone, the question of a motive behind the aggression is answered. He was being viewed as a threat after all. The aliens are afraid of him. That is quite an interesting revelation. He tries to recall every possible creepy or threatening thing he's ever seen or heard of. Feeling only mildly ridiculous, he widens his eyes. Reminiscent of some of the horror movies he and his mom like to watch, he lowers his head so he's looking up through his eyelashes. Izuku bares his teeth as he steps away from the back of his cell, curling his shoulders forward while standing as tall as he can. Flexing his hands, he curls his fingers into a wide claw. The fear that is greeted with from Avery as they back up into the wall behind them almost makes Izuku feel badly enough to want to give up the act, but he can't allow himself to falter now. He's made himself a real threat. If he hesitates now, they'll see straight through his act. Izuku slowly stalks forward, making sure to drag his feet so the sound echoes chillingly off the metal walls. Avery says something in common, their voice trembling, and Volts hisses something back before spurring into motion. They open a compartment on the cart and pull out 3 trays filled with what looks like food. Volts slides all of them through a slight gap at the bottom of the door to the alien's cage. Then the guard rushes back to the cart to grab one more tray, which they push through an identical opening at the bottom of his own cage. All the while, Izuku refuses to take his eyes off of them, only moving to step forward when Volts gets to Izuku's door. Volts 𝐔𝐻𝐽𝐽 away so harshly, some of the food gets knocked off the tray and onto the floor. Avery rushes forward as soon as Volts backs away, yelling something. The two of them hurry back to the door they came in. Avery presses their wrist to a spot next to the door, and Izuku drops his act, moving close to the bars to see what they are doing. On their wrist is a thin bracelet-like band. It's a matte black and sleek, flat to the skin. A few seconds after it touches a small black circle, similar to the one he felt on his cage, next to the door, another drawn-out beep pierces the air, followed, once more, by the rapid clicking of what he realizes must be the locking mechanism. After another second, the door glides open. Avery and Volts race through as if Izuku somehow got free and is chasing after them with a knife before letting it slip shut behind them. Izuku stands in his cell, simply staring at the door, for several seconds. Did two aliens, in literal space, on a literal alien spaceship, just run away from him? A giggle bursts from his lips, and he slaps his right hand over his mouth, his eyes wide. He was kidnapped. By aliens. That are scared of him. This time, he doesn't stop the laughter bubbling up from his chest. He's going to die here, isn't he? These aliens, who are apparently afraid, terrified, even of him, are going to be the reason he never goes home. The reason he never gets to see his mom again. The reason he never gets to graduate from Kaipa High, never gets to go to Rosette University. For some reason, the thought makes him laugh harder and harder, until he sinks to his knees, holding onto the bars of his cell for dear life as his cackling refuses to stop. Izuku gasps for breath in between his laughter, attempting to stop when his stomach starts burning from the strain. He tips forward, pressing his forehead to the cold floor, squeezing his eyes shut. His hysteria slowly starts to die out, and he is left breathing on the floor, his throat feeling weirdly tight. He stays there for a few minutes, greedily sucking air into his lungs. When he finally manages to catch his breath slightly, he sits up, wiping tears from his eyes. He looks at the aliens in the cage beside him, pausing when he sees them. He barely manages to stop another round of cackling from bursting from his throat. The aliens have all crowded together at the side of the cage opposite of him, watching him with varying degrees of what he now recognizes as fear, wariness, and confusion. Per usual, Bird and Cat have placed themselves in front of the others, but they, too, stand as far from him as possible. Izuku looks away from the aliens, no longer finding himself to be very worried about an attack. He inspects the tray that was pushed into the cage, which is laden with a variety of foods. He shifts a few things around on the tray. He sees a few kinds of red meat, cooked versions of those same meats, a few things that look like they might be considered fruit, seeds, for some reason, and bread. It's soft, and he tears it open easily. It has the same consistency of bread, but the color is off-putting. He narrows his eyes at the pale red bread, bringing it up to his nose and drawing in a deep breath. It doesn't smell like bread, but honestly, it doesn't smell like much of anything. Izuku sets it down to pick up the various fruits. They are a range of colors and textures, each chopped up into cubes. He scrunches up his nose at one that smells remarkably like battery acid. Gross. He sets the 3 cubes of that monstrosity to the side and picks one up that's neon pink. It smells kind of like jasmine. He's pretty sure food isn't supposed to smell like that, but what does he know? He's in space, space is weird. Izuku glances up at the aliens again, who are still watching him intently, not having moved from their positions. Very weird. He takes the tiniest bite he can possibly manage, and his eyes widen at the delightful flavor. It kind of tastes like a cross between jasmine tea, which makes sense, and oranges. Izuku smiles, pulling the other 2 cubes closer to him and shoving the rest of the first one into his mouth. Izuku skips over the seeds, deciding to try out the few different cooked meats on the tray instead. The first one he picks up is colored a deep blue, the meat tender and easy to pull apart, although his left wrist twinges in pain when he does so, finally moving the joint. He sniffs at it, but it's odorless. He supposes it makes sense that they would leave it unseasoned, although, for all he knows, seasoning may not even be a thing in space. Shrugging to himself, he takes a bite, chewing slowly. The texture is interesting, stringy and shockingly easy to bite into. It practically falls apart as soon as he begins to chew. It doesn't taste bad, but the flavor as a whole is lacking. Bland. This is why, he decides, no one eats unseasoned meat. He moves on, leaning forward to grab another type of meat, dark red in the middle, though darker on the top and bottom. It reminds him of steak. That's a good sign, at least. This meat has an odd smell to it, one he doesn't have the words to describe very well. It almost smells like sulfur, but not quite at the same time. He slowly, more hesitantly and gently than before, tears away part of the cubed meat, popping it into his mouth. It's tougher than it looks, forcing him to chew even harder than usual to cut through it. It tastes fine. At least it doesn't taste horrible, as it's probably going to be one of his best options for protein here. 𝐒𝐿 shoves another piece of the same meat into his mouth before he can second-guess himself, gnawing at it as he pokes at something that resembles jello. It wiggles when he touches it, but it sticks to his finger when he pulls it away. He tilts his head at the substance now on the tip of his pointer finger, nervously rubbing it between his fingers. It's thick and slimy, leaving behind a gross residue on his skin. He sighs, resigned to his fate, then likes the jello stuff off of his fingers. He blinks, pausing as he registers the sugary taste. It's almost like honey. The texture lines up well enough, too. A strange aftertaste lingers on his tongue after he swallows, but it's not bad. He nods in approval, deciding that he likes alien honey. The last food item on the tray, other than the seeds, is a group of berries. 𝐒𝐿 eyes them warily, cautiously picking one up and crushing it between his fingers. The scent is sweet, which is a good sign. Probably. Hopefully. He wipes off the juice on his breathes, picking up a few more berries and stuffing them in his mouth. The food has been safe so far, so it'll probably be fine, right? Wrong. If 𝐒𝐿 a bitter, sour, disgusting flavor spreading through his taste buds, and he spits the berries out quickly. His breathing becomes shallow from the coughs that begin to rack his body, shaking his head roughly as if he can rid his mouth of the pungency. His stomach clenches, and he bites his tongue, holding back another grimace. Gross, gross, gross. At least he knows he'll never eat that again. It reminds him of a liquid medicine he had been forced to take when he was a kid. They tried to flavor it, some kind of weird artificial grape, but it wasn't nearly strong enough, and his throat burned on its way down. 𝐒𝐿 hastily grabs the container that holds what he really hopes is water. His left wrist throbs at the action, but he doesn't care, in order to wash the taste off of his tongue. 𝐒𝐿 tries to open it, but he can't figure out how to open the lid. It's not a twist like a water bottle, and it doesn't snap open either, or if it does, he can't get the right leverage with one hand. He can see the line where it opens, but he just can't get it to work. There's a loud chuff from one of his neighbors, and 𝐒𝐿 looks up. The 𝐿𝐼 holds up a container of their own and shows him how to unseal the lid. They squeeze the sides, then tap the top, and the lid pops up an inch, allowing them to pull it off. It's an unexpected but kind gesture, and he blinks at them slowly as he copies their movement. He really hopes this is water. When he manages to unseal the lid, he raises the container in a toast, offering them what he hopes is a grateful close-lipped smile. He purses his lips, looking back down at the clear liquid, his shoulders tensing as he gets a small whiff. It smells a little bit sweet, but nothing as strong as something like syrup or chocolate, so he takes a tiny sip. He threw away his caution with the berries. He won't make the same mistake twice. It's definitely water, or something close to it, but it seems to have some strange added minerals in it. It's refreshing, and the faint sweetness does a fine job of rinsing his mouth of the berries. 𝐒𝐿 climbs to his feet, still sipping at the water, holding his left arm to his chest as he moves. He makes sure to keep his movement slow, noticing the nervous shifting of the aliens when he gets up. His left leg tingles when it wakes up, his toes numb as he walks around his cell. He takes a few laps around the bars, nervous energy keeping him from sitting still. He sighs, pausing to take another sip of his water, and that's weird. Suddenly, he's tired. Well, not tired, exactly, just out of breath. Surely it hasn't been that long since he's had some decent exercise. It can't have been more than a few days since he was on the anchor, and he was exercising every day in training before he was, well. Anyway, the point is, he shouldn't be out of breath, at least not this quickly. Which means something is very wrong. He pauses, breathing out and then, slowly, drawing in a deep breath. He becomes a little lightheaded, his vision blurring for a moment, and 𝐒𝐿 reaches out suddenly, grasping the bars of his cell with his left hand to keep his balance, a large flare of pain rewarding him for the abuse to his wrist. What the F? What the F? It should not be this hard to breathe. Is it a panic attack? He wasn't feeling very panicky until now, and it's not exactly that his throat is closing up. It feels more like he just can't get enough air to sustain his body. He can't catch his breath, he can't catch his breath. Why can't he breathe? 𝐒𝐿 falls to his knees, gasping, struggling for air. He can vaguely register the shouting of his neighbors, the alien language coming out shrill and high-pitched, even while muffled by Izuku's own racing heart. His left hand is still holding the bars in a white-knuckled, throbbing grip, the fingernails on his right hand scratching at the metal floor below him. Well, he thinks to himself, mildly hysterical once more. If I wasn't having a panic attack before, I certainly am now. Izuku pulls his right hand up from the floor, scratching at his throat as if he could force more oxygen into his lungs. Oxygen. That's it. He needs oxygen. There isn't enough air for him on this ship, and is only just finding out through the symptoms of altitude sickness. He needs to calm down. His panicking is only exacerbating the situation. There's just a slight problem. Handling panic attacks has never been a strong suit of his, and that isn't going to change out of necessity. He narrows his eyes, trying to focus on something, anything, to ground himself, but the edges of his vision are already starting to fade to gray. Suddenly, something soft brushes against his hand, the one that is gripping onto the bars for dear life. The room spins when he snaps his head up, finally loosening his grip to rip his hand away from the bars. Black fur and vertically slitted eyes catch his gaze, and Izuku can't help but latch on to the distraction. Cat sits calmly, their tails swishing back and forth on the floor. They lean forward, their snout just inches from the bars. One of their tails rises up off the ground, and he watches as it slowly glides through the air, crossing through a gap in the bars. His eyes widen, self-preservation demanding that he run, move, get away, do something, but he just sits there. It's as if his panic attack completely shut down his limbs, rendering them unusable, paralyzed. Which makes sense, he supposes. The brain needs oxygen to operate, doesn't it? The tail hovers in the air in front of face for a moment, and Izuku finds himself only able to stare, gasping desperately for breath, his body still frozen in place. Hesitantly, the tip of the tail brushes against Izuku's cheek. His eyes flutter closed at the sensation of the soft fur against his skin. The tail shifts suddenly, causing Izuku to flinch at the movement, tensing, bracing himself for whatever it is Cat is going to do to him. Nothing happens for a long moment, the sound of Izuku's strained gasps the only thing warding off the tense silence. Hesitantly, Izuku pries his eyes open, forcing his blurry vision to land on Cat. They haven't moved from their relaxed pose, and Izuku's eyes scan their body before finally landing on those dark, void-like eyes. They watch him far too calmly compared to the hostility they displayed just minutes before. Far too calmly when Izuku feels like he might be dying. Is he dying? He really hopes not. He doesn't want to die, not yet, not here, not before he sees his mom again. Not before he sees Earth again and can stare up at a familiar splattering of shining stars from his backyard. Cat extends their tail again, this time wrapping it around his left wrist loosely, drawing Izuku's attention to the inflamed, slightly swollen stretch of skin encompassing the joint. Distantly, beyond his panic and racing heart, Izuku hopes it looks worse than it really is. The tail tugs on his arm lightly when he fails to show any form of acknowledgement, and his face twitches when a barely there flash of pain registers. His eyes flick back to Cat's face, holding eye contact once more. They stare at each other, Izuku with unfocused eyes, until Cat starts exaggerating their breathing. The end of their tail flicks gently against his arm in a steady rhythm. Izuku finds himself, almost subconsciously, attempting to mimic the slow rise and fall of their chest. It's a monotonous, agonizingly slow process that has Izuku drawing further into his head, but, piece by piece, Izuku begins to calm down. His breathing, though still shallow, begins to slow, and he relaxes his body, sagging tiredly against the cell bars. Izuku, his mind still partially in the clouds, makes a desperate noise when the tail begins to withdraw from his wrist, and the movement stills. Izuku esicas in another breath through his teeth, wishing, dully, that he'd been placed in a room with a higher oxygen concentration. Actually, scratch that. He wishes that he had never been kidnapped in the first place. His head lolls to the side, the world tilting, spinning around him before he hits the bars with a dull thunk. As darkness finally consumes his vision, he wonders, too, what he ever did to deserve this. We are but slaves to the whims of the universe, Nan. I bet it's dead. 𝐒𝐲 pauses, then slowly turns around. His tired eyes find 𝐵𝐻𝐻, and he sighs. these kids are going to be the death of him. Or rather, just 𝐻𝐻𝐽. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is, one day, going to be the death of him. 𝐂𝐴 can feel it in his bones. They aren't dead, 𝐻𝐻𝐽, and we shouldn't keep calling them in it. Terrans are sentient. Even if 𝐂𝐴 didn't know about the Terrans, who should be joining the 𝐵𝐴C Corps properly as a recognized, spacefaring species within the next 20 sun revolutions, today would have demonstrated their sentience well enough. He recalls the way the Terran had easily clocked the 𝐿RAC guard's fear. They had paused for a moment, before they had lowered their head, staring upwards at the 𝐿RAC and baring their teeth. He remembers the way they had suddenly stood taller, almost seeming to grow in size, their hands forming a deadly claw despite the lack of sharp nails. 𝐂𝐴 remembers being frozen in fear at the chilling sound of the Terrans stalking forward, their hind limbs dragging across the metal, the air tense as they waited for them to strike, as if the Terran wasn't behind bars, separated from everyone. How, as the guards fled, the Terran quickly dropped what 𝐂𝐴 only just then realized was an act. The Terran saw, or maybe even smelt, the fear rolling off the guards, and used that knowledge to make themselves an even bigger threat than it already was. 𝐂𝐴 privately wonders if that was a smart thing for the Terran to do. Can he really say which one would be better? Is it better to be seen as a major threat, a dangerous species, so that the guards don't end up using them as stress relief? Or is it better to be considered weak, defenseless, possibly inviting abuse from their captors only to use it to their advantage if, and when, they attempted to escape? 𝐻𝐻𝐽 scoffs, rolling his eyes. 𝐂𝐴 resists the urge to glare at him, red eyes blazing. You think, but you taught us, just a few weeks ago, how DMN rare it is for sentient species to develop on Death World planets. For all we know, it could have heard someone say no fight and mimicked it. A growl vibrates his chest, the sound filling the quiet room. I don't think, I know. Terrans have been communicating in common, forming cohesive sentences, with council representatives for over 100 sun revolutions now. And, wow. That is, quite frankly, a long time. This whole process has already lasted longer than it did for any of the other sentient species already a part of the 𝐵𝐴C Corps. Even 𝐻𝐻𝐽's species only took 10 sun revolutions to officially join the Corps. 𝐂𝐴 turns back to the Terran, studying their features closely, memorizing the strange smoothness to their mostly hairless face. It almost unnerves him, how unassuming, how unthreatening, the Terrans can appear to be. And those mood swings, he doesn't know if it is just this Terran in particular or if it can be blamed on the situation, or even on the species as a whole, were all over the place. They went from terrified to calm, to confused then to panicking, all in a matter of ticks. Even their expressions shift vastly from one tick to the next, their skin rippling and contorting in strange new ways with every emotion. And then there's the whole suffocation issue. The Terran moved around their cell nearly effortlessly, and then, seemingly out of the blue, the Terran's breath started to speed up. Their breathing became irregular and thin, wheezing and gasping for air, spiraling into a panic attack that only made the situation even worse. Of course, it makes sense that the whole issue could have stemmed from a lack of adjustment to the standard air particles used on ships. Planets that can support life tend to have similar gases in their atmospheres, but the percentages vary. What worries him more is how long it took the likely deprivation of enough of a needed element or elements to have an effect and how quickly it crippled the Terrans so drastically. It just doesn't make any sense. 𝐂𝐴 hates when things don't make sense. And yet, somehow, this Terran has quickly become the most confusing aspect of 𝐂𝐴's life, and he can't find an ounce of hatred for the creature in his heart. 𝐒𝐿 probably knows, why don't you ask him instead of bothering me, dunce face. 𝐻𝐻𝐽's enraged voice startles 𝐂𝐴 out of his thoughts, and he looks away from the Terran. Ask me what, Kamnari? 𝐂𝐴 cuts in, completely ignoring 𝐻𝐻𝐽's comment, too tired to reprimand the problem child for the way he speaks to his classmates. Again. He should probably just give up that particular endeavor. 𝐻𝐻𝐽 is more stubborn than a rock. I was just gonna ask how we discovered Terrans in the first place, and vice versa, you know. I mean, it feels like they just popped up out of nowhere a few decades ago when the council told everyone they discovered a new sentient species. How do you know that? 𝐒𝐿 asks, tilting her head. Kamnari shrugs. My parents were around at the time and were working jobs on separate ships. They didn't get any specifics, but they remember what it was like at the time and the general impression the discovery had on everyone. They've told me a few stories and given me some transmissions to go along with them. What the F does that mean? 𝐵𝐴𝐽 explodes, literally, with palms sparking dangerously. What he means, 𝐂𝐴 says, with an infinite patience that 𝐵𝐴𝐽 is slowly but surely chipping away at, is that 𝐿RACs have the ability to transmit snippets of memories, feelings, or knowledge through to each other and their offspring through their electricity. Yeah, so I knew about them my whole life, and then a few years ago I got really curious and spent around a week finding everything that was easily accessible on the plexus. 𝐵𝐴𝐽 snorts, mumbling a quiet nerd under his breath. 𝐂𝐴 wouldn't be surprised if, at this point, his eyes just popped out of his head, considering how many times he's rolled them today. To answer your question, 𝐭𝐚𝐲, the Council noticed increased activity in a solar system previously deemed unsustainable for sentient life. The only planet there that could have supported any life was a death world, so it was written off, but projectiles don't just change direction in space without any kind of collision or other external forces. So they sent scouts to check out the situation. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 picks up where 𝐂𝐴 left off, which, at the time, was believed to be pirate activity. The first few scouts went undetected, and reported back that there seemed to be sentient life on Terra. The Council, of course, sent more and more scouts for the next few sun revolutions. So imagine their surprise when they found that the Terrans had grown so advanced in their technology that they could not only explore their own solar system, but also pick up on our scouting ships. And they were starting to portray the beginning stages of expansion and colonization. It was quite the exciting discovery dash, but it wasn't all good. 𝐂𝐴 cuts in before 𝐒𝐻𝐈's infectious excitement can spread to the students, which would only serve to lower their guards. Terrans exhibited extreme aggressive tendencies, as I'm sure you all guessed. They managed to take out one of our scouting ships before we were finally able to make contact and settle them down. That's right around when the Council decided it was time the public knew. They were desperate to avoid any unintentional encounters that could lead to offending the Terrans and possibly even causing a war. A war? 𝐿RAC mumbles nervously. Were they really that, you know? A silence falls over the cell for a few seconds, and 𝐂𝐴 exchanges a glance with 𝐒𝐻𝐈. Unfortunately, yes. It was a reasonable worry, from what I can understand. Why are we even attempting to include the Terrans if they are such aggressive deathworlders? That is quite unbecoming of the Council. They are putting everyone at risk. I'm a thing deathworlder, 4 eyes. 𝐵𝐴𝐽 explodes, quite literally, as his hands spark at Ida. Todoroki crosses his arms and tilts his head. Well, there you have it then. You wanna say that to my face dash? A soft click, clack, click, clack reaches 𝐂𝐴's ears, and he twitches, his ears swiveling toward the door. He pushes himself to his feet and pulls his tails away from the Terran in one swift motion, halting any further conversation. Guards, he calls, his lips curling up into a vicious snarl. His bonded is up seconds later, stepping in front of the students as they make their way to the farthest corner from the hallway. You'd really think they'd be a little more considerate when they show up. The least they could do is not interrupt a conversation, am I right? 𝐭𝐚𝐲 nudges Ida softly, who coughs loudly. 𝐭𝐚𝐲, 𝐂𝐴 starts, both sounding and feeling extremely dead inside. Please just stand, silently, in the corner with the others. Okay, but you can't tell me I'm rude. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 flaps his wings suddenly, creating a loud whooshing sound, and effectively drowning out the rest of 𝐭𝐚𝐲's sentence. 𝐂𝐴 shoots him a grateful look before trotting over, his claws clicking quietly on the floor. No sooner than when 𝐂𝐴 places himself in front of his students do the doors open at the end of the hallway. 2 guards enter slowly, cautiously approaching the Terran's cage. It's the same 2 from earlier today, the 𝐿RAC and the 𝐿RAC. He almost wants to laugh at how visibly relieved they are when they spot the Terran. It looks like it's asleep, the 𝐿RAC says, their posture straightening. Great, the 𝐿RAC snaps with all of the confidence of someone who was not, just seconds earlier, seconds from shitting themselves. Then get on with it. Collecting trays isn't something that should take a whole revolution. Did it finish? Looks like it. It tried most of the things on the tray. The food techs can just pick 2 of the most eaten things. The 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼 takes an irritated step forward. Do I look like I care what the process behind this is? The 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 suppress a squeak and their voice quiets. I was just saying we can take the trays, it's eaten enough. And then even quieter, too quiet for those with normal hearing, you were the one who asked, Fivel. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 almost feels bad for the 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼. Almost. He thinks he's too tired for anything but mild amusement and irritation right now. What did you just say? The 𝐿𝐼𝐼 growls, narrowing their eyes. Nothing, the 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 responds quickly, starting to move back toward the door. Just that I'd get the others. The eye roll that follows, unbeknownst to the 𝐿𝐼𝐼, drips heavily with sarcasm. The 𝐿𝐼𝐼 stands in front of the cells, eyeing the Terran with suspicion, as if expecting an attack at any moment. In a few ticks, 𝐂𝐻𝐼 knows, 3 others will enter to act as added security when the cell doors are opened to collect the trays. If it weren't for that added security, 𝐂𝐻𝐼 is sure they would have escaped their cells by now, even if they didn't fully make it off the ship. But with his injury and 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐼 being limited by the closed-in space, it's too risky to try. Rapid clicking draws 𝐂𝐻𝐼's attention back to the door as it slides open, and he watches the 3 guards, the usual group, enter. The 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 leads the 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 and the 𝐵𝐺𝐿𝐿 into the room. These are the same 3 who dragged the Terran into their cell, and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 doesn't know how to feel about the fact that the crew felt the Terran required the same amount of security as their whole group. He feels like maybe he should be a little bit offended at the unintentional slight, but to be fair, they are a Terran after all. Alright, let's get this over with, the newer 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 says, their voice steady and firm, it commands attention. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 notes, not for the first time, that this gravity manipulator must be one of the highest-ranking members of the crew. If they ever need leverage, the 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 is who they'd need to target. The 𝐿𝐼𝐼 waits for the 𝐵𝐺𝐿𝐿 and 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 to get in position behind them before unlocking the Terran's cage door, easing it open far quieter than they usually would. As the door swings open, a low creak disturbs the silence in the cells, and the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 freezes, their eyes wide and set on the Terran. After a few seconds of continued stillness, they release the door turned to the 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼, gesturing forward as if to say, your turn, I'm not setting a foot in there. It's amusing. The 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 shoots the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 a long look as they walk past, clearly attempting to bury their rage. The 2 stare at each other for a few more moments before the 𝐿𝐼𝐼 leans forward, electricity sparking between its antennae, and the 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼 breaks eye contact. With a quick shake of their head, they step gingerly into the cell. Their feet seem to barely touch the ground with how lightly they walk on their way to pick up the Terran's tray. This is taking way longer than it needs to, and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 just wants to be left alone so he can sleep. Or talk. No, just sleep. The 𝐒𝐼𝐼𝐼 bends down when they reach the tray, but the second one of their hands touches the tray, a loud pop echoes through the room, and the 𝐒𝐼𝐼 drops the tray with a suppressed scream. And then, all of the guards turn toward them. Well, not them. Just back go. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 refrains from scolding his student as the 𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 descends into manic cackling, not even attempting to be discreet. Hey! A loud, robotic voice drowns out the last of Bakgo's laughter. You think you're so clever, don't you? 𝐂𝐻𝐼 tenses, his guard immediately back up. He steps to the side, putting himself in front of Bakgo and blocking the 𝐵𝐿𝐿's line of sight. Keep it down, and God, why are those translators so unnecessarily deep? Or we'll make you. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 lowers himself further, his hackles raising. His levels a harsh glare at the 𝐵𝐿𝐿, but it doesn't seem to faze it. Because of course it doesn't. He opens his mouth, but his ears twitch, catching the sound of a quiet intake of breath. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 blinks in surprise, his mouth closing, and his eyes flick to the side to locate the source of the noise. His eyes land on his target just in time to see the Terran's face scrunching up. Their body shifts slightly as they start to come out of their slumber. 𝐂𝐻𝐼, he quickly discovers, isn't the only one who noticed. The other guards have only just started to turn when the 𝐒𝐼𝐼 lets out a high-pitched squeal again. He swears they're gonna burst his eardrums and their claws make a dull scratching sound on the floor when they throw themselves from the cell, clutching the tray tightly to their chest. Close the door. They screech, but 𝐂𝐻𝐼 can see the exact moment that the Terran fully wakes up and processes what is going on. The guards won't be able to move fast enough. not with the 𝐿𝐼𝐺 and 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐵 scrambling the way they are. The 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 launches itself through the air towards the open door. At the same moment the gravity manipulator moves out their hand, increasing the gravity around the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 enough that it's a palpable change in the air. Except the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 isn't deterred. The 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 drops to the floor with a solid thud, its feet planted firmly on the floor, and then it keeps moving. It doesn't even take a tick to adjust. It just keeps moving. Running forward, quick and silent, barely more than half a haifu from the open door before the 𝐿𝐼𝐺 panics. They strike the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 with a strong volt of electricity that would put down most species for at least a rotation. The 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 ceases, standing up for a moment, the electricity visible in the way its green fur stands on end. No one moves as the seizing stops, waiting for the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 to drop to the floor, but it just shakes its head and stumbles a single step to the side. That's it, like it's nothing. Just as it steps forward, clearly intent on continuing to run towards the opening, the gravity manipulator grabs the bars of the door and slams it closed. The 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 crashes into it with a scowl, its fingers wrapped around the metal. 𝐂𝐲𝐸 half expects it to reach its arms through the bar in a wild attempt to grab one of the guards, but, instead, it just stares. No, it glares, eyes narrowed into slits and teeth still on display. Then, for some reason, its mouth changes shape. It goes from curving downwards to curving upwards, baring their teeth even wider, and dragging a shiver down 𝐂𝐸's spine. He'll make sure he never underestimates a 𝐶𝐸R𝐵, especially if he ever has to face one in battle. Luckily, thanks to 𝐻𝐻𝑖A's efforts, they seem to be well on their way to having a 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 as an ally, at least until they escape, that is. If they escape. Before they can ally themselves with the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 though, they'll have to break through the language barrier in order to even come up with a plan. Which definitely feels very possible, if a bit difficult, to say the least. On that uplifting note, he decides he'll be sure to get extra sleep tonight. With the bars of the cell now acting as a barrier, the guards begin to regain their confidence. They straighten up, and the gravity manipulator goes so far as to glare back at the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵, a challenging glint in their eyes. The 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 seems to register the challenge, and with a short but loud yell, they lash their arm out at the gravity manipulator. They miss the 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐵 and instead manage to scratch their claws, which are clearly not as blunt as he assumed, across the 𝐿𝐼𝐺's face, drawing BLD and a pained shout. The 𝐿𝐼𝐺 stumbles back, clutching at their face, a pained scowl aimed at the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵. The ☆ takes a threatening step forward, an outraged shout already escaping their mouth, but the 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 makes a noise that sounds like a cross between a hiss and a growl. The 𝐿𝐼𝐺 freezes just a tick after they started moving. The 𝐶𝐸R𝐵 bares their teeth, their mouth curling further upwards as they raise their hand. Their tongue slides across their fingers to like the 𝐿𝐼𝐺's BLD. They like their lips, and the 𝐿𝐼𝐺 curses loudly. "I'm not staying here with that thing. You on your own." The 𝐿𝐼𝐺 bolts down the short hallway, frantically pressing their access and clearance scanner to the lock. They keep glancing back every other tick until it opens and they rush through, not even bothering to close the door again. The gravity manipulator releases an outraged growl, turning to watch them leave, but they seem to have no interest, either, in remaining in the room any longer than necessary. "Grab the 𝐵𝐼𝐵 and take him to the adaptation chamber. I must report this development." 𝐂𝐸 makes a disbelieving noise at the half-butted excuse. He is ignored, which is probably for the best, but when the 𝐼𝐺𝐸𝐵 turns back to close and lock the door behind them, they send a withering glare in his direction. It only proves to make the situation that much more amusing. The ☆ steps up to the group's cell door, pausing just as they reach to unlock it. Their body shifts, harder plates emerging to cover their body as they glower at 𝐂𝐸. "One wrong move, 𝐼𝐺𝐸, and your little pet faces the consequences." 𝐂𝐸 clenches his jaw, resisting the urge to growl. He starts to lower his head, but, "Who the F are you calling a pet, you pile of dash? Back go." 𝐂𝐸 snaps, barely turning his head to back go into SB Emerson. Last thing they need is to PSS off the guards. Again. They have bad luck with sing off the guards. Last time they barely managed to keep everyone in one piece. A sudden, jarring clang echoes through the room, followed quickly by a combination of several, somehow guttural, hissing sounds and growls. The deep, bland tone of the translator follows just a few ticks behind. Shut your traps. Everyone except the daimyo needs to turn to face the wall. Now. If 𝐂𝐴 were any less zest, he'd find the difference between the emotion in the 𝐵𝐺𝐿's voice and their translator amusing. As it stands, he just wants to claw their face off. Reluctantly, 𝐂𝐴 slowly turns to face the back wall, his fur standing on end as he hears the sound of the cell being opened behind him. He keeps his gaze locked firmly on his students, watching as 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿, cursing in his native language under his breath, complies with the guards. Thankfully, this time, he goes without kicking up too much of a fuss. The guards and 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 leave the cell block quickly, and 𝐂𝐴 finally turns around to watch as the door shuts behind them, catching 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿's gaze with his own. 𝐂𝐴 dips his head, a silent encouragement for his student to stay strong and stay silent until he returns. The well-disguised fear in 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes fade away to be replaced with determination, just as the door clicks shut. On the bright side of the current situation, only 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 is required to have time in the adaptation chamber. All his other students are of species that adapt well and quickly away from their native environments. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 is a strong, fierce, and respected warrior among his people. If anyone had to be separated from the group for any period of time, well, he'll keep the fact that he's glad it's 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 to himself. I don't like it when 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 has to leave, 𝐾𝐚NARI laments, not for the first time. 𝐂𝐴 sighs, turning toward the 𝐿RAC and offering a small show of comfort, nudging the kit with his nose. 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 is going to be fine. He always is. 𝐾𝐚NARI acknowledges 𝐂𝐴 with a wordless noise, yet still he curls up on the floor, his electric stream faltering in the kit's somber mood. Out of all of the students trapped in the cell, 𝐾𝐚NARI probably has the most separation anxiety. He never responds well when 𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐿 has to be taken to the chamber to readjust his body. A noise across the room draws 𝐂�A's attention away from his meager attempts to comfort his student, and 𝐂𝐴 looks over at the 𝐶. They crouch down by the bars separating the two cells, their uninjured hand curled around one of the bars. They stare at 𝐂𝐴, and more specifically, at 𝐾𝐚NARI, who squeaks at the attention and grabs one of 𝐂𝐴's tails. 𝐂𝐴's entire body tenses at the extremely offensive action, barely refraining from throwing his student clear across the cell, as 𝐾𝐚NARI uses the tail he's holding onto to poorly hide behind. The 𝐶 is still staring at them, their face fur drawn low over their eyes. No one dares to move as the edges of the 𝐶's mouth tilt down. They reach their hand through the bars, the appendages on their hand curling into a fist with one pointing toward the door at the end of the cell block. For a moment, the 𝐶's mouth twists and moves, no sound coming out, before they take a deep breath and open their mouth again. They gesture again to the door and say, "Danger." They tilt their head in an over-exaggerated motion. It's clearly a question, and 𝐂�A's eyes widen slightly when it clicks. No, he responds simply, trying to limit himself to words he knows the 𝐶 can understand. Unfortunately, his options are slim to none. He trails off, frowning. How is he supposed to communicate what's going on to a creature who knows, 3 words of the common language? Luckily, 𝐒𝐻𝐵 catches on quickly, and he draws both of their attention with a sweeping gesture of one of his wings toward the door. No danger. No want fight. He sounds like a child, and 𝐂𝐴 offers him a small smile. Miraculously, it seems to get the message across. The 𝐶 relaxes and points to the door again, a little more sure of themselves. Peace. At the twin nods they receive, the corners of their mouth tilt back up. Truce. 𝐂𝐴 is about to nod again, but he pauses. Do they actually know what they are saying, or are they mimicking right now? He exchanges an uncertain look with his bonded. No, he says slowly, watching closely as the 𝐶 seems to tense at the word. Truce, no. Peace. The 𝐶 blinks at him, their expression concerningly blank. He decides to take it a step farther. I want fight. He points to the door at the end of his sentence with one of his tails, exaggerating the movement so the 𝐶 turns to look at where he's pointing. Danger, he continues, gesturing to his students. His students for whom he's sacrificed so much to protect. The 𝐶's face fur scrunches together. 𝐂𝐴 waits patiently for the 𝐶's response. They point at the door. Fight, yes. Okay, so that's another word they can use. At least he's making some progress. 𝐂𝐲𝐽 nods his head firmly, yes. The Terran tilts their head in the other direction, lowering themselves to the floor and crossing their legs. Both arms rest on their knees, their hands through the bars. 𝐂𝐲𝐽 takes the initiative to move closer, sitting just outside of the Terran's reach. It's disconcerting how steady the Terran's eyes are on him, never breaking eye contact, and it makes his fur stand on end, but he's making progress. He can't give up now. The Terran raises their uninjured hand, bringing it back through the bars to press flat against their chest. In a deep, rough-sounding language, they say, Midoriya. When 𝐂𝐲𝐽 fails to respond, unsure what's being said to him, the Terran repeats themselves, their tone firmer, perhaps even a bit harsh. Midoriya. 𝐂𝐲𝐽 hesitantly looks back at his bonded, but 𝐒𝐻𝐈 merely ruffles his neck feathers, the 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐽 way of saying I have no idea. A very annoyed-sounding huff from the Terran draws 𝐂𝐲𝐽 back to the task at hand. Midoriya, they say, now pointing at themselves. The word is stretched and enunciated, and 𝐂𝐲𝐽 tries his best to repeat whatever it is they want him to say. Me. Aura. The Terran's mouth pulls further downward, so 𝐂𝐲𝐽 tries again. Miura. Midoriya, they try again, and 𝐂𝐲𝐽 does his best, he really does. However, their language doesn't seem to be made for 𝐂𝐽's mouth. He thinks it might not be made for any mouth except a Terran's. Mioriya. Emoriya. The Terran seems satisfied enough, but their face fur remains pushed together, something that his learned displays negative emotion. They seem to know that he doesn't quite understand what he's saying, just mimicking it. It's ironic. Barely 2 clicks ago, he thought the Terran was doing the same exact thing. They pause for a few more ticks before straightening suddenly, startling 𝐂𝐲𝐽. They start slowly in common, lifting their hand and gesturing to themselves again. Midoriya. For a long, silent moment, 𝐂𝐽 has no idea what they're trying to say, but when it comes to him, he wants to bury himself alive in the metal beneath his paws. Of course they're trying to tell him their name. It barely even crossed his mind that the Terrans had names. 𝐂𝐽's an actual idiot. 𝐂𝐽 raises a paw with as much dignity as he has left and gestures to the Terran, Midoriya, and says, Emoriya, yes. Well, close enough, at least it gets the point across. Emoriya makes a side-to-side motion with their hand, but their face fur pulls apart and they nod excitedly. Yes. I am Midoriya. You. I 𝐂𝐽𝐴ZWA. 𝐂𝐽, he makes sure to enunciate, but from the looks of it, it doesn't seem like Emoriya will have too much trouble mimicking the sounds that make up his name. 𝐂𝐽. Point made. Although, 𝐂𝐽 feels like a fool for saying his given name. He doesn't know what order Terrans say their names in or if they call each other by their familial names at all, but it's too late now. Well, at least they are communicating and not trying to attack them. He'll just have to make sure to tell the others to give only their familial names to avoid any confusion. Yes, I 𝐂𝐽. At the confirmation, Emoriya bobs their head. Their piercing gaze flicks over to 𝐒𝐻𝐈, and 𝐂𝐽 resists the urge to breathe a sigh of relief when their stare leaves him, even if only for a moment. Emoriya, they point to themselves, 𝐂𝐽, truce. Relieved to finally get somewhere, 𝐂𝐽 bobs his head enthusiastically. Yes. Emoriya tilts their head, their attention back to 𝐂𝐽, staring at him and making his hackles rise slightly. Finally, Emoriya leans forward, their mouth curving up and baring their teeth as they grab the bars separating the cells. War. What an O. A breathy sound, is that laughter, escapes them, jostling their whole body, and they mumble something in their language, covering their mouth with their hands. And, by the ancestors, they act like a problem child. He hopes not every mature Terran acts like this. That would mean an entire species of headaches is waiting for him. His whole body shakes with the force of his laughter, and Izuku can't help the relief that floods through him. He doesn't know if he's laughing because he's genuinely happy or if he's just grateful to have found allies, but he doesn't care. Instead, he revels in the moment. He keeps his good hand firmly in front of his mouth, blocking the smile that has encompassed the lower half of his face. Izuku has become more than aware that the aliens find his smile threatening, using it gleefully against the guards whenever they come into the cell block. Izuku's gaze drifts slowly back toward Cat, their fur sticking out oddly from being raised in alarm too many times. When their eyes meet, his breath is nearly scared from his lungs. The alien looks exasperated, yes, but he almost looks fond. As much as a giant cat alien can look fond at least. It's a look he'd only ever received from his parents, and he thinks that if he weren't laughing so hard, he might have burst into tears. Cat, 𝐭, suddenly reminds him of his dad, and the thought makes his throat close up. As his laughter dies out, he can't help but wonder if his dad would be proud of him. At this point, he's probably made it farther than his father, or any human ever, for that matter, ever went, but it wasn't of his own accord. This couldn't even really be considered an accomplishment. He'd gotten snatched out of space when he was so close to those who were supposed to protect him. Izuku is alone out here, with nothing but a group of aliens who barely tolerate his presence as allies. The situation reminds him of something his dad once said to him, and it helps alleviate some of the ache in his chest. There is no such thing as a true vacuum, even in space, so remember, you are never alone. Well, Dad, he wants to say. I feel pretty alone right now. Izuku forces himself to stop thinking about his father, refusing to be reduced to a sobbing mess in front of the aliens. Not that they'd understand what was happening. It would probably be very confusing to them. Izuku focuses back on Cat, on 𝐭, looking for a way to communicate further. If they want to fight their way out, they need to come up with a plan, they need to work as a team. There's a gaping canyon between them, the sides lined with loose rocks and defined by jagged edges. How is Izuku supposed to cross to the other side when he can't even see a path to begin with? And then, like they were reading his thoughts, can some aliens read thoughts? Bird casts him a rope to grab onto. 𝐒𝐻𝐈. Izuku looks at Bird blankly, unsure what that word means. Bird spreads a wing in Cat's direction and says, 𝐭. Then they bring their wing back in towards themselves and repeat the word. 𝐒𝐻𝐈. With the realization that they are telling him their name comes hope, and Izuku grabs the offered rope in a vice-like hold. Izuku mimics the sounds of the name, surprised when it comes easily to him. The language rolls across his tongue like water. 𝐒𝐻𝐈. Celebratory chittering has his lips forming a toothless smile, and one of the other aliens steps forward slowly at 𝐭's gesture. 𝐾𝐽, whose bug-like appearance still makes him shiver uncomfortably, makes a sharp motion with their arm before opening their mouth. The sound that follows is something straight from his nightmares, and he jerks back violently with a gasp. 𝐾𝐽 freezes, their pupils visibly shrinking. They start speaking rapidly, and Izuku's head snaps towards Cat, who looks seconds away from keeling over. Izuku isn't sure how he knows that, it's just the vibe he gets from Cat, 𝐭. This is getting ridiculous, he thinks to himself. It's 𝐭, get it right Izuku. Izuku purses his lips, sending 𝐭 what he hopes is a pleading, please help me look. 𝐭 seems to catch the meaning of his look and takes over for 𝐾𝐽. With an almost lazy flick of one of their tails, 𝐭 says, 𝐸𝐷a. 𝐾𝐽's mouth shuts with an audible clack. 𝐸𝐷a. Izuku tilts his head purposefully, and tries to repeat the name back to 𝐭. 𝐸𝐷a. It sounds off to him, and he frowns. 𝐭, as he expected, flattens his ears to his head in response. It reminds him of a normal cat sphere response, but this is clearly a non-verbal negative. 𝐻 repeats, and this time, he hears it. The beginning is a little higher in pitch and almost sounds choked off. Like wheezing, but not. He scrunches up his nose in concentration and starts trying to imitate the noise. At first he starts with the normal, human sound for an and tries to raise it up like 𝐭 did, but his voice breaks and he has to clear his throat to try again. This time, he shifts his tongue so it's laying flat in his mouth and tries again, but the sound is too flat and he doesn't know the word for it. It's not airy enough, he supposes. 𝐭 made it sound more like a sigh than whatever he's making. So this time, he tries the opposite strategy, pushing the base of his tongue all the way back and up to the roof of his mouth. The sound comes out almost perfect, but the pitch is too deep, so he raises his voice into his falsetto region and tries one more time. It comes out perfect. Izuku smiles widely at his accomplishment, quickly raising his hand to cover his mouth to avoid setting off the aliens. 𝐸𝐷a. Izuku's imitation is near perfect, if he does say so himself. Plus, even if it's not perfect, he's trying to say the name of someone who has the facial structure of an insect. He thinks he deserves a little bit of slack. Izuku, embarrassingly, waits for 𝐂𝐲 to purr in approval at him, but all he gets are stares from the aliens. Izuku's smile falters, and he tilts his head again to show his confusion in a way they understand, his hand dropping into his lap. Ida! He tries again. After another few seconds of silence, he frowns, his eyebrows pinching together. No. 𝐂𝐲 shifts, almost seeming uncomfortable or even uneasy, and responds, yes, Ida. That was odd. So, he was right. He glances at the other members of the group, who all seem to be feeling similarly to 𝐂𝐲. Ida, yes. He tries again, and this time he gets the affirming purr he was looking for, but they don't seem to be any more relaxed. He breathes out quickly through his nose, a little frustrated. He goes over his very limited vocabulary, searching for a word that would help him find clarification on this odd situation. Peace, he asks hesitantly after settling on one. That seems to bring a few of them back to life, and 𝐂𝐲 rises from the almost defensive position they had fallen into. Yes. Yes, peace, Ida answers hurriedly with a ruffle of their feathers. Right. He chuckles awkwardly, his eyes skipping between the aliens. Each of them seem to be making a point to avoid his gaze, although that's fairly normal at this point. When he finally focuses back on 𝐂𝐲, they look a little more relaxed. They bob their head at him, and he guesses that it's supposed to be some kind of everything is fine message. Then, they turn to look back at the others and say something quickly in common. 𝐼𝐴𝐵 steps forward next and speaks slowly, placing a three-fingered hand on their chest in a mimicry of when Izuku told them his name. 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐴. 𝐿𝐴𝐴. Izuku repeats the name back to them, their name falling from his lips easily. The sounds that make up their name sound a lot like the common words he knows. Perhaps they were never taught their native language, only common, or maybe their native language just sounds a lot like common. He has no way of knowing either way, not until he learns the language more fluently. That'll be a bit of a trial and error situation. Especially since Izuku is not the best when it comes to language. He tried learning Spanish a handful of times, and every single attempt ended in a spectacular defeat. He'd like to call himself fluent in English, but, if he's being honest, he never managed to nail down all the grammar rules. English is way too complicated, the sentence structure makes no sense to him and there are too many words for one thing yet not nearly enough for others. Not to mention all the rules they made up that they sometimes decide to just toss straight out the window. A rumbling purr of approval draws his attention back to the others. Izuku resists the urge to beam at how successful he's been with pronunciation so far, instead looking to 𝐿𝐴𝐾𝐴. He's pretty sure that's right, but he wants to make sure. He studies her face, which has flooded with a purplish color. He tilts his head, intrigued. Embarrassment doesn't make a lot of sense, but, then again, a blush's meaning might differ between species. Perhaps, for 𝐼𝐴𝐵, it's a sign of happiness or approval. The thought makes the corners of his mouth twitch up ever so slightly. 𝐻iroki. Izuku resists the urge to jump when the new, low voice reaches his ears. He turns to face MX Candy Cane, who, it seems, has decided to volunteer as tribute. Without any fanfare, they jumped straight into introducing themselves. They didn't even bother to enunciate for me, he realizes as he narrows his eyes. So, they clearly aren't particularly friendly. Duly noted. At least they aren't overly hostile, that's still a win in Izuku's book. Although, it feels like a little less of a win when Watts flaps their hands up and down, their eyes wide. A small arc of electricity flies from one of their antennae to the other, and the energy they exude almost makes him want to join in. 𝐼𝐾𝐚𝐲, they say, their voice carrying despite their small stature. Then, with a small, excited hop, they tack on a short phrase. Their voice remains light, but he can't imagine that they already forgot about his very limited vocabulary. He stares at them for a few long moments, doing his best to silently get the message across that I have no clue what you just said and waiting for understanding to flash across Watts, or rather, Kaminari's, features. So, he waits. And waits. Except that their moment of realization never comes. Instead, Kaminari turns to face 𝐻iroki, who stares blankly enough that Izuku wonders if they, too, did not understand what Kaminari said. 𝐼𝐺𝐸 lowers their head without bending forward, deliberate enough that Izuku can tell it's for show. Probably. 𝐼𝐺𝐸, you. Izuku tilts his head, looking at 𝐿𝐴, who just directs his gaze back to the pair with a quick flick of one of their tails. 𝐺𝐸 exchanges a few words with Todoroki, who just exhales heavily before responding with words Izuku recognizes. Todoroki, they say. The statement is then followed with a string of words. The same string of words, Izuku realizes with a quiet intake of breath, that 𝐺𝐸 said after introducing themselves. It sounds like, is it a greeting? Could 𝐺𝐸 be teaching him common? Izuku sits up straighter, trying to contain his bubbling excitement. Yes, yes. Yes. Izuku smiles, holding up his good hand to cover his mouth. 𝐺𝐸 steps closer to the bars, repeating the words slowly and enunciating each one. Izuku supposes it's pretty much the same as saying nice to meet you or something along those lines. He doesn't recognize any of the words in the phrase, sentence. It might not have a direct translation, or perhaps it does, but, if so, nice to meet you can't be quite right. Suppressing his smile, Izuku pulls his hand away from his mouth and does his best to replicate the sounds. It's a little harder than repeating a word, there's more to focus on, and it's difficult to remember exactly where the dips and pauses are. There are a lot of hard stops in common, which makes it hard to learn. Most human languages seem to flow together, passing in a seamless river of sound, especially when spoken fluently. Common is more like an engine refusing to start. After 2 fumbled first tries, he looks back at 𝐺𝐸 expectantly, moving his hands around each other in a circular motion. 𝐺𝐸 stares at his hands, looking a bit lost, and Izuku pauses. Obviously none of the typical gestures are going to be the same. Dumbass, he thinks to himself, the urge to slap himself suddenly very strong. He frowns, instead pointing at 𝐺𝐸's mouth and then hesitantly waving again. Maybe they'll get the picture now, otherwise, he has no other ideas for non-verbal communication. An arc of electricity sparks between 𝐺𝐸's antennae again, which is starting to understand must be some expression of excitement. They tap their foot a few times, a confirmation. Then they repeat the first half of the phrase, enunciating slowly. Izuku closes his eyes to focus on the sounds, trying to piece together where he went wrong the first 2 times. After a moment, he opens his eyes again and repeats what the bunny lookalike said, rather proud of himself when it turns out to be near perfect. Izuku wiggles in place from excitement, staring at 𝐺𝐸 intensely, waiting for them to move on to the second half. With another few taps of their foot, 𝐺𝐸 eagerly finishes the phrase. This part is easier and sounds a little more smooth. It's more familiar, and Izuku parrots it back with a confident nod. Yes, 𝐿𝐴. 𝐺𝐸 exclaims. The electricity between their antennae sparks brightly, and Todoroki jerks away from them. They say something short and quick in common, pulling a quiet response from 𝐺𝐸 that is followed by an odd sort of coughing sound. Todoroki slumps as they spin, moving over to the bars on his right and away from 𝐺𝐸 and the rest of the aliens. Wada squawks, drawing Izuku's eyes away from Todoroki. Once they know they have his attention, they make a clicking sound in the back of their throat and then look up toward the ceiling. Izuku looks up, only seeing the ceiling, and turns his eyes back to Wada. After a few seconds, they, too, look back at him and say something in common. This time, Izuku catches on to what they are doing a little faster, and he repeats the word back. He furrows his brows after he gets the affirming purr from 𝐿𝐴, trying to figure out what the word might mean. He glances up again. Is it ceiling? It could be metal, but they only gestured to the ceiling, so that doesn't make much sense. He tilts his head deliberately at Wada, repeating the word with a questioning tone. Wada and 𝐿𝐴 meet each other's gazes for a moment before 𝐿𝐴 steps forward. They look to their left, another word in common reaching his ears. Then, they turn to their right and say yet another new word. Did they just give up on the last thing? Were they trying to teach him bars now? He stares at 𝐿𝐴, taking a breath with the intent of finding a word to help communicate his lack of understanding, but the alien isn't finished. They shift their body away from them, to the left and toward the path to the door, and repeat the sequence. Izuku blinks at them, racking his brain. If it was just bars, turning around and repeating the whole song and dance wouldn't have made sense. 𝐂𝐲 turns again, facing the back wall, and delivers the same 2 words, again. When they finish, 𝐂𝐲 turns to face 𝐒𝐿𝐴 again, sitting down, and waiting for 𝐒𝐿𝐴 to copy them. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 faces his left and thinks of the word, facing the right and thinking the second. Every time 𝐒𝐴 turned, their eyes were looking at something different than bars and wall. He does it again, looking to his left, and then his right, and then it's as if someone turned on the lights. They are quite literally saying left and right. Directions. So if the second and third word are left and right, then the first one must be up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴, after finally realizing what's happening, smacks himself in the forehead. Hard. He's pretty sure he has a red spot now. Oh god, he must seem like a total dumbass to the aliens. Listen. He's tired, okay. It's been a long day. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 massages the bridge of his nose, heaving out a heavy, drawn-out sigh. After a moment to completely regret his entire existence, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 looks back up at the aliens, jerking back at the sight of their distress. 𝐂𝐲's ears are pinned down, and they look like they froze mid-step towards him. On the other hand, 𝐿𝐴 has their feathers puffed out like a very alarmed bird that was just jump-scared seconds before taking flight. Even Todoroki is staring at him now, their face scrunched up and mouth slightly parted, and, is that frost on their right side? Where did that come from? It's not even that cold in here. Frost shouldn't be possible. Kaminari makes a throaty noise that doesn't sound quite like common. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 turns to watch him, hoping for some kind of explanation. They point to their own forehead and then point at 𝐒𝐿𝐴, before tilting their head to the side. You fight you, do what now? For a few seconds, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 stays silent, thinking that he must have misinterpreted the words. I know fight, he finally settles on. Kaminari, determined, repeats themselves. You fight you, they declare as they mimic smacking their forehead. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 mimes the motion back at them, his eyebrows lowering for a second as he repeats the words in his head. Realization hits him just about the same time as the embarrassment does. They don't realize why he smacked his forehead, they think he's hurting himself. Well, to be fair, they aren't exactly wrong. He did smack himself pretty hard. Of all words for him not to know, okay has to be one of the worst. I know fight, he decides to go with. He taps his forehead a few times to emphasize the lack of physical injury marring his skin. Well, his forehead is a little sore, sure, but they don't need to know that. He clears his throat awkwardly, his fingers tapping together. They look a little more relaxed, but the blatant staring isn't very reassuring. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 abruptly turns to the left, repeating the word and the sequence of movements to demonstrate his understanding, hoping to move on from the awkward mess that was that interaction. He replicates the action in the only other 2 directions he knows, right and up. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 then tilts his head down until his chin touches his chest and falls silent, peeking up at the aliens underneath his eyelashes. 𝐂𝐲 catches on much faster than 𝐒𝐿𝐴 did, which causes his ears to heat up in embarrassment all over again. He elects to keep his eyes steadily on 𝐂𝐴 in an attempt to avoid what is sure are confused stares, if they notice the redness staining his features, that is. The other copies him, looking down, speaking another word in common. It means down, of course, and 𝐒𝐴 dutifully repeats it back to them. Up, down, left, right. 𝐒𝐴 continues after the rumble of confirmation from 𝐂𝐴. He repeats the sounds a few more times under his breath, pairing them with the other words he knows, burning them all into his brain. If 𝐒𝐴 wants to survive out here long enough to escape and go home, he needs to know the language. Bad language skills or not, 𝐒𝐴 has no other choice in the matter. He can't forget a single sound, a single word, or a single nonverbal gesture. He exhales heavily, a headache blooming behind his temples. He needed to buckle down and soak up any snippet of common he could get his hands on, and now was the time to do it. With a clenched jaw and hardened resolve, 𝐒𝐴 focuses back on the group in front of him. A few of them have gotten distracted, whispering to each other in hushed tones or studying their surroundings boredly. 𝐂𝐴 and 𝐿𝐴, however, are still watching him calmly, and that's all he needs. He meets their eyes for a few seconds before turning toward the door and pointing at it. He looks back at the 2, tilting his head. He's fairly certain that at this point they've caught on to what the motion means. 𝐂𝐴 looks between him and the door a few times, his ears flicking. He says something, and, after a pause, says something else. Izuku isn't sure if the two are supposed to be what door means, but he has a feeling they're just a little confused, as he was. Izuku lifts his hands until they are upright, doing his best to avoid jostling his sprained wrist. He holds them out flat in front of him. He then mimics the motion of the door, sliding his right hand behind his left. His hands drop back to his sides once he's done, and he watches them with an expectant stare while he resists massaging the area around his wrist. Luckily, 𝐲𝐻𝐫 seems to grasp the concept after another glance back to the door, and he reiterated the first word, at least, he thinks so anyways, 𝐂𝐲𝐻𝐫 had said previously. The skin around Izuku's eyes crinkle in a mock smile, and he echoes the sounds. The more words he learns, he finds, the easier it becomes to replicate the accent. 𝐲𝐻𝐫 whistles sharply, and the scattered whispering comes to a sudden halt. Once they have everyone's attention, 𝐲𝐻𝐫 scans the others. Their eyes quickly find Kaminari, who they beckon over with a sweeping motion. Kaminari walks away from 𝐂𝐻𝐫, where they both migrated away from 𝐂𝐲𝐻 and 𝐲𝐻𝐫 to mutter to each other. 𝐲𝐻𝐫 exchanges a few words, Kaminari bouncing from foot to foot in clear excitement the longer 𝐲𝐻𝐫 speaks. They go back and forth a few times, Izuku watching, intrigued with whatever they seem to be planning. Kaminari turns during a pause and calls for 𝐂𝐻𝐫, who moves over to join the small group. Ida and Todoroki stay by the bars, watching but not participating. He is unsurprised. It fits in with what he knows of their personalities. After a few more back and forths, they seem to settle on a plan, and they move into position for whatever it is. Kaminari and 𝐂𝐻𝐫 move behind 𝐲𝐻𝐫, and their faces shift into a harder expression. Mina, almost. They hold their arms up as if holding something, and shove 𝐲𝐻𝐫 forward, who stumbles a little before moving slowly. 𝐲𝐻𝐫 holds a more reserved, almost SBMSSV, demeanor. They walk slowly, stumbling every time Kaminari or 𝐂𝐻𝐫 shove their arms forward, despite never touching 𝐲𝐻𝐫. They do this all the way across the cage before they seem to deem their performance as complete, and everyone turns to Izuku. 𝐂𝐲𝐻 gestures with two of their tails towards 𝐂𝐻𝐫 and Kaminari, saying a single word in common. Izuku is proud to say he thinks he catches on pretty quickly. He says the word back, the syllables easily rolling off his tongue. He points to the door to the hallway, following the word he thinks is guard with danger. Yes, Kaminari replies, a foot once again thumping rapidly against the ground. Yes, Amaria, guard danger. The corners of his eyes crinkle again, the corners of his lips tilting up. At least he's catching on faster now. The others seem to agree with Izuku's elation, especially Kaminari, if the fact that their foot hasn't stopped thumping says anything. That is, until, just like that, they stop. Their eyes widen in realization and Kaminari 𝐻𝐻𝐵s back around to face 𝐂𝐻𝐫. Again, they exchange a few words that end with 𝐂𝐻𝐫's cheeks blossoming with a purple color again. She steps to the side and watches Kaminari, who waits for a few seconds before saying something. It sounds like a command, and 𝐂𝐻𝐫 takes it as one. She starts moving suddenly, crossing the cell, until Kaminari says something else. After the second command, she freezes, halting in the middle of the cell. It only takes a round or two of this for Izuku to catch on, understanding the words as stop and go. Handy. He's about to respond to assure them he understands, if only so they can continue with more new words, but Izuku is distracted by the sound of the cell block door starting to click open. Almost simultaneously, Izuku and 𝐂𝐻𝐫 both say, guard, except 𝐂𝐻𝐫's comes off slightly differently, probably the plural version of the word, if he had to guess. As Izuku has come to expect, the entire group of aliens crowd into the farthest corner from the door, and from Izuku, with 𝐂𝐻𝐫 and 𝐲𝐻𝐫 standing in front of the others defensively. The door slides open, and Izuku stands up, backing away until he's just a few inches from the wall. The guards from earlier march into the room, the two bigger ones taking the lead. Outcast walks between the giants, stomping angrily but not resisting. Their eyes stay focused on the ground in front of them, but every time they glance up, they direct a hate-filled glare at their SERs. T-Rex, dubbed as such because of their stocky nature and proportionally tiny arms, and Monkey, whose fur and dragging arms remind him of the tree dwellers back home, pull Outcast to a stop so that Volts can squeeze past. Volts unlocks the door to Outcast's cell and steps aside, their electricity sparking dangerously as they glare at the group inside. Outcast stumbles into the cell, pushed forward by Monkey, and the door slams shut. Outcast turns on their heel, teeth bared, a low growl emerging from their throat, but 𝐂𝐲𝐽 barks something quick and sharp in common. It's some kind of command, clearly, if the way that Outcast reluctantly backs down is any indication. Volts slams their fist against the bars with a scowl, filling the room with a loud clang that causes Ida and 𝐂𝐲𝐽 to flinch, before turning to face Izuku. He tenses when Volts steps up to his cell door, his throat tight. What's going on? Volts snaps something at the others, and the two bigger guards step up to flank Volts. Izuku, try as he might, finds himself unable to resist the flinch that jarks his body when some kind of stone-like plates emerge from under Monkey's skin, sliding out to stack on top of each other in a mockery of armor from the Renaissance era. His eyes dart between the guards frantically. He tries to slide back a step further, but his heel bumps against the wall behind him. Are they coming into his cell? Why are they coming into his cell? A lump catches in his throat, and he bends his knees in a poor imitation of a defensive stance. He isn't sure how to prepare for this, especially when he doesn't know what this is. Beep! Volt's wrist slides through the air, gliding past the small sensor on the door of his cell. Click! The lock releases. Maintaining eye contact, T-Rex swings the door open, using one of their 6 legs to take a big lumbering step into the cell. Shinso Hitoshi is ready to knock some Fing heads together. Quite literally. He's been kidnapped by Mother Fing aliens, caged like an animal, and faced borderline abuse. But that's not all. No, of course that's not all. On top of all that, he's being forced to run on no Fing sleep for at least 2.5 days. He's tired, he's hungry, and he's ready to go on a murder spree. He swears the moment he gets out of this tiny but cage, he's gonna punt the little yellow one like a football. Then he's going straight for the big one that looks a little like a giant cat, a fact that he refuses to acknowledge due to his absolute adoration of cats. This demon could never live up to the legacy of such angels. A glimpse of silver catches his eye, and he whispers to the right to face the sole source of all his pain and suffering. But saunters up to the cage warily, dark brown fur standing on end as there. Tails, which are still adorned with those stupid spiked metal cuffs, wave agitatedly through the air. Great, fantastic, Beach is back for another round of sing him off. Hitoshi sits up straight, or as straight as he can in his showbox of a cage, and glares at Fuckface as they stop in front of him. The stupid Energizer bunny tails after them, eyeing Hitoshi like he's the butt. He bares his teeth, one of the only surefire techniques he knows will unsettle the alien bestiaries. He's rewarded with the full body shiver from the 99-cent joy buzzer. But Kissa slams one of their tails against the top of the cage, the sound of metal striking metal leaving a persistent ringing in his ears. After being jolted awake by the noise all night, it sets off a Pavlovian longing to go on a rampage. Knowing he can't maneuver very well, he tries to settle for slamming his boot against the bars. The noise, much less annoying than knockoff scars, leaves him unsatisfied and with no less of an urge to rip their head off. He's still fantasizing about all the ways he'll exact his revenge against insecure swamp ferret, horrible, bloody fantasies because he's hit the limit on his nice meter, when footsteps reach his ears. Normally, this wouldn't be surprising, as he knows that there are more aliens on the ship aside from the 2 currently harassing him. However, the purpose with which the nearing footsteps walk concerns him almost as much as the quantity. The beats are rhythmic, overlapping to form a dread-conjuring chorus. It's different and unexpected, and the last time something was different and unexpected, he was kidnapped from a school exercise and shoved into this cramped, maddening hell. God, he hates it here. The creatures that walk around the corner are no less terrifying than the aliens that have tormented him thus far, and is forced to resist the urge to laugh at the comfort he finds in the consistency. At least none of them are friend-shaped. Well, except for eye-watering Muppet Stain, but they're the personification of an aneurysm, so they don't count. One of the new ones, the tall red monkey Mother Effer, steps up next to the other 2 while the second nears the bars of his cage. The alien closest to him looks strangely similar to the illustrations of extraterrestrial beings that have been circling the internet for decades. The extra set of arms is one of the only differences, and it throws him off. He watches them, letting the adrenaline rush into his veins and shoving down the anxiety that threatens to lodge in his throat. He has no way of knowing what's about to happen, but they're almost acting like they're going to let him out. He'll take whatever chance he can get, he doesn't care why it's granted. I'm ready. Open the cage. Let me out, cowards. Hitoshi is ready to go apes hit. Hitoshi shifts slowly, easing his legs underneath him so he can make a quick break for it the moment the cage is open. He already has a plan of action. He's going to lunge out the cage like the wild animal they've been treating him as, shoulder check the weird but ape, and take off towards freedom while the aliens are disoriented. Then all he'll have to do is find some sort of escape pod, get the F out of here, and, well, he's not sure what comes after that, but he'll figure it out. He has to. That's what he tells himself over and over again, even mumbling it under his breath. The puny alien that approached him raises their arm above their head and reaches toward a black disc mounted on the bars of the cage. A click seems to echo in the silent room, and all is still. Until it isn't. The booming bang that follows Hitoshi's lunging escape from imprisonment is so loud an ache forms at his temples. He collides with the monkey, who yelps as they hit the floor. It's satisfying, more satisfying than it should be considering that Hitoshi has never met this one before, except, oh, that's not the monkey. Hitoshi rears back as crack-obsessed, damn it, he's running out of insults, snaps their teeth in his face. He doesn't have time for this, he needs to get rid of the monkey and run. One of the Muppets, God, is he reusing insults now? He can't believe he's fallen so far, tails smack against the floor, metal ringing out against metal, and Hitoshi allows the rage to consume him. Almost with a mind of its own, Hitoshi's hand strikes out, his thumb digging into one of dim-witted hot dogs. There we go, at least he got one, eyes. Any and all reservation he might have had about causing permanent damage is long gone, and it's shockingly easy to sink his finger deep into the socket. The alien pinned below him lets out an ear-piercing shriek, using their front paws to finally shove Hitoshi off of them and to the floor before curling up in a ball of agony. He tries to dive back toward the demon, mother effer. Now is the perfect time for a perfect insult, finding himself to be less affected by the BLD pouring from their face than he's sure he should be. However, arms lock around him from behind, pinning his limbs to his sides and holding him in place. He throws his body weight forward to throw the alien behind him off balance, but it doesn't work. When he glances down, he can see why. The arms around him are covered in a hard plating, layered over each other in such a way that no vulnerable skin peeks through. A snarl curls his lips upward as he raises his arms as much as he can, digging his nails into the plates but getting nowhere. His fingers catch on one of the plate's edges, and he runs with it, yanking at it mercilessly, trying to pull it off to get to the soft skin below. Somewhere in the back of his mind, buried beneath the rage and the desperation, horror at his own actions builds, stewing and simmering and ready to overflow, but he's too far gone to care. The monkey, who he has just realized is the one holding him hostage, releases a low, pained grunt, and some kind of tired success leaks into Hitoshi's veins, renewing his determination. He struggles more desperately, intent on escaping this prison, intent on never going back to that tiny little hell in which he could barely move, when pain explodes across his forehead. Hitoshi cries out, releasing the plate and trying to cover the gash, BLD dripping down over his eyes and effectively blinding him. He wants to cry. He wants to scream. He wants to go home. But he can't do any of those things. So, instead, he hates. He hates, because he saw those stupid fing spikes dart across his vision, a smear of BLD, his BLD, on the end of one of the spikes, and he knows exactly whose fault this is. He hates that he knows he won't get another chance at revenge. He tries to take morbid joy in the fact that he knows the effer will, without a doubt, be blind in their right eye, a mark forever left on them by none other 𝐶𝐿 Hitoshi. He fails. Panic rises in his throat as he thrashes, desperate to be free from the arms locking him in. He won't go back in the cage, he won't go back. He'd rather die fighting than return to the fing kennel they shoved him into. Hitoshi thinks he would genuinely prefer old-school torture over that. Anything but that. Hitoshi is stopped dead in his tracks as his body seizes up, his throat closing up and his muscles spasming. It only lasts for a second, barely half a moment, but it's more than enough to snap him out of his thoughts. His nightmares. Hitoshi peels open his left eye, blinking several times to try to flick the already drying BLD from his lashes. He glares at the bunny, jerking his leg forward to try and punt the little BSD like he promised himself, but they're too far away, just outside of his reach. He clenches his jaw, his teeth snapping together. He just feels so helpless. He hates everything about this: the hopelessness, the fear, the anger. Movement catches his eye, and he does his best to turn his head to watch what he has elected to refer to as the stereotypical alien take a step towards him. They yank 4 circular metal pieces from their flowy breaths, holding one in their top 2 hands and the other 3 in their lower hands. Hitoshi has no idea what those are, but is not about to find out. Hitoshi swings his legs wildly, trying to keep the stereotypical alien at bay. "Stay the F away from me," he screeches desperately, barely even ashamed of the voice crack that spikes at the end of his sentence. "I'll gouge out your eyes, you hear me, you creepy mother effer. Just like I did to that other guy. You really want, get your hands off of me," he spits, breaths fast and panicked through clenched teeth. He's not entirely sure how he forgot about the extra arms, but 2 more wrap around his legs, holding him still even as he strains against the grip. The stereotypical alien quickly snaps on the first circular metal thing around his left wrist, backing away as Hitoshi lunges forward, snapping his teeth in their face in a mockery of what drooling sludge toad did to him. It feels much less threatening than when rotten tofu barnacle did it, but at least the stereotypical alien steps away from him. The monkey's arms tighten around him, squeezing the air out of his lungs. Hitoshi wheezes, twitching and losing some of his fight for a moment, long enough for the stereotypical alien to snap another cuff around his right wrist. The arms loosen and Hitoshi esicas in a desperate gasp of air, hacking and coughing as he renews his attempts to get free. Now that he knows the monkey can quite literally squeeze the life out of him, he refuses to allow the aliens to keep him prisoner for any longer. Or that's his thought process up until the moment his wrists are forced together by a strong magnet within the cuffs. They collide with a clang, the jolt so harsh it rattles his bones all the way up to his skull. He jinxes himself with a realization. "Oh, I can just slip out." It's innocent enough. The circular metal cuffs are too big to stay on his hands for long, but his rising hope is quickly squashed when they suddenly tighten to just before the point of discomfort. His shock paired with his inability to move his wrists even an inch apart makes it easy for the stereotypical alien to dart forward, clasping the last 2 around his ankles. He realizes what they are doing a second too late, and the magnets activate. The effect is much less drastic, but it is there nonetheless and impossible to resist. His feet refuse to move more than 2 feet apart, and his arms are yanked down toward his legs, forced straight in an attempt to reach as far as possible without bending over. Thankfully, they don't force him any lower, or he wouldn't be able to move at all, which would be arguably worse than going back to the cage. He kind of wants to go back to the cage now. At least there, his arms could bend and lift. Now, he can't even muster enough strength to raise his hands. He's effectively hogtight, without being forced into a ball. He finds himself mildly relieved at the fact that he can still stand up straight, but he presumes that the only reason is so that he can walk on his own. He releases a shaky sigh, inspecting the cuffs. They're probably a dumb thing to find so fascinating, but really, how can he not be a little bit mesmerized by the advanced technology? Even if it means he's rendered vulnerable and defenseless, it's still kind of cool to see alien technology firsthand. It'd be better if he wasn't being held prisoner by a bunch of cowardly space pirates. Hitoshi allows some of the tension to melt from his body. As much as he hates to admit it, he's at their mercy now, and he has a feeling they don't have much mercy to spare. Besides, it's not like he can do much right now. His mouth twists into a scowl, his tongue souring with disappointment. What did he honestly expect to get out of a struggle? He knows that maybe, just maybe, if he stuck to his original plan and just bolted, he could have gotten away. But, as the eye he can still see out of lands on flimsy pencil stick, wow, his creativity is really running dry today, still curling up on the ground, whimpering and whining, he can't bring himself to regret it. Carefully, the monkey lowers him to the ground. When his feet hit the floor, he resists the urge to spring away, hyper-aware of the vice-like grip they still have on his arm. He's out of tricks, and the best musicians know when it's time to end their acts. The air is calm for the first time in several minutes, and the silence makes way for quiet whimpering to cut into their minds. Hitoshi doesn't watch slimy fish face, but he can see them out of the corner of his eye as Hitoshi stares down the stereotypical alien. They are still curled up on the floor, their paws drawn up to rest on their face. The blurry view doesn't give him the ability to make out many details, but there's enough red to tell him more than enough. He bites his tongue to prevent a satisfied smirk from hijacking his lips. Hitoshi focuses back on the stereotypical alien, who is now barking orders at the others. They are clearly the highest in command at the moment, a fact which just serves to make him hate them that much more. If he gets another shot, they're getting punted first. The bunny won't be far behind, and then he's going after the monkey. When he makes no move to attack again, the stereotypical alien pulls out something small, flat, and in the shape of a square. It reminds him of an old-school cell phone, except much smaller. They press a few times on the screen before speaking into it, rapid-fire comment flowing from their mouth. Hitoshi stares down the stereotypical alien, not even letting himself blink, delighting in their discomfort as they shift from foot to foot. No one moves for a few excruciatingly long minutes while Hitoshi continues to stare the stereotypical alien down, hyper-aware of the tight grip the monkey has on his arm. He watches as the alien's anxiety begins to reach its peak by his unnerving stillness, broken only by footsteps coming down the hallway reaching their ears. Hitoshi resists the urge to back away from the corner that he knows the newcomer, or, worse, newcomers, will emerge from, instead electing to continue remaining perfectly still. The only visible change presents itself in his eyes, which he flicks to the right to keep an eye on the corner. The footsteps echo off the metal walls, slowly getting louder as whoever and whatever they are gets closer. The stereotypical alien keeps checking their little black device, getting increasingly agitated as the seconds tick by. When the newcomer finally rounds the corner, the stereotypical alien huffs in frustration and puts the device away. He only has a few seconds to revel in their disappointment before his eyes are drawn to the newcomer. They look very frostbitten, is the first thought that pops into his head. He proceeds to note, with a twitch of his lips, that can't be pleasant. They walk on 2 feet, akin to a human, with small, pure white scales across their body. They look like an overgrown lizard. Their nose, snout, extends from their face, long sharp teeth peeking out from their mouth. The stereotypical alien spits out harsh words, the language flowing oddly and almost stilted at times, and the lizard merely snarls in response before walking towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi shifts his feet involuntarily at the approach, the first movement he's made since the end of their little scuffle. In response, the monkey's grip tightens further, and if Hitoshi wasn't sure it was going to bruise before, he certainly is now. The bones in his upper arm creak, and he winces, barely noticing what seem to be either long nails or short claws, digging into his skin. This has to be a record for the amount of people he wants to beat the SHT out of in one place. Hitoshi's jaw clenches, his teeth grinding together. He bites back the urge to flinch away as the lizard draws close enough to reach forward, grabbing Hitoshi's free arm. Their fingers are freezing to the touch, and this time, Hitoshi can't resist a sharp inhale. His eyes widen as he looks down at their grip, registering the frost that has spread almost an inch from the lizard's hand. His attention snaps away from the sting of the cold across his bicep when the stereotypical alien starts snapping commands again, this time at Adolf Hitler. They stumble to their feet, pause. Slowly, keeping their head low as they limp past Hitoshi, glaring at him with their one good eye. Hitoshi allows a predatory smile to stretch across his lips, and he doesn't lunge, but he does clack his teeth together in mockery of a bite. They scurry faster around the corner and away from Hitoshi, and honestly, he'll take it. He has no idea what these aliens want, but at least one of them is scared of him now. He grunts as he is yanked forward by the monkey and the lizard, who have suddenly decided that now is a good time to start moving. With zero warning whatsoever. He hears the stereotypical alien and the bunny fall into step behind them, but when he tries to glance back, he is jerked hard enough to nearly throw him off of his feet. He huffs quietly, shuffling forward with steps just short of his normal stride, unable to step any further because of these stupid thing restraints. The walk through the halls is winding and long, and he quickly loses any sense of direction that he tried to cling to when they started. He can't tell if they are purposefully trying to confuse him or if the ship is just that weirdly structured on its own. He assumes the latter. He doesn't think they are smart enough to try to do anything that requires more than a basic level of intellectual prowess. Hitoshi's arms throb and eyes ache with the brightness of the walls by the time the sound of more people reaches his ears. Unable to rub away the blurriness in his vision, Hitoshi almost doesn't notice the group of aliens coming in their direction. They seem to be scruting another prisoner, their bright green coloring peeking out from in between another monkey mothif and an absolute behemoth of an alien. As they approach, the prisoner stumbles, barely stopping themselves from face-planting. They pause, and it's only for a moment, but it's apparently a moment too long. The monkey shoves them hard enough to send them to the floor, their knees cracking against the floor and their restrained arms just barely managing to catch them. Hold on. Knees. Arms. The prisoner raises their head to glare at the guards, climbing to their feet, and Hitoshi's heart stutters because that's a human. That is a whole but human. A human. And they look about Hitoshi's age, wearing the same uniform the rest of his grade had to wear aboard the Anchor. The jacket's missing, the clothes are a bit rumpled, and they are covered in what look like injuries from a fight, but Hitoshi is sure he doesn't look any better. The other human looks forward and locks eyes with Hitoshi, vaguely familiar green eyes widening in shock. Breathlessly, Hitoshi mutters in the suddenly too quiet hallway, "Holy S.E., you're human." "Holy S.E., you're from 𝐻𝐽. Greenie" is cut off by a smack to the back of his head, and red floods Hitoshi's vision all over again. The guards start shouting, at Hitoshi, at Greenie, or at each other, it's hard to tell, as Hitoshi thrashes in the alien's grasp. Twisting his body towards the monkey holding him, he slams his elbow into their gut, as hard as he possibly can in his minimal range. He does everything he can possibly think of, just to break free and reach familiar language and human interaction. Hitoshi raises a foot as high as his restraints allow it to slam into the lizard's foot, barely loosening their grip in the process. He realizes too late that while Hitoshi was struggling against his own guards, Greenie's guards have been trying to drag them past him. Greenie hasn't been putting up much of a fight, simply staring at Hitoshi, shock evident in their eyes. Hitoshi lunges toward them as they pass, trying to reach them, but the bunny takes advantage of his distraction. His body locks up with the electric charge that courses through his body, and the monkey utilizes the opening made for them, tackling him from the side. He lands harshly, a wheezing breath forced out from his lungs, and he gasps desperately for air. The attack finally snaps Greenie out of their stupor and they twist their arm suddenly, yanking it out of the behemoth's hold. The monkey near them, Monkey 2.0, if you will, doesn't let go, but, for whatever reason, their plates aren't covering their body, and they stumble when Greenie takes a few desperate steps in Hitoshi's direction. Greenie turns back to face them, just as the armored plates begin to slide out from under their skin, which, gross, and stomps on their foot seconds before it can be protected. With a sharp gasp, their grip loosens, and Greenie rips away from them. Motion to the right catches Hitoshi's attention, and he watches, a bit helplessly, as the other bunny darts forward. He tries to shout a warning, but he still can't breathe, and his throat feels locked up. It's over in seconds, and Greenie hits the ground with a pained groan, taken down in a manner nearly identical to Hitoshi. He isn't sure what he was thinking, really. He knew he wouldn't be able to do much, not with 8 guards concentrated in one area, but he hadn't been able to help himself. He hisses as he's suddenly pulled up, his breath having finally come back to him as his arm is nearly yanked out of its socket. On instinct, he starts trying to pull away again, but is stopped by the breathless sound of Greenie's voice. "Stop. Stop, you'll only injure yourself more. What do you want me to do? They could be taking us to our death's dash, they aren't. At least, not you. There's only one place that this hallway leads to, and I was just there. It's safe, I promise. I can't just leave." Hitoshi is cut off when the lizard grabs the back of his neck, a choked sound escaping his throat at the cold that radiates from the area. "Yes, you can. You have to." He meets Greenie's eyes, sees the command woven into the glare. This time, when the monkey grabs him to lead him away, he doesn't resist. "If you die, I won't forgive you," he calls over his shoulder. He barely catches the huffed "you don't even know me" that echoes through the hallway in response before they turn the corner, effectively cutting him off from contact with 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Hitoshi's mind instantly begins racing. When they escape, if they escape, they will need some supplies. Not to mention the fact that the fight ended with both of them even more scraped up than before, and even minor injuries can be detrimental. He isn't about to lose the only human he might see for, God knows how long, to an infection. He'll need bandages, some disinfectant, possibly stitches for his head wound. That won't be pleasant to deal with later. Wait a minute. His head wound. His head wound, which almost certainly looks way worse than it actually is right now. His head wound, from which blood is still dripping into his eyes. The lizard pushes him forward to start walking, and Hitoshi takes the opportunity to fake a stumble. Well, sort of faked, given these bindings are limiting his range. He makes an aborted motion with his hands to his head, even curling forward as he stumbles once more before allowing his legs to give out on him. His knees clang on the metal floor, causing him to wince as sharp pains run up his thighs from the impact. Probably more dramatic than he needs to be, Hitoshi rolls his eyes up into the back of his head and falls forward, twisting his head to the side to avoid a broken nose. Although, after how loud the impact was, he's a little worried about his cheekbone. The aliens begin shouting as Hitoshi lays unconscious on the floor. He makes sure to stay completely relaxed, his body dead weight, as hands grab under his arms and around his ankles. It's hard to stay completely immobile as he's lifted off the ground, his head falling backwards. He assumes it's the monkey who hauls him over their shoulder because their skin isn't cold against his, and the other two are too small to carry him like this. Imagining those two tiny aliens dragging him across the floor as they struggle to carry him is almost too much to keep from reacting to. The aliens walk briskly, a constant argument bouncing off the walls and into his skull. Carefully, slowly, Hitoshi risks peeking open an eye to watch their progress. He manages to discern the hallway, as they pass, that they came from and that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 disappeared into. After that, however, the identical closed doors blur together, becoming inconveniently disorienting. One door has a lot of conversation, or at least he assumes so, coming from it, so his best guess is that it's some type of common room or maybe a sleeping quarters. He would wager that it's something with high foot traffic. Whatever it is, it'll be good to note for future reference. The aliens come to a stop, and Hitoshi closes his eyes again as a door is opened with a long beep that is followed by some clicking noises. The monkey walks through the door, and Hitoshi has to bite his tongue when they smack his side into the doorframe. Hands hold the back of his head as he's lowered surprisingly gently, especially considering his now tender hip, onto what seems like a metal slab. A few more words are exchanged between the aliens before the footsteps retreat and the door slams shut. The sound of clicking and a beep, a sound that Hitoshi has come to hate, reverberates through the room, and Hitoshi is left in silence. Without warning, his cuffs suddenly seem to deactivate, a fact that he revels in, wondering if it is a technological error, until he realizes that the metal themselves are still as tight around his wrists and ankles as ever. He knows that this likely means that all of the guards have left the room, but he still elects to count to 60 in his head to be sure the coast is clear. Then, he slowly peels his eyes open. The first thing he notices is that he's completely alone in a very empty room. The only furniture in the room is the large metal table that he's laying on, as well as a few locked cabinets on the far side of the room. Slowly, as to avoid making any unintentional noise, Hitoshi rolls off the table and gently stands on the ball of his feet. It's a little more uncomfortable with the regulation combat boots the school requires them to wear at the station, but he has to make do. He has no idea when the aliens will come back, and he needs to be back on the table the way they laid him down in the first place. There are a few innocuous boxes or crates or whatever they actually are lined up on the floor in front of the cabinets, seemingly welded to the floor to prevent someone like him from using it as a weapon. That's a bummer, but he's not here to fight his way out. At least not yet. Not without 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Walking as silently and quickly as he can, he kneels down in front of the boxes. The same black disc that everything seems to have in this god-forsaken ship keeps the boxes inaccessible, but they aren't as tightly sealed as the cabinets seem to be. He slides his fingers along the edge of the box, feeling for a catch or a crack, something, anything he can use to his advantage. His eyes snag on a hinge as his hands glide past them, and he's about to move on, before he notices something strange. They don't look like any of the hinges he's used to, but that's expected. What isn't expected is the little divot in the side of the hinge that almost looks like a button. He holds his breath as he reaches for it, pressing his nail into it. His jaw drops when the two halves of the hinge, previously interlocked, slide apart with a soft click. A smile grows on his lips when he realizes what just happened. He yanks the lid of the box open, but his excitement vanishes quickly. It's empty, and, if the thin layer of dust indicates anything, it has been for a long time. He pushes the two halves of the hinges back together, watching as it locks back in place. Glancing at the door as his urgency grows, Hitoshi quickly cycles through all four of the boxes, stifling his agitated cursing with his fist as he finds nothing else but dust. What kind of med bay is this place? Not a single bandage or even a needle. Seriously. Hitoshi sits back on his heels and takes a few deep breaths to calm himself. If he's going to accomplish anything with his waste of a performance, he needs to think clearly. Logically. If the boxes have nothing, maybe the cabinets will. Surely it's not just an empty room with no use, that's a waste of space. At the very least, they would have remodeled the room into an isolation cell or something. Hitoshi stands up quickly, looking closely at the cabinet hinges. Unlike the boxes, they're all covered by a sheath of metal, which makes sense given that there is nothing in the boxes and probably, hopefully, something useful in the cabinets. The covering means that he has no direct access to the little button on the hinge, which means he's unable to access the cabinets. Desperately, Hitoshi runs his fingers around the hinge covers, trying to find a way to pry it off. He freezes as his skin catches on something, and slowly runs his finger back over it. It's hard to tell what it is he's feeling, maybe a dent from previous prisoners trying the same trick. Hitoshi listens for the door for a moment and, when he can't hear any movement, carefully steps up onto the first box. When guards don't come rushing in, Hitoshi stands as tall as possible to see the top of the hinge cover, only removing his finger when his footing is stable. Lo and behold, Hitoshi's salvation comes in the form of a very small hole in the top of the cover. Hitoshi steps back down from the box, racking his brain to find a way to get to that button. He needs a paper clip or a needle, something small and thin and straight. Something he can press into the hole and use to unlock the hinge. He gently pats himself down, hoping somehow whatever god or deity is watching him right now magically poofed what he needs into existence. Unfortunately, nothing happens to spawn in any of his many pockets, so that's a bust. Fortunately, Hitoshi happens to feel the boning in his jacket. His mom used to love watching fashion and design shows before she anyway. The point is, he knows that there's probably going to be a little metal wire in the boning to keep some shape in the jacket. Feeling an invisible timer slowly ticking down, closer and closer to 0, Hitoshi uses his teeth to rip open the cuff of his jacket sleeve. His anxiety spikes with every slight re-ip of the stitching. Without fanfare, Hitoshi pries out a thin, flat wire from the fabric encircling his wrist. The tip is rounded, to avoid any poking, he presumes. Stepping back up onto the box, he carefully forces the wire into the tiny little hole, moving his wrist around randomly to try and get to the button. As the seconds tick by too fast to be comfortable, he frowns nervously. He can't even be sure this will work. Is he wasting his time? Hitoshi is just about to give up when, click, the hinge comes undone and he hurriedly catches the falling cover. Removing the wire quickly, he opens the cabinet to an absolute goldmine. Dozens of pre-packaged squares of gauze-like material, packaged in a clear film square, fill the cabinet from bottom to top. Hitoshi wastes no time grabbing a decent stack, but when he goes to shove them all in his pocket, a dawning realization crashes over him. They might pat him down or check his pockets before he leaves, especially if they catch him up and moving around when he's supposed to be unconscious. If he's going to pocket these pre-packed squares of gold, he needs to be strategic in his placement. In stacks of 3, he lines the inside jacket pockets, keeping them as flat as possible. Once those 2 pockets are full, he shoves 4 into each of his boots. He keeps his breathes pockets empty for more supplies, and in the end, he manages a total of 14 packages of gauze. Not a bad haul, but he needs to keep moving, and fast. Clicking the cabinet door back into place and the cover back on top, He dashes to the next cabinet and repeats the process. There, he finds several sets of small suture needles in packages of 4. He starts gathering a few into his arms before noting that if there is anything that they will notice to be missing the most, it is suture needles. Hitoshi tosses all but one of the small packets back into the cabinet and slips the last into the pocket on the outside of his right leg. He also finds a few rolls of what look like tape, 2 of which he crushes into a more folded, flatter pattern to keep them from sticking up before tucking them into the pockets on the front of each of his thighs. The third cabinet goes by quickly. At this point, he has the wire to hinge method pretty much locked down. At the very least, he has a new skill set that will come in handy in their eventual attempt and success, his staying positive at escape. The third cabinet is pretty barren save for a few bottles of what might be a sterilizer or might be water. He'll find out later. Along with how to open them because the caps are weird as F. He tucks a bottle into each of the pockets on the sides of his thighs, patting them down as much as possible to lessen the bulging in his pockets. Satisfied with his collection, he wastes no time as he shoves the last cabinet back in place. He surveys the room one last time, ensuring that everything is as it was when he first arrived, before rushing back over to the table. As he sits down, he brings his hand up to swipe his fingers across his forehead. The cut is still tender, but the bleeding has stopped and is starting to dry. A soft sigh of relief escapes Hitoshi's lips. He was most certainly not looking forward to the prospect of stitches in his forehead. His breath, however, freezes in his throat when a familiar beep rings out from the door. Hitoshi barely manages to prevent his head from slamming against the table in his haste to lay back down, racking his brain to remember what exact position he was laying in. The clicking begins, and Hitoshi makes the last adjustment barely a second before the door slides open. His eyes are closed, but the footsteps that enter the room are familiar. That is, until he clocks the last, extra, pair of feet tapping against the floor. That leaves the group with one too many, and the thought that another alien, likely one he has never before seen, is observing him while his eyes are closed unnerves him. The aliens begin speaking in low voices, one of them moving around the room. He hears the beep click of one of the cabinets opening up and some ruffling around. If he had to guess, he would say it was the 𝐒𝐽's cabinet, but he wouldn't be surprised if he was wrong. The one that seems to be up and about approaches, and Hitoshi struggles to remain relaxed with them so close. That struggle is instantly tossed out the window, though, when something settles on his face. The performance was doomed from the start, anyway. He snaps his eyes open as he recoils from what seems to be another stereotypical alien, although the coloring is different. He half falls, half rolls off the table and lands on his feet in a cat-like manner. He backs away warily, only for his wrists and ankles to be jerked back to their previous positions, tripping him. He lands with a hard thud. He tries to stand, but the monkey is grabbing him before he can, wrapping those plated arms around his body and thighs to trap him in place. They must have learned their lesson the first time, this time pinning his arms flat against his stomach. Hitoshi's thrashes are a fight in futility, and the stereotypical alien too. Zero closes in. With an almost bored disposition, they reach up to his face, and Hitoshi leans as far back as possible, squeezing his eyes shut. Where he was expecting a punishment for fighting back, he receives gentle touches, careful and meticulous as they place a piece of thin cloth over the throbbing scab on his forehead. Hitoshi blinks his eyes open and looks down at the alien before him, mouth falling open when their fingers begin to faintly glow green. At least it doesn't hurt, he tells himself, watching the mostly pink alien wave their fingers in front of his forehead. They don't touch him, but a sudden itchiness surrounds the scabbing cut, and the green glow fades from their fingers. They crumple up the thin film of a 𝐒𝐽's pack, turning away from him and muttering something to the other aliens. The monkey lets him back down on his feet, and Hitoshi can only stand there dumbly until he's urged forward. He wasn't expecting any compassion from his kidnappers, as minimal as it might be, but, nonetheless, he finds himself grateful that the excursion didn't end in another useless showdown. The monkey and the lizard resume their positions at his sides, holding his arms at the elbow as they lead him back down the halls, retracing their steps and making their way back to where they were originally heading. The way back is just as confusing as it was the first time, and Hitoshi quickly accepts that memorizing the route is impossible. Instead, he allows himself to be pulled along, trusting that Greenie knew what they were talking about. Eventually, the group turns a corner, and Hitoshi spots a door at the end of the hallway. The rest of the hallway is barren, with no other rooms nearby, just as Greenie promised. Hitoshi's apprehension grows as they near the door. It looks more reinforced than the other doors Hitoshi has seen, and it has that same black circle, probably the locks, that the cabinets had. He resists the urge to drag his feet, knowing that the effort would only end badly for him. As they approach the end of the hall, they stop abruptly, and Hitoshi holds his breath while the stereotypical alien swipes one of their wrists, and the wristband on it, over the disc. After yet another beep, followed by a series of clicks, the door slides open with a whoosh. At first, it looks just like any of the other hallways he's been led through. That is, until he realizes that the walls aren't walls at all. There are 3 prison-like cells on each side of the room, with no walls separating the cells from each other. The last cell on the right holds a group of aliens, all huddled into a corner. He doesn't get a chance to really look at them as he's shoved forward, nearly tripping over his feet. Hitoshi bares his teeth at the monkey while the stereotypical alien moves ahead to the cell beside the aliens. They open the door with another annoying beep click, the monkey and the lizard forcing him forward. It doesn't take a genius to understand what's about to happen, and Hitoshi doesn't plan on laying down and taking it. Despite Greenie's assurances, Hitoshi struggles away from the door to the best of his ability. Digging his heels into the floor, Hitoshi lurches from side to side, trying to dislodge the grips on his arms enough to get away. He manages to get free of the lizard, whose hands have just begun to freeze, but the monkey holds fast, using their extra arms to grab his wrist as well. They yank him forward, hoping to knock him off balance. Hitoshi, knowing he has no chance if he tries to resist, decides to instead step forward with it. The monkey is taken by surprise, and Hitoshi uses the moment of confusion to wrench his arm away. He doesn't even manage 2 steps before his body locks up on him, sharp pain radiating from his wrists and ankles. Hitoshi's knees hit the floor hard, again, when he finds himself unable to stay standing, the pain fading away as the electricity stops. Mind racing, he weakly attempts to get his arms under himself in an effort to get up, but the monkey picks him up and literally tosses him through the cell door. He yanks his hands, which instinctively shot out to catch him, out of the way at the last second, barely managing to avoid a sprained wrist and instead landing on his shoulder before rolling to his back. He groans in both pain and frustration when he hears that stupid thing clicking sound again, indicating the activation of the locking mechanism on the cell door. In the same moment, the magnets in his cuffs shut off, and his unrestrained limbs fall apart. Hitoshi briefly considers mustering the strength to face his captors one last time before they leave, but, after the last few days, what's the point? He's tried everything he could to get free of them, and his one actual opportunity of surprise was wasted with revenge against a giant space cat alien douchebag. He's just so tired. Hitoshi doesn't bother reacting to the sound of the room door opening and closing, leaving him in silence, trapped in yet another cage. Alone once again, he tells himself. Although, that's not quite true, is it? He sighs, going back and forth between facing his apparent roommates now and ignoring them forever. With a disappointed frown, he surmises that ignoring them forever will likely be impossible, so he rolls over onto his stomach and slowly adjusts himself until he is sitting comfortably, or, at least, as comfortably as he can. His shoulder throbs from the rough landing, and he rolls it out, noting the lack of internal pain with no small amount of relief. It's probably going to bruise, which won't be fun, but a fractured or broken bone would be much more inconvenient. Finally, Hitoshi raises his eyes to inspect the new aliens, but after barely a second, his eyes are drawn to one in particular. His heart, which had finally started to slow to a normal rate, begins to PND in his chest again. He growls, shoving himself up from the ground and taking several rapid steps toward the bars that separate him from the others. "I'm gonna kill you," but he screeches. Hitoshi isn't sure what airheaded chicken did to get themselves put in a cell, but he couldn't give less of a SHT. All he cares about is revenge. F you, F you, F you. You deserve every horrible tragedy or trauma that has ever happened to you. All of the occupants of the cell are now pressed against the wall, seemingly trying to get as far away from him as possible. Doubt-eating maggot stands in front of them, fur standing on end and fangs exposed. He almost wants to laugh at the apparent threat. It isn't nearly as intimidating as it would be if the thing had 2 eyes. Hold on. Hitoshi narrows his eyes as he inspects the giant cat alien. Whoever they are, they clearly aren't pea-brain twit. For one, they have 2 uninjured eyes, and for 2, their fur is a sleek black from head to toe, excluding the gray appendage wrapped around their neck. There are also no spiked metal, whatever they were, on any of their tails. Deciding that the black cat isn't worth his time or what little remaining energy he has left after today, he spins on his heel abruptly. If he weren't feeling so done with, well, everything, he might have found the fact that his sudden choice to sit down against the wall likely gave them whiplash quite hilarious. Hitoshi leans his head back, attempting to try to get some sleep, but every noise makes his heart race. Hitoshi pulls his knees up to his chest and crosses his arms over them before resting his head on top. He focuses on his breathing, attempting, to the best of his ability, to avoid thinking about anything that has happened over the last few days. He is mostly unsuccessful, but he continues trying nonetheless. He isn't sure how long he sits there, lower back pressed against the wall, face tucked into his arms, and heart nearly beating out of his chest, before he hears footsteps. Hitoshi sits up so quickly that his eyes take several seconds to focus, black spots dotting his vision for a moment before fading away. He glances at the others, noting that they are also watching the door with apprehension. The cat alien hisses something at the others, and most of them crowd into the corner. The bird-like one stays a little farther forward than the others, but not by much. The usual beat-click sounds through the room. When the door whooshes open, the first thing Hitoshi sees is the head of curly green hair. Hitoshi forces himself to his feet, Greenie falling from his lips before he can stop himself. Greenie's head snaps up, the crease in their forehead easing with relief as they march towards the cell door. Hitoshi takes a step forward, but when he does, Greenie is yanked harshly to a stumbling halt. "Wait! Don't come closer, or they might not put me with you," Greenie pleads. Hitoshi scowls, but silently agrees nonetheless. He takes a step away so that his back is pressed against the wall, never taking his eyes off of Greenie for fear that the aliens might perceive it as a threat. There's a long moment of stillness before the stereotypical alien finally unlocks the cell door. Every instinct in Hitoshi's body demands that he take the shot at freedom, but he knows he would be rewarded with nothing but an empty cell. Not only is it a long shot right now, but he refuses to leave without Greenie. God, he doesn't even know the kid's name and is already attached. Back home, he was never like this. He was always the type to keep others at an arm's length, living under the philosophy that the less people he cared about, the less people he could lose. It wasn't lonely, though. He still had his dad, and he didn't have many friends, but he did have some. He met Honoka when they were both 6. She found him sitting alone at the playground after his dad decided that he didn't have enough friends and forced him to go outside. He'd been keeping to himself, but once she found him, she wouldn't leave him alone. Now, he couldn't be more grateful. Hitoshi and Honoka met Naoki a few years later, when they were in their early teens. Naoki wasn't as reserved as he was, but he wasn't as extroverted as Honoka, either. He saved his energy for his crazy projects, as he called them. Every other week, he'd come to school with a new plan or adventure for the 3 of them to try out together. Half the time they worked and half the time they ended in disaster, but they always left Hitoshi with new memories that he would cherish forever. The 3 of them were inseparable. At least, they were until they graduated from middle school. They didn't grow apart, but they were interested in different things. Hitoshi wanted to go to space, for one, and they didn't. It wasn't an issue at the time. They never would have let something like a little distance truly separate them. But now, all Hitoshi can think about is the last time they got together, when he told them about the field trip. "It's just for 2 weeks, I'll be back soon, and I'll tell you all about it." "You better. Not that we'll understand any of your nerd rants, but we'll certainly pretend to." "But..." "She's right, Hito. We may not understand, but we'll love listening nonetheless." They all left smiling, laughing, and promising to get together on the 5th. A day after he was supposed to get back. Now, he doesn't know if he'll ever go home at all. Distance wasn't supposed to be able to separate them, but Hitoshi thinks this kind of distance might. And after the last few days, he thinks he just wants to feel a little less alone. Greenie being pushed into the cell is anticlimactic after the never-ending day he's had, and neither of them bother to move until their captors leave the room. It's a long moment of staring at each other when Hitoshi decides to break the silence. Hitoshi is cut off by the force of Greenie slamming into him, knocking him back a few steps with an oomph. It takes his brain a moment to understand what is happening, but when he registers the arms wrapped around him, it becomes clear. Hesitantly, Hitoshi raises his own arms to rest, a little awkwardly, around Greenie, returning the hug. With every breath, Hitoshi can feel both himself and Greenie relax a little more. Just as Hitoshi begins to truly lean into the hug, Greenie pulls away, holding Hitoshi away from themselves so that they can make eye contact. Then, they just start talking, speaking so fast that Hitoshi barely manages to keep up. "Oh my god, I didn't think I'd ever see another human again, at least not here, and you're from the academy too, and it's so crazy, right? Like, we were actually kidnapped by aliens." Greenie squeezes his biceps, which they are now grasping, and shakes him softly back and forth. "Not that that's a good thing, it's actually very bad and very scary, but it's better knowing I'm not alone. Not that I'm glad they kidnapped you, of course, but I just mean I finally have someone who can understand me without a game of charades. God, I've just been so lost recently. I didn't realize how much I missed understanding simple gestures and expressions until just now. And when I saw you back there, I was so happy, but then I kept thinking that I promised you'd be okay, but what if you weren't? What if I wasn't? After all that, and both of us getting hurt, what if we never saw each other again?" Immediately overwhelmed, Hitoshi finally manages to shake himself out of his stunned silence, cutting them off. "Whoa, slow down. Holy F, please just stop talking for 1 second. Greenie's teeth snap together with a clack, but they keep beaming, bouncing on their toes like a toddler waiting to open their Christmas presents. Hitoshi takes a deep breath to calm down, stepping out of their grasp. Calmly, Hitoshi introduces himself. "I'm Shinso Hitoshi, him. What about you?" Greenie's cheeks flush a bright red, but their smile doesn't falter. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm Midoriya Izuku, him as well. Sorry, I know I talk a lot, I didn't mean to bombard you all of a sudden. Are you okay? You looked pretty injured back there. I know some basic first aid. Maybe you should sit down, or hold on. How'd you get that?" Midoriya's gaze has landed on his forehead, where the gauze hides what he now assumes to be a scab. "Oh, that. It's a little complicated. I figured we'd need medical supplies, especially because..." Hitoshi takes a second to pointedly look Midoriya up and down. "You aren't looking too hot either." So a new voice, deeper and obscured by a heavy accent he's never heard before, cuts in. "Midoriya." Hitoshi snaps his head to the side so fast his neck pops, eyes locking on to the giant cat alien. They stop in the middle of taking a step closer to the bars, their ears falling flat against their head, one paw lifted from the ground. "I'm sorry, did that alien just say your name?" Izuku has lived a good, albeit short, life. He has met alien races, learned a little about their language, and flown on an actual spaceship, as a prisoner, yes, but the point still stands. Simply by being kidnapped by aliens, he's crossed 5 things off his bucket list and he can say "I was abducted by aliens" with complete sincerity. An image pops into his mind rather abruptly. He sits at a desk, scribbling away, trying to write out new goals for his bucket list just so that he can cross off the items he never imagined could possibly have happened. He decides, in the same moment, to shove the thought from his mind with a silent scoff. Instead, he elects to picture a profound bucket list with a remarkable 5 items scratched out, and he concludes that at least his accomplishments can comfort him in his final moments. Not that Izuku ever really pondered this specific circumstance, but he would have thought he'd be more of a fighter. Raking his nails across his captors' faces, struggling in their grasp, generally making the whole ordeal a nuisance for the aliens holding his arms down. Cursing, screaming, anything really. Instead, he's calmly walking to who knows where to do who knows what, knowing that he probably won't come out in one piece. The thought isn't as scary as he thought it would be. For his whole life, he's had a healthy fear of death. The idea that one day, he'd simply cease to exist for all of eternity was terrifying. Yet, at this moment, his mind feels strangely blank, the adrenaline and anxiety that is sure will hit him later has yet to make an appearance, so right now he's just existing. He knows this feeling could probably be referred to as the calm before the storm, but it's still rather disappointing. His breath catches in his throat when the click of the door echoes behind him. He glances around, finding himself to be oddly frustrated with the fact that the outside of the cell block looks almost exactly the same as the inside. The walls are the same dull gray color, and the floor is decorated by the same lights. The metal panels that make up the hallway are broken up into triangular pieces. He finds himself resisting the urge to trace the pattern with his eyes, as is taken to doing in the boredom in between communicating with the other prisoners and scaring the guards. Izuku's left foot scrapes against the floor, and he stumbles. His right foot shoots out to catch him, and he pauses with his hands splayed out before him. They are spread as far apart as the cuffs on his wrists will allow, which isn't much at all. His left wrist aches when it is jostled. Izuku breathes a sigh of relief at avoiding the embarrassment of face planting on the floor, which quickly turns into a sharp exhale when one of the guards behind him decides he's paused for too long. They shove him forward, hard, and, this time, he falls to his hands and knees. He scrambles to get up and keep moving, but not before shooting a withering glare over his shoulder at the perpetrator, not that they can understand his facial expressions. If they did, they probably would have come up with some kind of punishment for his disrespect, although he doesn't think he'll be alive long enough for it to matter. Though, assuming Shoei was to be trusted, Izuku shouldn't be considering this his death march anyways. At first, he'd clawed and scratched, and he'd been clawed and scratched in return, but that didn't last very long. When he tried to fight against T-Rex, it quickly became obvious that they were simply too big. Izuku was too weak to do any real damage, so they grabbed him before Izuku could make his grand escape. Shoei had yelled the entire time Izuku was dragged from the cell block, and the only words Izuku could understand from the panicked yelling was "no danger, no fight." Which doesn't really make sense to Izuku, since Shoei was the one who told him that they won't fight the guards. Maybe Shoei was trying to tell him to wait, so they could come up with a plan that gets them all free. It's hard to tell with the massive language barrier between them. Izuku sighs, resigned to resume his death march. His eyes drift up, focusing on the path ahead, when he sees it. The sound of approaching footsteps finally register at the same time that he processes what he is seeing. Staring back at him in shock is another human, a student from Kaipa High judging by the uniform. Their hair is a deep purple that sticks straight up, some parts flattened and tangled together, with matching violet eyes. Parts of their face are covered in both dried and fresh blood that flows from a cut on their forehead, deep eye bags making their eyes appear sunken in. "Holy SE, you're human," they say, barely loud enough for Izuku to hear. Izuku tries to respond with the first thing that comes to mind, but he barely makes it halfway through the sentence. "Holy SE, you're from Quip Dash." One of the guards smacks him in the head, cutting him off and causing him to lurch forward, accidentally biting his tongue in the process. His vision spins for several moments from the force of the blow, and he blinks hard as he hears sudden shouting explode in the corridor. His ears ring softly from the noise bouncing around him, and he feels a harsh tug on his arms that have his feet moving mindlessly. He shakes his head slowly back and forth, squeezing his eyes shut and trying to rein his senses back in. When he finally gets his eyes to focus, he inhales sharply at the struggle in front of him. The other human, he'll name them Purple for now, suddenly lunges toward Izuku, making him flinch at the sudden movement towards him. They are stopped in their tracks by another alien, the same species as Kamnari and Volts, using their electricity to shock Purple, sending them crashing to the ground. Seeing the only other human on this ship, to his knowledge, he supposes he can't be sure anymore. In pain snaps Izuku out of his shock, and he struggles against the grips on his arms. He barely frees himself from T-Rex and Monkey, lunging towards Purple. That's about as far as he gets in the so-called fight, though, before he, too, is taken out by electricity surging through his veins. It is much more effective this time than the first time it was used on him, meaning that Volts learned and adapted after seeing his resistance to their first attempt. DMN. Izuku groans as he's lifted back onto his feet, but when Purple starts to struggle once more, weakly, but struggling all the same, he recalls what Shoei told him. Izuku barely manages to convince Purple to stand down, knowing that at least they are headed to a relatively safe place. His captors, unfortunately, are less than grateful, forcing Izuku down the hall even faster than before. He can barely keep up without tripping. Izuku manages to mentally map out 4 hallways before he loses track of where they are as he's dragged roughly around corners and down new hallways. The ship is built like a maze. It's a wonder anyone could find their way around. It must be massive, although he supposes the fact that it is capable of creating artificial gravity gave that away. A ship that big is hard to hide. He can't help but wonder how they got so close undetected. Humans are behind the curve in advanced technology, but they are quickly closing the gap, and a ship of this magnitude shouldn't have been capable of slipping by patrols so easily. Izuku plays with the idea of possibly, eventually, setting off some kind of signal to give the pirates away. Maybe he'll get lucky and friendly aliens will show up to the rescue. On the other hand, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that it would be friendly aliens who would see the hypothetical flare. Not that it matters, Izuku would need to get free of the cell first. Izuku is pulled to a harsh stop outside of a reinforced door. He uses the few seconds that he is stopped in front of the door to inspect it, and his eyes land on the tiny window looking into the room. It kind of looks like an airlock, he thinks a little hysterically. Did he really just completely lie to Purple? Oh my god, is he about to die? His breathing picks up as Volt steps forward to press their wrist up against a small black device. He does his best to reassure himself that they wouldn't go to the effort to kidnap him if they were just going to kill him. It doesn't work very well, but he knows that if he's going to freak out, now isn't the time. Taking a few deep breaths, Izuku forces himself to focus on Volt's wrist. Without the barrier of distance, Izuku can get a closer look at how the locking mechanism works. Hopefully, eventually, he'll be able to use the knowledge to escape. If I live for longer than a few more seconds. He decides to aggressively shove that train of thought into an extremely reinforced safe and toss away the key. A small green light on the lock blinks a few times as Volts holds their wristband steady, followed by the, now far too familiar, clicking of the locking mechanism releasing. The green light stops blinking just as the door opens, and Izuku is shoved inside. He stumbles forward, barely staying on his feet, the door clicking shut just as he turns around. He changes his mind. Where was that key to the safe? He's totally fed. Izuku is deciding between running at the door screaming and keeping his dignity before death when his cuffs suddenly detach from each other. His wrists fall to his sides, and he stares at them for a moment before realizing that his legs are also now able to move freely. He blinks, mind trying to rationalize what is currently happening. If they were really going to kill him, would they really leave this tech on him? They would want it back, right? The only reason to leave the cuffs on him would be so that they would have an easy way to detain him in the future. Which wouldn't be needed if he were dead. Not only that, but if this isn't an airlock, killing him would be easier with cuffs attached. He wouldn't be able to fight back as easily. Heart rate slowing down now that is fairly certain he hasn't been marched to his death, Izuku notices the sound of mechanical whirring. It sounds like a fan just kicked on. Izuku inspects the room, but he can't see any fans or mechanical devices other than the door. There's a few open slats on the ceiling that might be vents, but that's all there is. The room is entirely bare. He closes his eyes, listening for the direction that the noise is coming from. He inhales slowly, eyebrows furrowing, and realizes 2 things at once. First, the sound seems to be coming from the ceiling, where he knows the small vents lie. Second, his breathing in for much longer than he anticipated being able to. He snaps his eyes open, the pieces of the puzzle clicking together in his mind. They are supplying him with more oxygen. More accurately, the 21% that he's used to. In this small room, protected by a door that looks like an airlock for a reason, they are simulating Earth's atmosphere. His throat closes up slightly, a fact that he finds extremely inconvenient given that he's only just been granted access to the atmosphere he grew up in. Perhaps it's a dumb thing to get so worked up over, but he closes his eyes and sinks to the floor, leaning against a wall. Just for a few minutes, he promises himself. Izuku lets himself pretend. He can imagine he's just out for a walk on a trail through a forest. He's too deep to hear any voices, and it's quiet in the middle of the night. If he listens closely, though, he can hear the chirping of crickets rising from the bushes in a appealing symphony. If he looks up, he can see the stars dancing between the leaves of the canopy and the crescent moon, watching over the world, over his home, with tired eyes. Izuku slumps further against the wall, lungs filled with air that feels like home and the sound of leaves crunching beneath his feet, falling into the embrace of a gentle slumber. Your home is not your birthplace. Maybe, one day, you'll find a home in the stars. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 paces the cell once the door closes behind 𝐒𝐿𝐼a, for standing on end. He made an inference. No, he made a guess, if he was being entirely honest with himself. He has no way to know exactly where they are taking 𝐒𝐿𝐼a and no way to guarantee their safety. He knew that. And then he went and did it anyway. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 saw the guards, and he saw the fight that began to break out. He knew how unlikely it was that the Terran would actually escape, and he decided that he didn't want them to get even more injured than they already were. So he lied to them. What if they aren't taking them to the adaptation chamber? What if they don't come back? Did 𝐒𝐲𝐽 just lose 𝐒𝐿𝐼a, the one and only shot they had at freedom? At survival? Did he just get them killed? 𝐒𝐲𝐽, please, you'll reopen your wound, 𝐻𝐼 pleads, fluttering after him as he paces back and forth in the cramped space. 𝐒𝐲𝐽 flicks his tails in agitation, his claws clicking against the ground as he, decidedly, does not stop pacing. How could he even think about relaxing as if he didn't just, possibly, lose them, their only ally? He can't exactly go after them, he can't go with them, hell, he can barely talk to them. And he lied. He lied to make 𝐒𝐿𝐼a compliant without knowing for sure that they'll be okay. Statistically speaking, the Terran's odds of returning to the cell would be --Ida says, his arms chopping the air harshly as he speaks. Don't listen to him, 𝐒𝐿𝐼a, I'm sure 𝐒𝐿𝐼a will be okay. Yue interrupts, shooting Ida a withering glare. They are a Death Welder after all, you know. Being a Death Welder won't save them from the void of space or a pirate's gun, he hissed sharply. Yue flinched back minutely, and he paused, guilty. But they are probably more resilient than most. Yoike smiled softly, looking a little more hopeful. I was going to say, before I was so rudely interrupted, --Ida starts to say again, but Bakgo beats him to the punch. Almost literally, given he swings at the air in front of him like he's trying to backhand someone into a coma. Of course they are more resilient. They are a Death Welder. Not more resilient than me, though, obviously. Ida, his tone increasingly more offended, tries to say, is anyone going to listen to his drowned out by, yes, we know. As you've so politely mentioned several dozen times. Oh God, not now, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 finds himself thinking as he throws a glare at Todoroki. Oi, what's that supposed to mean, icy hot? Bakgo rounds on Todoroki, a few explosions going off in his hands in a quick succession of pop-pop-pops. Both of you need to settle down, now is not the time, his bonded cuts in, for which he feels eternally grateful, even considering how little it does. I think you know exactly -- can everyone be quiet and let me speak? Ida suddenly cuts into the conversation, his voice shrill as he shouts. All six turn to him suddenly, expressions varying from shock to irritation. Except for Bakgo. Bakgo almost looks proud, which is something he elects to ignore for the time being. As I was attempting to say, the Terran's odds of returning to the cell are actually quite high, he says, looking pointedly at your aka. I don't find it very plausible that they would kill the Terran after going to, I assume, great lengths to obtain them. Well, why didn't you just say that? Kamnari says, innocently tilting his head. I was to. Ida takes a long, deep inhale. More calmly, he continues, I just did. What did you say? I didn't care enough to pay attention the first time. You have got to be okay, 𝐻𝐼 drawls loudly, why don't we all just take a moment to calm, take a few deep -- be quiet, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 blurts, straining to hear anything else. Anything like what he thought he heard just a moment ago. He narrows his eyes at the door, ignoring the mix of confused and concerned looks he is receiving. And then, there it is again. I hear footsteps. Several of them, all coming this way. It's too early for 𝐒𝐿𝐼a to be back, 𝐻𝐼 murmurs, tone apprehensive. Not by much. Maybe they just don't need as long as Bakgo does, Yoike offers anxiously. In the corner, all of you, 𝐒𝐲𝐽 demands. As if they trained for it, they all huddle into the far corner just as the door opens. Time seems to slow down, and 𝐤𝐻's breath hitches when he sees a �terran. For a tick, just a tick, he thinks that it's 𝐒𝐻, and something that almost feels like relief swells in his chest. But then he looks closer, and the illusion is broken. Time speeds up again, and the new �terran, the �terran who is decidedly not 𝐒𝐻, is pushed forward, stumbling over their feet. They barely spare him and the students a glance, glaring over their shoulder at the 𝐵𝐻𝐻 while the 𝐼𝐻𝐻 moves forward to unlock 𝐒𝐻𝐻's cell. They shove the �terran forward, causing them to start struggling, thrashing against the 𝐵𝐻𝐻 and the satyr. And, to his shock, it actually works. The �terran manages to escape the grip of both of the guards that were previously holding them in place. He finds himself almost impressed that the �terran managed to pull off the maneuver that they did, using the 𝐵𝐻𝐻's weight against them to yank free of their grip. The �terran didn't just go in with full brute force, they actually came up with a plan, and on the spot too. 𝐤𝐻's eyes widen when the �terran's limbs lock up, the electricity in the cuffs sending them to the floor before they could gain any amount of significant distance. The use of a shock from cuffs is always an option, but it is usually seen as a last resort. An 𝐿RAC can regulate their shocks much more accurately than the devices can, and prisoners have been known to die soon after the mechanism is activated. The �terran begins to struggle to push themselves off the floor, but they are thwarted by the 𝐵𝐻𝐻 picking them up and launching them into 𝐒𝐻𝐻's cell. The clang that echoes through the room when the �terran lands makes him cringe in sympathy, and he watches them closely while the guards exit. They don't move at first, simply laying in the same position that they landed in. He considers attempting to get their attention to, if nothing else, ask if they know anything about 𝐒𝐻. Although, he supposes that this �terran and 𝐒𝐻 being the same species does not mean that they will act the same. The amount of variation between the members of a species depends entirely on. The �terran slowly picks themselves up off the floor, their arms and feet free from the restriction of the cuffs. After a few moments of gathering their bearings, their eyes find 𝐤𝐻, and everything goes downhill. Immediately, their facial expression shifts into something much more terrifying. Their teeth are bared as they suddenly approach the bars between the cells, their purple eyes locked on 𝐤𝐻. That same deep, guttural language comes spitting from their mouth at a volume that makes 𝐤𝐻 flinch, and their eyes refuse to leave him. 𝐤𝐻 backs away along with his students and bonded, all of them pressing as far away from the �terran as physically possible. This �terran is nothing like 𝐒𝐻. 𝐤𝐻 bares his fangs in an attempt to make them back off, and for a moment it seems to work. The �terrans suddenly stop screaming, their eyes narrowing as their gaze skips around 𝐤𝐻's body. He resists the urge to shiver, feeling stripped bare. He wards off the reminder of prey being assessed by a predator. Then, the aggression vanishes just as abruptly as it appeared, and they turn their back on the group, sitting down against the wall with their head pressed into the crease of their arms. Although the �terran's attention is no longer on them, no one moves for at least 3 clicks. With how suddenly the newcomers' moods have been changing, as if being swayed by a soft gust of wind, none of them want to risk doing something that may set them off again. It's so silent 𝐤𝐻 is sure that were they on his home planet, they would be able to hear a Banyuem chirp. The quiet is only broken when the distant sound of footsteps reach 𝐤𝐻's, and, apparently, the �terran's ears. 𝐤𝐻 commands everyone, with a discreet gesture, to huddle back into the corner, blatantly ignoring 𝐵𝐻𝐻's grumbling. 𝐤𝐻 really needs to come up with a plan of escape soon, before 𝐵𝐻𝐻 goes rogue, and, consequently, gets himself killed. With a swish, the door slides into the wall, revealing the familiar green fur hidden behind the usual retinue of guards. The guards march 𝐒𝐻 to the door of the cell, but grind to a halt when the new �terran moves to step forward. 𝐤𝐻 can't tell if the action is a show of aggression toward 𝐒𝐻, the guards, or both, but whatever idea was brewing in the �terran's mind is shut down with 𝐒𝐻's command. Luckily, the two appear to speak the same language, and he hopes that the commonality will help ease the �terran's hostility. 𝐒𝐻 is pushed into the cell, and neither �terran looks away from each other as the guards leave. The moment the door clicks shut, the new �terran starts to say something, but 𝐒𝐻 is already flying across the cell and tackling them. 𝐤𝐻 lets out an anxious squeak, and 𝐒𝐻's talons click on the floor when he takes a step toward the bars separating them from the �terrans. When, after a moment, it doesn't appear that either one of them is attacking, a breath that 𝐤𝐻 didn't realize he was holding expels from his lungs. 𝐒𝐻 lets the �terran loose from their hold slightly, and 𝐤𝐲's ears ring with the sudden onslaught of the unfamiliar language flowing rapidly from 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's mouth. On the bright side, it seems as if the other Terran is also a bit dazed. They don't seem particularly intimidated by 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's teeth being extremely bared, their own mouth twitching upwards slowly, almost subtly, to match. Is 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 threatening the other Terran? Is the other Terran responding negatively to the threat? What is happening? Oh stars, they'll kill each other, won't they? Quietly, so as not to draw their attention, 𝐤𝐲 leans closer to his bonded and mutters, "Hi Ashi, we have to do something, they'll kill each other." What were the guards thinking, putting two hostile Terrans in a cell together? I'm not sure I'd describe 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 as hostile. "Show, hi Ashi," responds, matching his volume. Maybe they thought the new one would take the DMNT role without a fight. Well, clearly, that isn't happening. He inhales deeply before speaking again. I'm going to try to get their attention. Maybe distract them from killing each other, at least for a few moments. Long enough for 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲 to make some kind of plan. Are you sure that's a good idea? No, but it's better than watching a slaughter. At the nervous rippling of Hayash's feathers, 𝐤𝐲 shoots him a calming look. Don't worry, there are still bars separating us. It's not like they can get through them. I hope. Obviously, 𝐤𝐲 does not voice that concern. He'd rather die from being wrong than withstand Hayash's ranting about assumptions and risks and whatever else. 𝐤𝐲 slowly moves forward as the Terrans talk to each other, significantly quieter than before, but that doesn't seem to mean anything, as 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's teeth are still on full display. For a moment, he hesitates to draw their attention, but he gathers his courage and says, "𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲." Both Terrans snap their heads towards 𝐤𝐲 the moment that the sound escapes his mouth, making him freeze mid-step. The new Terran says something, narrowed eyes locked on 𝐤𝐲. Slowly, a grave realization dawns on him, trickling down his spine with fingers as cold as ice. Hayashi was right, this was a mistake. "I'm sorry," Hitoshi gasps, his tone far from apologetic. "Did that alien just say your name?" He doesn't take his eyes off of the cat alien, but he can hear Midoriya shift in place quietly, likely nervously. Midoriya chuckles softly, but when he speaks, his voice sounds strained. "Yeah, about that, remember when I said I was just there? About the place you were going? You know, when I was trying to convince you to." Hitoshi narrows his eyes, still refusing to remove his gaze from the cat alien, their fur standing on end at the intensity in his gaze. No one in the next cell dares to even breathe too loudly, and that instills a modicum of satisfaction in his veins. Midoriya takes his silence as an invitation to continue. "Right? Well, that's because this is where I've been. It's where they put me right after they got me. Or, at least, I think it is. I don't know how long I was out for, but that's the impression I was under." Finally, Hitoshi rips his eyes away from the cat to inspect his surroundings. The first thing he notices, especially after Midoriya's small speech, is that it's rather large. Wait, hold on. Are you telling me I got stuffed in a tiny thing kennel, barely able to move, and you got an entire cell with this much room? Hitoshi spreads his arms, gesturing to the bars spread far enough apart that he can't even come close to touching two opposite sides at once. He'd need at least two more of himself to reach. "What do you mean a kennel?" Midoriya twists his hands over each other nervously. Hitoshi clenches his jaw, suddenly regretting bringing it up. "They put me into a cage barely big enough to hold a dog for the last 2 days. This whole thing has been my first time out of it." Midoriya opens his mouth, inhaling to speak, before stopping. His eyes scan back and forth across Hitoshi's face before flicking down to assess his body language. He does his best to look unaffected by his words, but Midoriya doesn't seem to be falling for it. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow at Midoriya when he tries to speak again, just daring him to ask, but thankfully, he doesn't. "Why were you kept there for 2 days instead of just being brought straight here? That makes no sense, especially if they were planning to bring you here eventually either way." Hitoshi shrugs, tucking his hands into his pockets and leaning on one leg. "I dunno, all I know is that they never let me out of the cage until they brought me here." Midoriya frowns. "That's really odd." His eyebrows push together in contemplation. "I guess I just woke up already here. I never really moved anywhere until, well, you know. Hitoshi pauses, his eyebrows pinching together when Midoriya's words register in his sleep-deprived brain. Wait, hold on. You woke up. Why were you asleep? Midoriya's face twists with indignation as he blurts out, it's not like I chose to be unconscious. Hitoshi waves his hand impatiently. You say unconscious, I say asleep. Either way, I'm still waiting for an explanation. Mouth pressed into a grim line, Midoriya plops down on the floor, propping his arms up on his bent knees. Slowly, Hitoshi sits down across from him, matching his position, leaving barely a few centimeters between their feet. Midoriya sighs, running a hand down his face as he answers. I'm not really sure. It happened too fast to keep track of. I was in the middle of an exercise, and everything was going pretty well. I had the pod under control and everything, but then my teacher turned on the comm link. She sounded out of breath, and when she spoke, Midoriya closes his eyes, considering his next words. Or, Hitoshi thought, bringing himself back to that day. Her voice was tense. I could tell she was scared, even though she masked it well. She didn't hesitate or skirt around the topic. I guess she knew there wasn't time. She told me that a ship had suddenly been detected, and that it came out of nowhere. There was no way anyone was going to be able to get to me before the intruders, so Midoriya stops talking, biting into his lower lip and letting his head fall forward. Keeping his voice gentle and quiet, Hitoshi asks, what happened next? Midoriya lifts his head just enough for Hitoshi to see his eyes slide open, dull and swirling with resignation and exhaustion. The kind of bone-deep exhaustion that takes work to achieve. Midoriya stares down towards the floor, but his gaze is light years away. She told me to fight. So that's what I did. Next thing I know, everything goes dark and I'm waking up here, in a cell, with 𝐒𝐲 and the others right over there. Desperate to bring back that spark of life in Midoriya's eyes, Hitoshi changes the subject as gracefully as a newborn deer. What's a 𝐒𝐲? Midoriya huffs a brittle laugh, the corners of his eyes crinkling softly. It's obvious what Hitoshi is doing. 𝐒𝐲 is clearly a name, not a thing, if the way that Midoriya referred to them was any indication, but Midoriya seems more than happy to take the offered escape. Midoriya takes a deep breath, sucking air into his lungs greedily before letting it go with a whoosh. Then, Hitoshi watches as Midoriya's body shifts, his posture straightening out and his face softening. Joy sparkles in his eyes. Something in Hitoshi wilts when Midoriya speaks, and he realizes that he's not sure if he could tell the difference between the mask that he just watched slide into place and the real Midoriya. 𝐒𝐲 is a who, not a what. Midoriya speaks with a smile so genuine that Hitoshi feels his mood lifting ever so slightly. Some part of him, the part that he hates, decides that maybe he doesn't need to know the difference. Midoriya turns to face the giant cat alien still hovering a few steps from the bars, not daring to move and reignite Hitoshi's attention. 𝐒𝐲, Midoriya calls before saying something in a vaguely recognizable language. It's brief, a few words at most, and the syllables fall roughly off of Midoriya's tongue. Hitoshi watches warily as the cat alien turns their head to look at him before slowly slinking closer to the bars. They remain just outside of arm's reach, sitting down on their hind legs, their multiple tails slowly swishing across the floor. ♯, this is 𝐒𝐲. Introduce yourself to them, they are harmless, I swear. Hitoshi whispers his head to glare at Midoriya. Are you insane? Why would I tell them my name? Midoriya rolls his eyes. We've reached a compromise, trust me, they are allies. Look, they are being held prisoner here too, and we need people we can trust. Midoriya shrugs casually while gesturing to the cat, to 𝐒𝐲. Trust is a strong word, he says, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, well, I don't know about you, but I don't know how to fly an alien spaceship. Hitoshi curls his lip in disdain at the suggestion that they need help, but it's not as if he's wrong. In fact, he kind of hates how right he is. Breathing out harshly, he raises his chin and looks down his nose at 𝐒𝐲, who still sits just beyond his reach from the bars. He quickly flicks his gaze over the rest of the other captives. 6 more, Fing fantastic, he has a bunch of aliens to worry about too now, before briskly giving his name. ♯. His efforts earn him no more than a blank stare, and he resists the urge to huff with frustration. If they can't figure it out, that's not on him. Unfortunately, Midoriya doesn't seem to agree. He steps forward as he opens his mouth, placing a hand on his chest. Midoriya. Then, he gestures to Hitoshi with flared fingers. Shinso. For a long moment, silence reigns in the cell block. 𝐤 darts their eyes back and forth between them, ears laying flat while their tails pick up in movement, thrashing against the floor. Shinso watches as their fur stands on end, before a hiss escapes the alien's mouth, followed closely by 𝐶𝐶 in 𝐼. Hitoshi is unamused by the, frankly, pitiful attempt, and he raises his eyebrows. I am thoroughly unimpressed, he mutters to Midoriya. Midoriya snorts, before badly covering it up with a cough and a glare. They're trying their best, be nice. Nice. Who's she? I barely know her. Midoriya rolls his eyes, but Hitoshi notices the subtle twitching of his lips. Fueled by the knowledge that is breaking Midoriya's composure, he pushes onward. What was their name again? 𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐶. He draws out the syllables purposefully, reminiscent of the alien's hissed mispronunciation of his name. Midoriya giggles briefly before sealing his lips shut. Meanwhile, 𝐤 becomes visibly agitated by the obvious mocking, hissing at him like a stray alley cat. Hitoshi hisses back without hesitation, making the alien flinch back, their arms stretched forward and fur puffed up. Their claws scrape against the ground as their tails WHP up a frenzy behind them. In his completely objective opinion, they look like a frightened kitten. That's probably what sets Midoriya off in a fit of laughter, despite his obvious attempts to prevent it, his lips peeling back as he doubles over. Hitoshi's glare softens as he turns to watch Midoriya laugh, tears gathering in the corners of his squinted eyes. Something about it makes something in his chest ache fiercely. Maybe it's the fact that nothing in this room, except for Midoriya, is familiar to him. Maybe it's because he's relieved that he can understand a person's body language, as if it's a second language, for the first time in days. Maybe it's because he misses actually being able to make someone laugh like that. Or maybe it's because, even if they're stuck in this hellhole, he knows that they at least have each other to rely on. Midoriya sobers up quickly, wheezing for breath as he fights to calm down. You have got to stop antagonizing them, they're really very friendly. You just have to give them a chance to prove it. Cat dude literally just rolled their eyes at me. Shinso Hitoshi. Hitoshi rolls his eyes, but he figures if Midoriya decides they're worth the effort, then he can at least make an attempt to be nice, or whatever. With a sigh, he turns back to the aliens, ignoring Midoriya's approving hum. He isn't sure what he is expected to do, so he simply watches. Well, he doesn't quite watch. A more accurate descriptor would be stares. At 𝐤, definitely not intentionally refusing to break eye contact even to blink. The silence stretches on, and after a few seconds, he hears Midoriya exhale in exasperation. He can tell the other is about to speak, so he. Oh. 𝐶𝐶𝐶. Hyoc. Hitoshi snaps his head to the side so fast, black spots appear in his vision. He bares his teeth viciously at the giant birdcat thing inching closer to him. The bird squawks at the sudden glare set on them, their feathers ruffling as they spread their wings to look bigger. Midoriya grabs his arm as he tries to take a step closer to the bars, frantically saying something in that same rough language that he spoke earlier. Hitoshi catches his name thrown into the sentence, but that's all he can understand. When Hitoshi tries to step out of Midoriya's grip, teeth gritted, Midoriya yanks him back. We're trying to establish rapport, Shinso, he hisses quietly. There's no way I'm letting them call me Dash, that's why I'm trying to explain it to them. You can't glare and hiss your way through every interaction and expect it to work. Hitoshi folds his arms in defiance. Just watch me. Or, Midoriya emphasizes, glaring at Hitoshi. We could try to actually communicate with them. Come on, Shinso, can't you cut them a little slack, and take the hostility down a notch? After a pause due to Hitoshi's lack of response, Midoriya's gaze softens. Please. Hitoshi huffs, trying desperately to hold on to his rapidly fading indignation. He deflates when Midoriya starts pouting at him, pleading with his eyes. Fine, fine. Knock. It off with the puppy dog eyes already, I'm being nice, see. Hitoshi turns back to the bird and plasters on his nicest smile, already bracing for the scolding when he shows off his teeth. Midoriya smacks his arm with a gasp. ♯. He groans, dragging a hand down his face. Why do I even try, he says with a sigh. Collecting himself, Midoriya turns back to the aliens and, again, speaks to them in whatever language he's using. Hitoshi watches him, his urge for tomfoolery fading the longer that Midoriya speaks. By the time Midoriya finishes speaking and turns back to him, Hitoshi is filled with little more than curiosity. How do you know their language? Common. If that's what it's called, then sure. Muttering under his breath, he adds, although, whoever came up with that name really needs to work on their creativity. Midoriya either doesn't hear him or ignores him entirely, moving on without missing a beat. I already knew a few words before he cuts himself off with a frown. Well, you know. I've had to use, Midoriya pauses, choosing his wording carefully. Some questionable methods. Hitoshi arches an eyebrow at Midoriya, questionable methods, here. Midoriya's cheeks light up bright red as he scrambles to change the subject. Anyway, after I woke up, and we reached an agreement of neutrality, they've been teaching me a few words here and there. We have to go through a very complicated game of charades, but it's worked thus far. They teach you. Willingly. Oh, yeah. It would probably be a good idea to teach you some words too. Well, DMN. What? I was really looking forward to the break from school, but I guess the F not here. ♯. When Denki applied to UA, he did not have high hopes. He had dreamed of attending the school ever since he was old enough to know what it was, but he never thought it would be possible. UA was extremely prestigious, he doubted he would ever be able to match up to any of the other applicants, especially when he had barely clawed his way through secondary school. When he started on the multiple-choice section of the admissions test, the impending doom of failure felt as though it only loomed closer. He had almost given up right then and there, convinced that he could never pass considering how lost he felt on so many of the questions, but he didn't. It ended up paying off when he got to the essays at the end of the test, which were, fortunately, about a topic he was familiar and not at all obsessed with. They were his only saving grace, it's the one thing he's absolutely positive of. When Denki received his notice of admission, he was half sure that it had to be fake. There was no way that he, Kamnari Denki, the dumbest kid in school, made it into the highest-ranked academy in the known universe. He didn't truly believe it until the first day of school, when his student ID was scanned at the gate, and he was let in. Everything about it was a dream come true. From the teachers being actual PAC core agents, to the curriculum and training, and down to the friends he's made in his classes, it was everything he could have hoped for. That is, it was, until they were kidnapped in the middle of a practical lesson. That really put a dampener on the whole dream come true thing. Denki has tried to make the best of their situation, but it's a losing battle. Bakugo is always ready to fight, no matter who it is, and Todoroki can't seem to stop himself from fueling the fire. Ida does his best to keep them all in line, but well, it only ever seems to rile the two of them up even more. And your AKA. She hasn't spoken much at all since they were thrown into this cell, and when she does it's said in exhaustion and exasperation. The most emotion she has expressed was when Aizawa and Yaeda accidentally revealed their bonding. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, the Terran was brought in. Again, he did his best to keep the mood light, and he tried to keep from assuming the worst of the Deathworlder. But what he didn't share with his classmates, or his teachers, was all of what his parents transmitted to him. Slotted into his brain, alongside his own memories, is the terror that followed the discovery of the species and their destructive nature. It haunts him every night he goes to sleep. Transmissions aren't very detailed, but his species has always been keen on storytelling. Word of mouth and transmissions are the main reasons that they know any amount of their species' history at all. Sure, Elarax can write or document their histories, but that just isn't how they operate. He's pretty sure that the storytelling habit developed after the ability to transmit appeared. According to his old professor, their bodies evolved to allow transmissions in order to speed up the learning process in the earlier stages of life. It was a shortcut to learning simple skills and methods. Or, at least, he thinks that's what they said. He can't be entirely sure, considering that he failed evolution studies. To this day, he's convinced that he's never had a professor with a more boring, monotone voice. Even 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 is more interesting to listen to during lectures, and while he'd never admit it out loud, 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 can be horrendously dull. What was he talking about again? Oh yeah, transmissions. The thing about transmissions is that they aren't usually showing you anything, you feel it as if you were there, experiencing it. It's overwhelming, all-consuming. The terror he felt the day his parents accidentally transmitted those snippets of their memories from the discovery of Terran deathworlders, rattling in his bones and creeping in the shadows of his mind, it's unexplainable, unimaginable. How does he reconcile those emotions, that terror, with 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻? At no point these past few cycles has 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 shown themselves to be a real threat, at least, not to them. Unless they were interacting with the guards, they've shown no true aggression, no bloodlust, nothing to warrant such bone-deep horror. In fact, it's been nothing but the opposite. They have gone out of their way to ensure that Denki, along with his classmates and teachers, felt safe and relaxed, even in their presence. Which is why the appearance of this new Terran has been so confusing. He doesn't know what to believe. Is 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 an outlier? Is the new Terran just lost? Scared? He knows a thing or two about that, and he knows how it can make a person act. Thankfully, it seems that 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻's presence has somewhat mollified the purple Terran, who is keeping all of their focus on 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 as they talk. And wow, can 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 talk? In hindsight, it seems obvious that they can speak normally in their own language, but this entire time it's been the slow, broken sentences in common. Only now that there is another Terran present, who can understand what 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 says in their native tongue, are they seeing them bloom. Or, at least, that's what he thinks is happening. It's a little hard to tell without being able to understand their body language. Unlike many other species, 𝐿𝑎Racs tend to smile due to positive emotions. It is a trait he has had to be cautious about showing when he joined UA. Those first few weeks were especially rough. He had a habit of accidentally scaring away any species unfamiliar with 𝐿𝑎Racs. Luckily, the focus of 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻's first few lessons was on the body language of the different species in his class to avoid any miscommunications. It isn't much of a stretch to believe that a Terran baring their teeth could be due to a smile forged from happiness or some form of joy. The only thing is, he noticed that when 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 smiled at the guards, it was a little sharper, their mouth stretched wider than when they smiled at Denki, even after they started blocking their mouth with their hand. Denki sighs, frustrated by the uncertainty of the situation. He's used to being out of his depth and watching from the sidelines in confusion. It's infuriating that, even after all this time, it never gets any easier to be the odd one out, or, in this case, the odd one of many. The two Terrans go back and forth as they sit on the ground, ignoring everyone else in the room, and all they can do is watch it unfold like a meteorite exploding against the surface of a planet in slow motion. Suddenly, the mood shifts, and Denki is drawn back to the disaster in front of him. The purple deathworldler is staring at 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻, and with every tick that passes, the tension in the room rises. Just as it crescendos, Denki seriously considers overloading on his own electricity just to be knocked out for a blissful 𝐶𝐻 or two. Wider steps forward with blind confidence that Denki is fairly certain he doesn't actually have. Then, he speaks. Denki isn't actually sure what he says, he doesn't recognize the word, but it sounds foreign when it emerges awkwardly from 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻's vocal cords. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. At least not to him. Not when the purple Terran's head swivels so fast that he thinks that if he blinked, he would have missed it. Not when their gaze, filled with hate and scorn and too many things that Denki doesn't understand, narrows into a sharp glare. Not when they bare their teeth in a way that Denki does understand, because if he is sure about anything, it's that the expression plastering itself on the Terran's face is not a smile. It is a threat. Denki flinches back, his breath caught in his throat, and, finally, there is a Terran that he can wholeheartedly match to the bone-deep terror from his parents' transmissions. Movement to the side of the purple Terran catches his eye, and he gasps. What are you doing? He wants to scream. He wants to tell 𝐒𝐴Z𝐻 to stay back, it's not safe. He wants to warn them of the glare that they must not be able to see from where they stand, because if they could, he knows they wouldn't be. Denki's mind stutters to an abrupt halt. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫's hand lands on the purple Terran's arm, their fingers tightening to what must be a bruising grip, before they yank the other backwards. For a moment, Denki is sure that he's lost the fragile friendship that pieced itself carefully together in the time that Denki was able to speak to 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫. But instead of attacking, the Terran, for a few ticks, just stays back. There is no instinctual defensive action. In fact, they barely even look at 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 despite the way that their tiny claws are pricking at the purple Terran's skin. Peace. I no want fight, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 gasps desperately. Their accent is thicker than it normally is, but what they are trying to say is still more than clear. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 trails off, eyes flicking back and forth in thought. No Hitoshi. They gesture to the purple Terran. Want ♀♀. No want Hitoshi. The purple Terran shifts, tensing in an attempt to pull away, but 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 doesn't let them. They turn to each other, speaking tensely in their language for several ticks. After a long moment, during which they stare at each other in a seeming battle of wills, the purple Terran sighs loudly. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 seems satisfied with whatever they just achieved, but when the purple Terran turns to his classmates and teachers, Denki feels far from reassured. Especially considering the expression adorning their face, filled with too many teeth and nearly as much malice as what 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 leveled at the guards. It doesn't last long, though 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 doesn't allow it. In a flash of motion, their arm snaps out, smacking violently against the other Terran's skin. Denki sees some of the others flinch at the smack that is produced, but the purple Terran barely even seems to notice. He doesn't know if that's a good or bad thing. No fight, peace, truce, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 says, spitting the words in rapid fire. It sounds like they're listing every calming word that they know in common, which, clearly, isn't much. Then, they go back over the point that they were trying to make earlier about what Denki assumes is the purple Terran's name. Want ♀♀. No want Hitoshi. Silence descends on the cells when they finish speaking, and 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 inspects them with that piercing, assessing, stripping gaze. Then, they offer a close-lipped smile, but Denki can't tell if it's meant to be reassuring or threatening. He supposes that he can't speak for the others, but he most certainly does not feel very reassured. Whatever 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 is searching for, they must find, either that or they give up, because they start up their conversation with the other Terran once more. After a while, Denki starts recognizing a few words in common thrown back and forth on repeat. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 seems to be teaching the other Terran, ♀♀. ♀♀. Sure, that works. The few words in common that Denki and his teachers have managed to teach them. When ♀♀ seems to be caught up, suddenly 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 sits up, spine straightening so quickly Denki swears he hears a bone crack, and snaps their head towards them, eyes locking onto Denki. Kamnari! Want you, yes. Denki's not entirely sure what that means. When Denki fails to respond more than staring blankly at 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫, 𝐻𝐻𝐢𝐫 huffs, points at him and tries again. Kamnari, want you, no fight. Yeah, that's not helping. Want you, 𝐻𝐻𝐫's words descend into a low groan, pressing their hand against their eyes. After a moment, they try one more time, lowering their hand and pointing at Denki, then at the floor beside them in a very clear come here gesture. He's still not entirely sure what they want from him, but oh well. He'll figure it out eventually. Maybe. Denki stands up and walks over to the bars, dodging one of 𝐻𝐻𝐫's tails reaching out to pull him back. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 isn't a threat, and if ♀♀ happens to be, he can always give the purple-furred Terran a good shock. There's no need for overprotectiveness, he can handle himself. Stars above, how do they think he's supposed to make it as an agent if he can't protect himself from someone in another cage with actual agents at his back? Kamnari get away from the bars, 𝐻𝐻𝐫 hisses lowly, yet not daring to get close enough to the bars to grab him. Denki ignores him and looks at 𝐻𝐻𝐫. 𝐻𝐻𝐫 want. Yes, yes, want. Peace, no danger. 𝐻𝐻𝐫's eyes are wide like a pleading bloop, their hands spread wide out in front of them, displaying a universal sign of peace. At least, he hopes it's universal. Whatever, he trusts that 𝐻𝐻𝐫 wouldn't lie to him. 𝐻𝐻𝐫 no danger. Denki agrees before looking at the other Terran, his antennas sparking threateningly. Well, as much threat as he really can be to a Terran. ♀♀ danger. ♀♀ scowls but pointedly looks away, apparently opting to ignore him for the time being. That is a-okay with him, You won't catch Denki complaining anytime soon. 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐼a's hands start waving frantically. No. No danger. Denki watches 𝐶𝐿 for a moment, eyeing the hostility in the curl of 𝐶𝐿's mouth. Warily, Denki decides to ask 𝐶𝐿 directly. 𝐶𝐿. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 turns to 𝐶𝐿, smacking their arm lightly, pointing at Denki while speaking in their foreign language. It's a quick back and forth until 𝐶𝐿 lets out a huff and turns to face Denki. Their eyes meet, and Denki can't help the way his electric stream sparks a few times at the intensity in 𝐶𝐿's gaze. Slowly, even less articulate than 𝐼𝐺𝐻, and that's saying a lot, 𝐶𝐿 says in common, no fight, peace. No danger. Their accent is as thick as 𝐼𝐺𝐻's, if not even thicker given 𝐼𝐺𝐻 was the one to teach them the words and not his teachers or himself. He's noticed that their accent in common is rather fluid. The few words in common that Denki got to teach are spoken with the high upward lilt of his own home planet, while the ones 𝐵𝐺𝐻 taught have a very slight hiss or growl elongating the words. It's like they aren't just learning, they're also mimicking the voices they are learning from. It's simultaneously fascinating and deeply disturbing. Idly, Denki wonders if they could mimic their voices perfectly too, or if it's just the accent. Perhaps it's part of their natural lures for their prey, drawing their prey in by mimicking another in their species in order to lower their guard so that the Terrans can pounce. Do Terrans pounce? That seems more of a Felidae thing. Wait a minute, that's not important, Denki, focus. No fight, he repeats. To him, the meaning is obvious, yeah, and. Clearly, he's not getting that across to the Terrans, given the blank stares that they are both leveling at him. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 says something to the other Terran before they both, simultaneously, turn back to face him. Then, with a very exaggerated gesture at Denki, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 slowly says, Kamnari. They look at 𝐶𝐿 as they speak, but Denki just blinks. Hasn't 𝐼𝐺𝐻 already told 𝐶𝐿 what his name is? 𝐾 Ari. 𝐶𝐿 mimics, horribly, he might add, that's not how his name is pronounced. No, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 gently chides. 𝐾 Ari. Denki's mouth slips open, falling into an shape when 𝐶𝐿 repeats the name, correctly this time. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 is teaching 𝐶𝐿. Well, stars above, Denki can teach them, they should have asked him sooner. The last few days have been good. No, good is the wrong word. It's a little hard to describe a time period as good when you, a handful of your classmates, and your teachers have been kidnapped and held captive by pirates during said time period. But it has certainly been better. For starters, Denki is fairly certain that he has made a new friend. And then, there's 𝐶𝐿. 𝐶𝐿 is the kind of but who treats people like SHT either for their amusement or for someone else's. He likes to randomly rile up 𝐵𝐺𝐻-sensei and 𝐼𝐺𝐻-sensei by baring his teeth, or, specifically for 𝐵𝐺𝐻-sensei, hissing at them, and then pretending it never happened. Every time, without fail, 𝐼𝐺𝐻 smacks their arm and scolds them in whatever language it is that they share. Other than that, 𝐶𝐿 is pretty mild. They aren't overly aggressive, but they also don't make much of an effort to interact with Denki or any of the others when they are not being taught common. Not in the way that 𝐼𝐺𝐻 does. They seem to reserve that energy for 𝐼𝐺𝐻, patiently listening while the other Terran rambles, a rapid firing of words that, for once, none of them can understand. The two have also developed a habit of playfighting when either of them starts bouncing their legs or fidgeting restlessly. It is an activity that took one too many heart attacks to become accustomed to. The first time they play-fought, it was terrifying. No one knew that they had no intention of truly harming each other. He thinks they only accepted that the lack of injuries was intentional after the third time. Denki is pretty sure 𝐵𝐺𝐻-sensei is still recovering from it. They were in the middle of a common lesson, one that Denki, for once, was not participating in. 𝐵𝐺𝐻-sensei had noticed Denki's steadily increasing exhaustion and had opted to step in. 𝐼𝐺𝐻 patience had appeared to be waning with every passing second, unable to grasp whatever it was that 𝐵𝐺𝐻-sensei was trying to teach them. Suddenly, 𝐶𝐿 tackled 𝐼𝐺𝐻 to the ground. 𝐵𝐺𝐻-sensei was a mess, shouting broken common and stalking along the bars, trying to pull 𝐿's attention away from 𝐼𝐺𝐻. If Denki was being honest, he was showing clear favoritism the entire time. 𝐺𝐻𝐻-sensei even tried screeching at a volume just low enough that it didn't damage anyone's ears, and for a moment, it worked wonders. Both 𝐼𝐼𝐼 and 𝐶𝐻𝐻 froze, heads swinging to peer up at 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei from the floor. 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei tried to convince them not to kill each other, but it must not have been clear because they only said, in creepy unison, "No fight," before promptly returning to their fight. It was a tense few clicks until they finally dropped to the floor, breathing and nudging at each other in a mockery of an attack. It is less of an issue now, with most of them electing to ignore the fighting in the neighboring cell. That is, excluding 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei, of course. 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei only ever relaxes when they complete their play fight, both resurfacing with no debilitating injuries. Truthfully, Denki is not sure why 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei is so concerned for the Terrans. Logically, his teacher's priorities should lie solely in keeping him and his classmates safe. 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei is responsible for them as their main teacher, so protocol in a scenario such as the one they found themselves in would be to focus on nothing more than getting them to safety. He glances over to 𝐶𝐻𝐻 and 𝐼𝐼𝐼, who are currently engaged in another language lesson with 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei, making the faces they usually make right before they start play fighting. Denki has learned not to underestimate that expression. Terrans, even caged ones, are chaotic at best. Needless to say, Terrans get bored easily and have a habit of finding increasingly random ways to curb that boredom. 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei keeps knocking a tail against the bars to regain their attention, laying down by the bars in complete relaxation. He's not sure this counts as nothing more. He isn't upset, by any means. He's just perplexed. Denki has a few guesses in regards to the cause of 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei's unusual behavior. Part of him wants to believe that his teacher is simply acting in the way that an agent in the PAC Corps should. An agent's job revolves around protecting citizens from any harm that may befall them. The only thing is, he's not exactly sure if the Terrans are considered citizens. Yet. Even if they were, though, he knows that right now 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei is a teacher before he is an agent. Which can only lead to one conclusion. At least, the only one Denki can come up with. 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei must see some kind of potential in the Terrans beyond the two being an asset in their eventual, possible escape. Right. As much as 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei pretends to be a stoic hardbutt, he tends to be a bit of a softie. He cares about his students more than he lets on. Denki doesn't need proof of that. Why else have they refused to risk it all and set 𝐵𝐻𝐻 loose on the pirates? Speaking of pirates, why are they here? Denki may be an idiot for failing to understand, but why did the pirates kidnap not only his classmates and teachers, but the Terrans too? Why go to all this trouble just to leave them be for nearly an entire moon revolution? There has been no torture, not that is complaining, no experiments, and no interrogation. They have yet to even take Ueda-sensei or 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei from the cell at all. It makes no sense. If not for information, entertainment, or science, then why? 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei said that they were captured for a reason, but what reason? Ransom maybe. Todoroki is some sort of royalty or whatever, and he supposes 𝐵𝐻𝐻 is a renowned warrior, or so he claims. 𝐒𝐬𝐰-sensei and Ueda-sensei are both agents, so they are, of course, in the running as well. But to keep Denki, Yori, Ida, and the Terrans. What do all of them have in common to be kept alive and relatively well fed for prisoners? Unless it's not because of who they are, but what they are, or even what they are capable. Denki's mind is ripped from his thoughts, questions long forgotten, when the floor beneath him becomes unstable. A shudder rumbles its way violently through the cell block, maybe even the entire ship. Denki stumbles, falling into Yori and forcing them both to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Yori yelps when she is accidentally shocked by his electric stream, but Denki is too busy trying to find his footing to apologize. He lets out an undignified squeak when Ida lands beside them, a flailing arm just barely missing Denki's head. He abandons his attempts to get his feet under him and curls up, tucking his head behind his arms in an attempt to protect himself. It takes several clicks for the shaking to stop, a time period that Denki spends with his eyes squeezed shut, listening to the desperate shouting of the others. There is a brief pause, but no one moves, something they are all grateful for when they are jolted by a rough impact that pushes Denki into a roll off of Yorike and onto his back beside her. Denki remains curled up on the floor for many clicks after everything stops shaking. The F was that SHT. 𝐵𝐻𝐻's voice is harsh and abrasive. It would sound completely normal if not for the slight tremor in his breath. Language. If I'm not mistaken, it seems as if we've just landed somewhere. Denki can tell that Ida is trying to be helpful, but he can feel Bakgo's glare without having to look up. No SHT, for eyes, I meant the shaking. Shoei, Waida-sensei whispers, drawing Denki's attention from across the room. I don't like this. I know. Do you think this is it? Denki's mouth dries at the implication of Waida-sensei's words. I don't know. Honestly, Ezawa-sensei's eyes drift toward the door leading to the hallway, and he seeks in a shallow breath. It's likely. What's likely? It appears that Denki wasn't the only one eavesdropping. What aren't you telling us? Toroki stands in a fluid motion, casually brushing off his clothes without taking his eyes off of their teachers. The others are all watching now. Listening. Waida-sensei and Ezawa-sensei exchange glances. Denki feels a little like a kid again, watching his parents make an important decision that he gets no say in. It isn't any less miserable the 10th time around. We can't be certain of anything yet. Waida-sensei speaks first, taking on the brunt of his classmates' accusatory gazes. Shoei, safe. Denki turns to look at Emoria when they interrupt, an unreadable expression on their face. Unfortunately, all of their expressions are unreadable to him. Emoria is holding a hand out to 𝐶INSO to help them up as they speak. Yes, safe. Ezawa-sensei seems relieved by the brief respite. You, Emoria. 𝐶INSO and Emoria safe. 𝐶INSO, in a move eerily similar to Toroki, brushes off their clothes as they regain their footing. I safe. Emoria safe. 𝐶INSO makes a motion with their hand, gesturing to the room. Danger. Ezawa-sensei hesitates this time. It's only for a few ticks, but it's long enough for 𝐶INSO's gaze to harden. They step closer to the bars, and their voice lowers when they speak again. Danger, yes. Maybe. 𝐶INSO doesn't seem to like that answer, their mouth thinning as they share a glance with Emoria. Abruptly, they turn away from the bars and step back, pulling Emoria with them. The two begin speaking, their voices tense and low, showing no indication of returning to the conversation. What do you mean, maybe? Yueke's voice is soft. It doesn't sound weak, but he can tell she is shaken. You don't know. Earlier, you said it's likely. Denki adds, anxiety seeping into his mouth and tangling around his tongue. Does that mean that it's likely to be dangerous? Is something bad going to happen? Whatever happens, we'll do our best to make sure that you come out of it unharmed. Silence descends over their cell, disrupted only by the soft chatter of the Terrans. His teachers are staring at each other again, their muscles lined with tension. Denki can't bring himself to look anywhere else but at the silent interaction. He thinks he might be waiting for some kind of reassurance. A false promise. A lie. But Ezawa-sensei has never been the type to make a promise he can't keep. When Ezawa-sensei and the Terrans tense simultaneously, ticks before the sound of the guards' approaching footsteps reach him, he wonders which one he would have preferred. Denki and Yoete hold onto each other's hands as they huddle into the corner, the door sliding open to reveal a group of guards that have become all too familiar. The Firiaridu, Njilu, and Elarak, usually dealing with Emoria or Bakgo, walk into the room, far later than they usually would be if they planned to take either to the adaptation chamber. Almost immediately, Ezawa-sensei closes the distance between himself and the bars, snapping at the guards and drawing their attention. It's unnerving, given that Ezawa-sensei is usually the one making sure they act docile, intent on seemingly keeping their captors happy, specifically in regards to Bakgo. You guys must be pretty new to the whole pirate gig if your ship is in such bad condition that it can't even stabilize itself during re-entry, Ezawa-sensei states casually, stalking along the bars of their cell. His narrowed eyes never leave the guards, the Njilu growling and taking a step closer. I mean, seriously, that landing was pathetic. Waida-sensei takes a step forward, feathers fluffed, his anxiety obvious in every twitch of his head. Ezawa-sensei flicks a tail toward Waida-sensei in an obvious attempt to quiet him before speaking louder, drowning out the other's voice. I bet I could take this ship with my eyes closed if it weren't for these bars, and I'd still fly it better than all of you combined. You've got a big mouth on you, 𝐼𝐻𝐼. I'd be careful if I were you, the 𝐿RAC snaps at 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳. The 𝐵𝐺𝐿U's rumbling language is quick to fill the air soon after, with the robotic translation soon to follow. That's a lot of cockiness for someone who spent their last moon CYCL in captivity as quiet as a. The translator cuts out before finishing the sentence, unable to find a word in common that matches, but Denki would not be at all surprised if it were an insult. It's not cockiness if it's true. Why don't you come in here so I can show you? Waida-sensei lets out an aborted squawk, feathers ruffling. Shoig, please. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 finally throws a stern glance over his shoulder, eyes landing on Waida-sensei. Ashi, stop, he hisses. The interaction lasts for less than 2 ticks, but Waida-sensei takes a shocked step back nonetheless. Denki's eyes drift back to the guards, and he resists the urge to hold his breath. What if they actually do it? They aren't prepared, they didn't plan for this. They aren't ready for a fight. Not even Bakgo has spoken up yet. He skims the guards' faces, searching for any signs that they may take 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 up on his ill-advised offer. So, despite his familiarity with Kiriama's mannerisms, when the Furiaridu releases a grating sound that resembles rocks grinding roughly past each other, it takes him a moment to recognize it as an expression of joy. As amusing as you are, we have business to attend to. The 𝐿RAC steps to the side, in front of the door to the Terran cell, and a bolt of fear causes sparks to fly from his antenna. Yurarake flinches, but she does not let go. A slowly growing ache forming in his hand is drawn to the forefront of his mind when he remembers that they have spent the last several clicks holding onto each other for dear life. For the first time since the guards have entered, he turns to 𝐿RAC and 𝐶INSO. Both Terrans have taken a step away from the bars. They stand close together, their bodies tense and expressions severe despite the confusion, clear in the way they both tilt their heads ever so slightly. In the back of his mind, Denki empathizes with them. It's terrifying for Denki, and he can, at least, understand what's being said, even if he doesn't know why. It must be even worse to have no idea what's going on with no real way to find out. You're here for the Terrans? 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 asks, his voice thick with an unidentifiable emotion. He and Waida-sensei exchange a tense glance. Quietly, he adds, why didn't we consider that? No, the 𝐿RAC responds slyly. We're here for one Terran. Denki takes a stumbling step back, inhaling sharply. The others don't react much better, but 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 takes a different approach. As he takes several rapid steps toward the bars that divide them from the Terrans, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 speaks quickly, as if expecting to be cut off. 𝐿RAC, 𝐶INSO. 𝐿RAC turns, scanning 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 for a moment before turning back to the guards. 𝐶INSO doesn't react. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 must decide that half attention is better than none, though, because he continues. You danger. Several eyes land on Denki's teacher at the same time. 𝐶INSO's piercing gaze, for once, bores into 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳, as if willing him to elaborate. Or to take it back. The 𝐿RAC, on the other hand, definitely disagrees. Hey, shut up. What are you doing? Their voice is enraged, twisting with tension. But it's too late, the damage has been done. It is a fact that is only cemented when 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 adds, danger, you fight. Immediately, the Terrans raise their arms and bend their knees, settling into a low stance, gearing up for the fight. In the end, their efforts are in vain. Before anyone can make another move, the Furiaridu yanks out a small device. I'm not getting paid enough for this 𝐻𝐼𝐳, they mutter, just barely loud enough to be heard, as they unceremoniously tap the screen. 𝐿RAC and 𝐶INSO's bodies lock up, limbs spasming and collapsing to the ground. A stray arc of electricity flashes from one of 𝐿RAC's cuffs. The door hasn't even opened yet. The Terrans never stood a chance. It's a chilling thought. Only after they are immobilized does the 𝐿RAC reach forward to unlock the doors. No. Fight, fight. DM it, get up. 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 yells at them, leaning into the bars separating their cells, as if he could get through to help them so long as he wills it to be so. Show's over, 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳, why don't you go like your wounds in silence? The Furiaridu steps into the cell, reaching down and hauling 𝐿RAC over their shoulder. The only sign of resistance is the weak tugging at their cuffs when they snap together, leaving them fully bound and at the guard's mercy. Or, in this case, lack thereof. 𝐶𝐻 groans as they struggle to get up, their limbs uncooperative and flimsy beneath them. Denki holds his breath, hoping against hope that 𝐶𝐻 can manage to gather the strength to save 𝐿𝐼a from whatever danger they are being taken to. 𝐶𝐻, up. Fight. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 is nearing hysteria with his attempts to get 𝐶𝐻 to fight, but the guards pay no mind to any of them. They leave the cell, the door slamming shut with a bang. And a deeming click-click of the locks sliding into place. 𝐶𝐻 gets up, barely, stumbling to the cell door as the guards walk away, ignoring everything going on behind them. 𝐶𝐻 smacks into the bars, unable to fully regain their balance yet from the shock, their limbs jerking slightly at the aftershocks. Midoriya. The guards exit the cell block, taking 𝐿𝐼a with them and out of sight. 𝐶𝐻 lets loose a wordless, at least he assumes it's wordless, their language is hard to miss, cry as they slump against the door, sliding down until they are sitting down. Their head is leaned back, tucked neatly into the space between two bars as they ride the last of the aftershocks, teeth gritted and eyes squeezed shut. With Midoriya's endless chatter and the guards' menacing presences removed, there is nothing to ward away the silence that descends upon the room, oppressive and deadly. 𝐶𝐻's breaths are harsh between their teeth, hissing out with every JRK of their body. For a few clicks, no one dares to move or speak. 𝐿𝐼a, 𝐶𝐻 finally says when the twitching dies down, their voice cracking horribly. Guards go. 𝐿𝐼a go. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 doesn't respond, sitting at the bars with his head hung low. Both 𝐶𝐻's and his classmates' eyes bore into 𝐒𝐻𝐻, but he doesn't respond. Denki thinks this might be the first time since they were captured that his teacher isn't putting on a brave face or attempting to reassure his students. He thinks, furthermore, this might be the first time that Denki has truly feared for his own and his friends' lives. In the end, it's Ueda-sensei who answers. It isn't possible to give a roundabout answer with a vocabulary as small as the one they must use. Guards want 𝐿𝐼a fight. What do you mean by that? The words slip free from Denki's mouth before he can stop them. Suddenly, all those questions he had before the landing come flooding back to the forefront of his mind. His stomach rolls as he starts to piece together a very ugly, very terrifying picture of where exactly 𝐿𝐼a is going. 𝐶𝐻 leans towards the bars. The action is slow. Painful. Guards want fight. Ueda-sensei shuffles his feathers nervously as he approaches 𝐒𝐻𝐻, slowly wrapping a wing over 𝐒𝐻𝐻 hunched body. No, Ueda-sensei stares, resigned and helpless, at 𝐒𝐻𝐻 for a moment before continuing slowly. Guards no want fight. Guards want 𝐿𝐼a fight. It's an illegal fighting ring, 𝐒𝐻𝐻 says quietly. 𝐿𝐼a is being taken to an illegal fighting ring, and they either won't come back at all or… 𝐒𝐻𝐻 trails off, but the rest is heavily implied. Or they'll come back with BLD staining their skin. BLD that they can never truly wash out. Izuku likes knowing things. It is one of his more straightforward traits, and while he's not sure what the root cause of the longing for knowledge is, the fact still stands. Izuku likes knowing things. Which, consequently, means that he doesn't like not knowing things. No, doesn't like is not quite right. There are few things that he hates more than a lack of understanding. To a certain degree, Izuku needs to know as much as he possibly can about any situation he finds himself in. Without that knowledge he feels lost, adrift in a void of confusion. Without that knowledge, Izuku has no control over himself or what happens to him, and that is simply unacceptable to him. Which is why, in the past, at a minimum, 10 minutes that he has been stuck in this alien vehicle, he has come to the conclusion that these are some of the worst moments he has ever experienced. It's entirely his fault, too. The thing is, Izuku has a habit. He isn't sure if it's a good or bad habit, but it's something he has been doing since he was too young to remember. A coping mechanism of sorts. When Izuku gets stressed or starts to feel out of control, he makes a list. Easy. Right. Wrong. More specifically, he makes a list of the things he knows. It helps because he tends to surprise himself by how much he actually knows about a situation, even if he feels like he's walking blindly across a busy highway. There are always details, no matter how minuscule, that he can add to his list. Making lists such as these have always given Izuku something to hold on to, some intangible guide to follow. Always, until now. Because this time, for the first time that he can recall, Izuku really is walking blindly across a busy highway. While hopping on one leg. Backwards. So far, his sad, pitifully bare list is as follows. First, Izuku has been kidnapped by aliens. Second, Izuku is being transported somewhere by said aliens in some kind of alien truck with no windows. Third, Izuku is on some random planet, or even a moon for all he knows, with a rough surface because this ride has been far from pleasant. Fourth, his never-failing list is only 4 bullet points long, and one of those is about the list itself. Izuku's list has never been this short before. He should add a 5th part. He is completely and utterly doomed. Or not. Because that would mean he has to edit the 4th bullet point, and he needs to keep it orderly. Then again, even if he did add the 5th bullet point, it would still be about the list itself and not the situation he's in. Well, other than the fact that he's completely and utterly doomed. So technically, that means bullet 4 is also void, and now he's back down to 3. No wait, 4. Wait, what? No, now he's confused himself. Okay, to keep it orderly, point 4, part 2, his list is no longer never failing. Oh, and he is still completely and utterly doomed. That too. The truck jerks to a stop abruptly, and Izuku's shoulder slams into the wall on his right. He winces, forgetting about his cuffs for long enough to attempt to reach up to check his shoulder. His only success with the attempt lies with further chafing the raw skin under his cuffs, and making his injured wrist flare up in fresh, throbbing agony. Hooray! His life is so fun. Amazing. Truly. He shoots his 3 guards, all of whom, by the way, decided that the best way to make sure he behaved was to squeeze into this stupid portable cell with him, a glare. He's getting sick of sitting here. No, scratch that, he's getting sick of everything. Suddenly, against his will, all of his muscles tense, a heavy pressure against the inside of his ribcage ready to burst free. His throat swells shut, tongue thickening inside his mouth and unwilling to allow himself a breath of air. Desperately, he digs his nails into his palms, over the thick material covering his thighs, across any stretch of his skin he can reach without strain. Digging, clawing, scraping away at the creepy crawling feeling beneath his skin, demanding to be set loose. He goes cross-eyed at the lack of air, a pounding rhythm beating like a drum behind his temples, black spots bursting across his vision. The emotions in his chest, too all-consuming to name, overwhelm his senses until he's positive he's going to black out. The grating sound of metal scraping past metal suddenly pierces through him, echoing around the cell. It isn't the first time he's heard it. The same noise cut the air when he was locked in here to begin with. With a flinch just as violent as the first time around, he manages to SCK in a heavy gasp of air, the itch fading. It's still there, lurking, crawling sluggishly through his veins, but it has dissipated enough to bring his focus back to the present. He lifts both hands to his face, scrubbing roughly at his eyes, biting back a hiss when he moves his injured wrist the wrong way. Despite the lingering tenderness, he's glad his wrist seems to be nearly healed by now. He would hate to go into whatever this is with one hand out of commission. God fing dmn it. What has his life become? Moments after he pulls his fingers away, the back of the vehicle, and what he knows is the only way free of the suffocating space, slides up with a whoosh. Sunlight, real, warm, illuminating sunlight, floods into the cell, and Izuku can't help the quiet, desperate gasp that escapes him. Izuku doesn't resist when T-Rex grabs his bicep, yanking him up and out of the cell carelessly. The metal of the cuffs bite into his raw skin. He can't bring himself to care about the bruise that he knows he'll find later, though, when he can close his eyes and pretend the sunlight seeping into his skin is coming from Earth's sun. He almost starts smiling. Almost, because there's a reason that they brought him here. There's a reason that he's standing in the sun right now instead of leaning on unforgiving bars. The thought is enough to chase the euphoria of the moment away, and Izuku returns to reality just in time to catch himself when T-Rex shoves him forward. He sighs, breathing away the last of his joy, the last of the incessant itch fading away. His vision sharpens, gaze morphing to something more critical. He jogs a few steps forward to catch up with Monkey and Volts, who began to pull ahead when he paused after leaving the vehicle. The air around him is humid and warm, a stark contrast from the dry, artificial mix of gases that he has been breathing for the last few days. The rocks beneath his feet are flat but cracked in an uneven way that has him struggling to stay upright. The ground is coated in a thin layer of moisture, indicative of recent rain, and he is glad that his boots don't seem to have much trouble gripping the slick surface. The guards usher him quickly into the massive metal building in front of him, preventing him from getting the chance to glance at the outside of the structure. It blocks out most of the light from the sun as they close in, casting them in a heavy shadow. The few plants scattered around emit a soft, neon glow in the shadows. They provide a source of soft light for him to see where he's going, not that it helps much, considering his restricted movements. When they step up to what appears to be a large set of double doors, constructed from the same material that the rest of the building is made out of, Volts bangs impatiently on the metal. Someone responds, the sound coming from a small speaker above the doors, and Volts snaps back, irritation clear in their tone. Izuku tries to decipher the meaning, attempting to connect the few words that he has learned to what he is hearing, but he is largely unsuccessful. The only thing he manages to catch is one word at the end of the response, fast. The next thing he knows, the doors are swinging inwards, and he is being shoved forward. Izuku takes a few steps willingly before registering the fact that not a single one of his guards has followed him into the building. He spins around, wide eyes locking onto the aliens he's become vaguely familiar with. At least with them, he has an idea of what to expect. He only manages to take one step forward before the doors slam shut with an echoing bang. He is about to rush to the doors, attempting, certainly uselessly, to pry them open, when he finally notices the 4 newcomers that stand on either side of the entrance. All of them carry a spear-like weapon. The blades attached to the ends of the long S are serrated and in the shape of an extended dagger. He looks around, taking note of the size of the room around him. It isn't giant, but it is significantly bigger than the small hallways that snake through the ship that he has become accustomed to. It's the type of room where a weapon with more range, not unlike the ones that the new guards are clutching, would be useful. And, he concludes, those spears are probably great for forcing a prisoner to go wherever they want. A guard shifts, and his eyes snap to one of their limbs, which is cradling the remote that Monkey was shielding with such caution just a few moments earlier. He narrows his eyes at the source of so many of his struggles. Izuku wants to break down the guard's appearances, searching for weakness, but he doesn't have much time to analyze any of the aliens before they begin herding him toward a second pair of doors. He recognizes one as another of Volts and Kamnari's species, but the rest blur together as his attention shifts. This time, as they approach, the doors swing open to reveal a giant, open area beyond. The ground is made up of familiar slabs of moist rock with a few boulders, oddly out of place, scattered throughout. Distantly, he can hear the sound of running water on his left. But none of that matters. Not when his attention has been snagged by the raised bleachers, filled to the brim with spectators, surrounding the entire area. The roar of the crowd is deafening, vibrating through his bones and threatening to send him stumbling to the ground. Aliens of all kinds of species sit side by side, screaming, stomping, cheering as Izuku is forced through the doors at last, nearly tripping over his own feet. He stands, frozen, for several seconds, his eyes skimming across the crowd in a dazed sort of confusion. He blinks hard, trying to clear his mind. Izuku lifts his right arm, shoving the heel of his palm into the space between his eyes. Then, his eyes snap open. He looks down at his wrists, now separated, in shock. A scream of fury rips through the air abruptly, and Izuku gasps, head jerking back up in shock. At the other side of the area, someone is being shoved through a set of double doors. Behind him, a bang makes him flinch. He doesn't need to look back, the doors that the other came through have closed as well. His heart beats loudly in his ears. There is a moment of silence, with the crowd going still, anticipation thick in the air. Then, without warning, the person opposite him charges. We may call them aliens, but to them, we are the outsiders. Thump, 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 thump. A loud hammering sound assaults his ears, and it takes Izuku all too long to realize that the source is not his heartbeat. The cheering has died. The crowd stews in anxious anticipation, eyes locked on the sight below them. His eyes drift down to his hands, which shake in their raised position in front of his face. His chest is tight, and his breath stutter in and out in a rough pattern. He seeks in a gasp, forcing himself to focus on what is in front of him. The alien that storms toward him, each footstep echoing through the arena, is not entirely unfamiliar to him. He has seen the species a few times before, accompanying him and ♯ as a guard on separate occasions. The creature is tall and covered in dark red fur. Pink skin, which he knows hides armor-like plates, is visible between the small gaps in the coat. The monkey-like alien opens its wide, cat-like mouth, lined with sharply pointed teeth, as it reaches a creek in its path, leaping over the small obstacle with a battle cry. Izuku jolts, finally snapped out of his terror-induced stasis, registering that the alien is almost halfway across the arena now. His eyes flicker from side to side, rapidly scanning his surroundings. The left side of the arena is split by a stream of water that connects to a series of other creeks. There are a total of 3 boulders in the arena, one of which is only a little ways to his right. Hoping to buy himself some time to think, he takes off toward it. In the seconds that it takes him to circle around to the side of the boulder, the alien has closed the distance between them, and he catches a glimpse of red on the opposite side of the rock. Suddenly, a wave of cheering rises from the crowd. The sound of crumbling stone has his head snapping up. The alien emerges on top of the boulder, having scaled it at a record pace, likely due to the help of their 6 limbs. Without allowing himself a moment to question his decision, his legs carry him into a dead sprint toward the water. Behind him, the alien growls out something in frustration. He glances back, only for a moment, but it is enough time to catch a glimpse of the alien as they land. A boom shakes the ground, and he turns away, only to be followed by the same pattern of thumps. He assumes that the other has taken up the chase. As he approaches a deeper section of the water, he leaps over a creek in an imitation of what the alien did previously. Then, he adjusts his course slightly, inhales sharply, and leaps into the water. He jumps far enough out that he submerges entirely, but only for a moment. Were he to stand up, his head would barely breach the surface, though likely not enough to be able to breathe. Extending his arms and planting his feet against the bottom, Izuku propels himself forward through the water. He reaches the other side quickly and pulls himself out of the now shallow water in a scrambling, desperate motion. He spins around, breathing. The alien stands on the other side of the stream, haunches raised. They bark something at him angrily, teeth grinding, commanding him to stop something. They continue after a brief pause, yelling, "Fight me," over the stomping of the audience, which abruptly goes quiet in an effort to hear what they are saying. Indignantly, despite the fact that he's sure they won't know what it means, he flips them off. Izuku breathes, trying in vain to catch his breath. Then the alien, again, starts running, except this time, they run to the side. With 2 quick leaps in succession to cross over the shallow parts of the creek, they arrive at the small island acting as a bridge between the main portion of the arena and himself. Izuku, heart pounding in his ears, takes off to his left towards the other deep part of the stream, his shoes sliding on the slick stone. Water seems to be his only advantage right now. Over here, the ground above which the water rests plunges more sharply downward, so Izuku takes a shallow dive in. He pushes against the ground as soon as it is within reach of his hands to gain momentum, rocketing himself into the deeper water. When he reaches the middle of the stream, he hears a splash, and he breaks the surface. He treads water as he gasps for breath, neck straining to inspect the surface of the water behind him. Panic seizes his throat when he does not spot even a sliver of red. They are nowhere to be seen. Then, something grabs hold of the back of his shirt from below and yanks, dragging him under the water. Caught by surprise, Izuku is forced to slap a hand over his mouth to keep from swallowing the water, using his other hand to lash out behind him. His movements are slowed by the water, but he manages to brush his fingers against a handful of fur. He latches on, using the strands as a handhold to assist him in swimming up. He manages a quick gasp of air before he's yanked back down again. Terrified and regretting his decision to go in the water, he jerks his legs, trying to kick the alien hard enough to get them to let him go, however briefly. His mouth opens, against his will. in a silent scream when something sharp rips into his left side. Instinctively, he attempts to inhale, but is rewarded instead with a lungful of water. His body convulses in protest. His knee jerks sharply toward his chest, catching what he assumes to be the alien's chin in the process. He takes it for what it is, a slide of luck, and seizes the opportunity with both hands. With two powerful kicks, he darts back toward the edge of the creek. Izuku doesn't allow himself even a moment of hesitation before he is rolling himself out of the water and onto his hands and knees, choking on the water that spews from his throat. When the sound of splashing in the water beside him reaches his ears, he flinches away, stumbling blearily to his feet. He tries to jog away from the water, but his gait is stumbling, and he barely makes it to the nearby boulder before he is forced to lean his weight against the rock. Ragged coughs rack his frame, and his nails dig into the stone as he forces himself to remain upright. By the time he clocks the heavy footsteps approaching him, it is too late, and the right side of his body is flung against the jagged surface propping him up. He cries out weakly when two sets of hands grasp onto his arms in iron-like grips, spinning him so that his back is to the boulder. Then he is pulled toward the alien before being roughly slammed back, his head smacking painfully against the unforgiving stone. He groans weakly, breathing ragged, mind whirring as he tries to think of a way out of this. His planning is cut short, however, when spots explode across his vision after his head hits the rock for a second time. With a sudden burst of strength, driven by what can only be desperation and adrenaline, he hooks his foot around the back of one of the alien's legs and surges forward. They fall together, but he throws his arms forward at the last second, shoving the alien into the ground while cushioning his fall. The crack that slices the air when they land reverberates through his body. He hesitates for a moment, barely half a second, afraid of what he may have just done, but then he hears a slick sliding sound. The first of the plates appear from between the folds in the alien's skin. Izuku fumbles blindly for a rock. His fingers close around the first decently sized one that he grazes, and he grabs it tightly, bringing it up above him. Izuku knows that, when the plates have fully extended, he will not have the luxury of finding easily accessible weaknesses in the armor. He knows that, once this moment has passed, his injuries will begin to catch up to him. He knows that he may not be granted an opportunity like this again. He knows that he needs to do what he can while he can. If he doesn't, he'll be a sitting duck. If he doesn't, he'll be dead. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. In an explosion of motion, he goes for the thing that he knows will take the alien out of commission for the longest PRD of time. The rock, clutched in a white-knuckled grip, plunges down, 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 toward the alien's exposed throat, until it is no longer moving. The shockwave of the impact vibrates up his arms. He doesn't realize what has just happened until there is a choking sound, and thick BLD begins spilling over his hand. Red BLD weakly, Izuku pulls away, the stone still grasped between his fingers. He looks at the rock in horror, realizing too late just how sharp the edge is. Viscous red liquid drips off the tip. The alien gurgles, jerking beneath him one time, before falling still. The BLD begins pooling under his knees, rivulets of red running off into the water nearby. And there is just so much red. Red like human BLD, red so identical to his own that he can't tell what belongs to him and what doesn't. It soaks into his breath slowly as he processes what is done. He's frozen, unable to move as the crowd roars, the sound beating against his eardrums and through his body. Izuku watches numbly as the rock falls from his fingers, hitting the ground with a dull clatter. His eyes drift to the alien's prone body. The smell, a disturbing mix of vinegar and burnt metal, that hammers him in the face is the breaking point, and he GGS, lunging to the side and off of the off. Just off. His hands slip across the stone as he tries to find his balance. Stomach twisting, he retches, choking as he tries to catch his breath. A hand comes up to clutch at the front of his shirt, but when a wet sensation seeps through, he rapidly untangles his BLD-soaked fingers from the fabric. The sob building in his throat finally escapes, his chest clenching tight. Oh my God, he realizes, tears beginning to stream down his cheeks. I just killed someone. And the worst part is, they weren't even a guard. They were trapped, just like he was. Held captive in this hell. When his gaze finds the alien again, he can't force himself to look away. Another sob bursts from his lips as his eyes find the aliens, wide open, staring lifelessly up at the sky. He's killed someone. A living, breathing, feeling person. They probably had a family. They probably had friends. They had people that now, thanks to him, they would never return to. People who might never even find out that they are dead. People who could spend years upon years searching relentlessly for them, only to discover that it was pointless all along. Will it be him next? Is this what will become of him? Lost to the void of space, his mother never knowing what happened to him. Was she going to become the mother of a lost child and the wife of a lost husband? And what about Mai? He promised he would help her get her business off the ground. He swore to her that they would get it up and running together. That, as soon as he was licensed to pilot, he would fly her ships and her ships alone. Is all that lost now? His hands, still coated in BLD, find their way to his hair, and he yanks on the strands. He misses Earth. He misses the feeling of grass between his toes. He misses the warmth of the sun on his face. Even the relentless noise of the city. It's so quiet in space. No horns blaring through traffic, or conversations of people walking down the sidewalk. The neighbor's yappy but adorable little puppy, keeping them up all night. He misses the way his mom's eyes crinkled when she laughed. He misses the sound of the explosions in Mai's lab, the smell of oil, the organized chaos of her tools. He misses his home. He wants to go home. He doesn't think he'll ever be able to go home again. When he hears footsteps behind him, he doesn't turn. He knows it is likely the guards, come to collect him from this fed-up arena. He can't find it in himself to fight them. He kind of wants to leave, anyway. He still hasn't managed to take his eyes off of the alien. Off of his victim. The guards haul him to his feet, hands gripping his arms harshly as the cuffs reactivate, snapping his wrists together forcefully. He tears his eyes away from the alien as more guards start dragging them out. He decides instead to stare at his hands, still dripping rhythmically against the stones with a splat, splat, splat. He leaves a trail halfway across the arena, back to the door he was shoved through. It's an agonizingly long trek, stretching into eternity before they finally close the distance. Izuku keeps his head down. He doesn't want to see the bloodthirsty glee on the audience's faces, even if he can hear it clearly. Their screams and shouts follow him until the doors slam shut, muffling the crowd. The adrenaline is fading. Now, he can feel a growing throbbing in his side, and he is fairly certain that he has a mild concussion. He's had a concussion before. His best friend is Hastu Mai. It wasn't bad, and, luckily, this one seems to be similar. Honestly, though, what does it matter? Who gives AF whether his head is pounding or not? If he has no chance of survival anyway, what difference does it make? He's going to die out here. A headache is the least of his worries. A guard steps away from the group and heads for the wall. He's too tired to care. He just wants to go back to his cell and sleep until he's dead. Shouldn't take too long. These aliens don't seem to like him very much. A hysterical giggle threatens to escape, but he has enough sense to hold it back. The last thing he needs right now is a sessed-off alien yelling at him, effectively making the pounding in his skull worse. Izuku is broken from his musings as he's blasted with a harsh jet of water. This time, he can't suppress the soulless huff of laughter that escapes him. That's another thing. He misses showers. The universe is under no obligation to make sense to you. Peace, you want slow. The bird-like alien has been persistent in attempting to communicate with him, and it's starting to grate on his nerves. He clenches his jaw and rolls his eyes, turning on his heel to continue pacing the length of the cell. No, I want my Doria back, he mumbles, giving up on trying to formulate words in whatever language the aliens speak. What will it matter, anyway? My Doria isn't here. I just want him back. He sighs, exhausted, as he scrubs at his face with his hands. Hitoshi is not stupid. In fact, he'd like to consider himself to be the opposite. So it doesn't take long for him to connect the dots. Fighting for sport is popular on Earth, and there are several sports that center around it. Why wouldn't it be popular in space too? The real question is whether or not this is a fight, or a fight to the death. The latter isn't as popular on Earth for obvious reasons. But it's clear that whatever this operation is, it is not legal. Or, at least, he hopes it isn't. Hitoshi picks at his fingernails as he continues to block out the quiet argument between the aliens. That grows increasingly challenging, though, when he hears someone calling his name, or, rather, the butchered version of his name. He tries to ignore it at first, but they try again, raising their volume. With an irritated growl, he finally turns, fixing his glare on 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Of course it's that one. At this point, he is so frustrated and worried that he can't even find satisfaction in the way that the alien shrinks away from his gaze ever so slightly. Yes. His voice is flat as he momentarily stops pacing to give 𝐒𝐻𝐻 his undivided attention. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 shifts, their tails curling hypnotically behind them in what has to be irritation. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 breathes deeply, leaning forward slightly as they say, in an unnecessarily commanding tone, "You sleep." Hitoshi's unforgiving stare melts into shock before shifting into anger. No. Fury. How Fing Deyu, ga. Hitoshi throws his hands up in the air, resisting the urge to punch the wall. They can't understand a single DMN word he is saying. No. Midoriya fight. I hide. He digs his fingers into his hair, yanking on the strands. He isn't hiding, he isn't. He knows that. But how is this any better? When he's here and not there, fighting beside the only friend he has out here. Peace. Ada calls from just behind the bars. You know hide. You, peace. Shut the F up. His voice pitches when he shouts, and the cells go silent, allowing his outburst to echo. His throat tightens. He presses the heels of his palms into his eyes, attempting to ward off a headache. Hitoshi takes a deep breath to calm himself, trying to think of a way to explain to these aliens that no, he is not peace, he's angry and worried and scared, and he just wants Midoriya to come back. Safely. In one piece. Where Hitoshi can protect him. The faint sound of approaching footsteps has Hitoshi snapping his head towards the door. In an instant, he is standing at the bars, curling his fingers around the metal. His eyes are trained on the door, as though, were he to try hard enough, he could see through it. He can't hear any more noise from the alien cell, so he assumes that they have taken up their usual positions in the corner. Hitoshi flexes his fingers, wishing he was able to rip the bars off their hinges so he could reach Midoriya faster. They already took away his home and family, they can't have Midoriya too. God, he just feels so helpless, but suddenly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the door to the hallway is being pulled open, and he sees them. He sees him. The only other human he has laid eyes on since getting kidnapped. And Midoriya. Midoriya looks horrible. His soaking wet from head to toe, leaving a trail of water on the floor as they march him forward. Small cuts litter his body, and he is bleeding. Oh my God, he is actually bleeding. There's a thin smear of blood on his forehead. Some of it matted into his hair and there's a few streaks dripping down and into his eyes. He reaches up to clear his eyes, but he only succeeds in leaving behind even more blood because his hands are bleeding too. Hitoshi can feel his breathing speeding up as his eyes flicker from injury to injury, searching for anything he could have missed. Hitoshi backs away from the bars as the guards turn Midoriya, nearly tripping over his own feet when he sees claw marks in Midoriya's ripped shirt. The edges of the shirt around the wound are glued to the skin by the blood, and the wound itself is already starting to scab. Midoriya doesn't look up from the ground, even as he is roughly shoved through the door. He stumbles, and Hitoshi twitches, itching to help him, but Midoriya catches himself. Hitoshi holds still as the guards leave, waiting until the door slides shut behind them before crossing the distance quickly and gently tugging Midoriya further into the cell. Hey, are you? Hitoshi trails off because, clearly, Midoriya is not okay. Sit down, let me take a look at your wounds. Midoriya listens obediently, slowly sinking to the floor with Hitoshi guiding him down. He's almost afraid to touch Midoriya, he has no idea where exactly he's injured. Not to mention, the other has neglected to let a single sound slip from his lips. His usually talkative companion is eerily silent, and it feels so wrong. Unnatural. Midoriya, he says, voice a whisper. He is not offered a response, or even an acknowledgement that Midoriya heard him. "Please, Midoriya." This time, his voice cracks. Finally, Midoriya's head tilts up, and their eyes meet. Hitoshi's teeth sink into the inside of his cheek. His eyes look empty. Dull. Lifeless. Hitoshi forces himself to take a deep breath and focus on what is most important. First things first, he needs to tend to the wounds so they don't get infected. An infection is likely one of the worst things that could happen, considering that they have no access to antibiotics, and they have no idea what kind of bacteria they could encounter. After that, well, he'll cross that bridge when gets there. "Midoriya, can you lift your arms? I need to get your shirt off so I can see the damage," he explains calmly. Slowly, Midoriya lifts his arms above his head, allowing Hitoshi to peel the soaked fabric off him and throw it to the side. He can see many more small cuts, previously concealed by the garment, but they have all already scabbed over. His top priorities are the gouges left by the claws of whatever Midoriya had to fight. Hitoshi pats the pockets of his briefs, searching for the small bottles that contain what he hopes is some kind of antiseptic. He finds it hard to believe that the aliens would fail to supply a medical area with something as crucial as a wound sterilizer. Finally, he pulls out one of the small bottles. It is about the size of his palm, and it is only now that he is remembering that he has no idea how to open it. He is about to tear the lid off in his urgency when he hears the aliens calling his name. He considers ignoring them. It would be so easy. But he doesn't really know what this is, and they could be trying to tell him that he is about to poison Midoriya. Reluctantly, Hitoshi turns to face the aliens. Kamnari is holding up a water bottle. It is the same water bottle that Midoriya has handed to him several times before. This time, however, it is closed, displaying a lid that looks just like the one on the bottle. Kamnari deliberately and slowly squeezes the sides of the cap. They then tap the top and pull off the lid after it pops up. He bobs his head once, the largest display of gratitude that he is willing to show, before copying the steps on his own bottle. He takes the offered assistance to mean that it is safe to use the hopefully antiseptic. With his free hand, Hitoshi pulls out one of the packages of gauze and quickly unwraps it. He holds it out and lets a few drops of the liquid seep into the material, gently and methodically beginning to clean Midoriya's side. Every so often, the other tenses next to him, but he relaxes just as quickly, and Hitoshi forces himself to push forward. When he finishes with the claw marks, he presses the same piece of gauze over the wound, mimicking the alien that treated his head. After just a moment of holding it in place, the gauze flattens out, laying over the wound seamlessly. When he lets go, it does not fall off. Hitoshi reaches for Midoriya's right hand, catching a glimpse of his face. He forces himself to look away just as quickly, but that haunted expression has already imprinted itself into his mind. "Focus, Hitoshi." First things first, he tells himself before skiing in another calming breath and going back to the task at hand. He is in the process of wrapping up with Midoriya's left hand before something changes. The crushing silence that he doesn't think he would have ever managed to adjust to is finally splintered by snickering. Midoriya's frame trembles as his hysterical giggling grows into laughter, volume steadily increasing. Hitoshi sits back on his heels as Midoriya slaps his right hand over his eyes. "It's so funny," Midoriya gasps between cackles. Hitoshi's stomach twists as his unease grows. "Look at my hands." Midoriya moves his palms in front of Hitoshi's face, and he flinches back. "It's all mine." Hesitantly, Hitoshi responds, gaze flickering from Midoriya's newly bandaged hands to his face. "What are you talking about?" "The BLD." Midoriya laughs again, wheezing slightly as he tries to catch his breath. His eyes are wild as he draws his hands closer to himself. "It's all mine." "Of course it's all yours." Hitoshi tries to weave confidence into his words, but his voice breaks halfway through the sentence. No, you don't get it," Midoriya says, eyes wide as he leans forward. Hitoshi gets the eerie sensation that Midoriya isn't really seeing him right now. "You don't get it at all." "Midoriya, I don't know what you're talking about. Please, just dash." They washed it all away. Midoriya leaps to his feet, shouting his words, his hysterical smile growing desperate. Hitoshi falls back on his hands. He stares, uncomprehendingly, up at the other. For the first time while Midoriya is in his presence, a touch of fear seeps into his heart. What did they wash away? Hitoshi is much too quiet for Midoriya to hear, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't think Midoriya is really speaking to him anyway. All of the BLD. Not mine, though. No, not mine. Suddenly, Midoriya's eyes clear, and he takes several striding steps forward until he can crouch right in front of Hitoshi once more. They washed away the evidence, ♯, the remnants of their existence. They are gone forever. And it's all because of me.